I'm such an asshole for doing that to everybody, so I'm sorry, but it wasn't planned. I wasn't planning on
No.
dropping those bombs in Jack's space, but everyone did such an awesome job uncovering the breadcrumbs and developing, and Rare DD's asking questions behind the scenes live, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta just say it. I just gotta say it now, or else we're gonna put out wrong information. So sorry for everyone's sleep deprivation, but I think it was worth it.
I think it was a great space. I think it happened organically, and I love those, and, like, sometimes they'll happen late at night, that's gonna happen, and also it means that people who are more able to be around it late at night got to be part of that kinda conversation, and they're not around in the morning as much. I think, like, yeah, we lost sleep, but, like, we can catch up.
You know who else lost sleep? Our adversaries. So that's fun.
Keep them on their toes, brother. Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, there's I apologize. I doing like a hit and run. I gotta join a meeting here in 3 minutes, but there's a lot of stuff happening. there's a whole lot of stuff happening. I know no one likes the anecdotal, ambiguous nuggets like that, but there's a lot of stuff happening. I do want to say, don't just spend the day guessing what's happening. Make stuff happen. Make stuff happen. Everybody has the power to make some stuff happen, whether it be through congressional outreach, whether it be through media connections, but there's a lot of stuff happening, but don't rest on your laurels. Everyone pick up the phone, start the outreach. And by the way, props to, I can't call out everybody by name because I'm going to feel terrible because you're going to forget people, but the media contacts that we have now that are reaching out to us, not us reaching out to them, but are reaching out to us, are amazing, of the highest quality, largest reputable agencies that have existed. And I've personally spoken to, and I don't even like calling these in the same sentence as reputable news or media sources, but we've spoken to Wall Street Journal, New York Times, obviously Forbes, those three. New York Times has been mum, right? But I think Wall Street Journal and Forbes are obviously well documented. But anyway, we have some interesting, powerful allies that maybe want to cover the story for the first time because now there's involvement with conflicts of interest that are coming to light. And again, it's not too late. It's never too late to become a hero. No one's going to remember the 18, well, we will. We will remember the 18 months of suffering. We will remember the people that we lost through all of this. We will. We will not forget that. But the rest of the country that isn't familiar with this isn't going to remember that 18 months if you do the right thing now. So it's not a threat. It's what I believe to be a fact. So anyway, please, 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 there'll be stuff dropping constantly. I mean, this is every it's strategic. Some of this has been sat on for months. And when I say sat on, I mean it's been put in hands of, on the judicial front, on the congressional front. Some of this stuff is going to be aired out and come to light because the timing is right. But we need to hit hard now. Everyone, I think, can feel the momentum. We need to make sure that we have a concerted effort as an entire community, everybody doing what you're best at in form of outreach. So if you've built these congressional relationships, leverage them. If you've got media contacts that you've been developing and they've been waiting for the smoking gun, you've got that, right? If you need me or Matt or Drew or somebody to talk to, any of these people, we have more requests than we have hours in the day, but I will do whatever I can to accommodate that. And I know everyone else will as well. So hit it hard while we have maximum momentum. Stuff's going to be dropping constantly. We're in a really, really, really good place, but that doesn't mean you let your foot off the gas. That's
Right
it.
on. Thanks, Curtis. I know you said you got to run, but we got a couple of hands, and I can only imagine that they want to
The
talk
time
to you.
is
So
9
I
o'clock
will. I'll be
a.m.
back. I got to drop for a call that starts now, but I will be back here shortly. I don't know the exact time, but I'll be back.
all right, cool. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
Curtis.
all.
All right. So, Lowell, did you still have a hand up, or did it go away with Curtis?
No, I was just going to ask him the obvious that it was fair. It's probably fair to say that the proper pivot was happening as was expected, and the rats are probably running for cover. And then I was going to, in jest, say it's never too late to do the right thing. Look to Avengers. You can be a Loki. We all hated Loki in the beginning, and he turned out to be a good guy. So it's never too late.
All right. Well, thank you for the comic book reference that I'm unfamiliar with. Wait, Jarrell's on fire today. All right, cool. Hey, Jonna.
Real quick, just when everybody is making their calls, stay professional, stay calm, no cursing, no threats. This is still just persistent, professional contact. Keep that in mind.
Thank you, Jonna. JT has joined us. Hey, JT.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, pretty interesting news, huh? So I want to allude to Jen, who just sent out a tweet. Just so everyone's clear, Congress has this information. They've had this for a few weeks. So when you're talking to your reps, feel free to bring this up, I would say. And then, where Curtis kind of said there's still more coming. But I would say look back at my tweet yesterday and let's look at the DTCC in regards to Tiger Broker. Start connecting the dots. It's there and it's all coming to light. And we said this the other day. Either they start moving for us or it's all coming out, and they won't be able to deny that they haven't seen this.
Thank you, JT.
Hey, Jarrell, I kind of missed it when you were going over that. Would you care to go over that again? Just for other people that might be here now, too, because I think there's 100 more people since you read it.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Read the tweet aloud? Yeah. So JT tweeted, catch a tiger by the toe, and says, as far as I know, NextBridge has never announced a tender offer. Why would this broker want to buy back shares? And the photo that is included is a tender offer notice from Tiger Brokers, and says, Dear Tiger Investor, NextBridge Hydrocarbons has announced the upcoming tender offer to shareholders. If you would like to accept this tender offer, please submit your instructions before August 18th, 2023. So this is an old tender offer notice from last summer where Tiger Brokers are extending a tender offer notice and also saying that it's a tender offer. The Tiger Investor is saying that NextBridge has announced a tender offer to shareholders. However, JT is pointing out that as far as he knows, NextBridge has never announced a tender offer.
Exactly. Tender offers are the company is buying back shares. As far as we know, NextBridge has never made a tender offer. So why is this broker trying to buy shares? I'd say you guys should start looking to see what markets or what exchanges, what countries is or tender brokers or is a Tiger Broker at. It's kind of, I often, when I look back at that response from FINRA, didn't they say they couldn't give us an audited aggregate share count because of offshore exchanges, that they don't have the purview or the ability to regulate those? That's pretty interesting.
Scoot's got her hand up. Hey, Scoot.
Morning, y'all. I got a question. In order to get have a Tinder offer, don't you need like an S1 or something like that? I'm really new at this stuff, but I feel like it needs to be more official, right? Like, you know.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's hilarious. Also, this is so fucking awesome. I'm having a great week, guys.
And I could be wrong. I haven't checked the Edgar today. I haven't seen any S1 approved. Have you?
Fishin'.
I haven't seen shit.
keep refreshing, Fishin. Keep refreshing.
That reminded me of Spaceballs. Man, we ain't found shit. I love it.
All right, for all the new people, we've had maybe 100 more people since I said what I said before. We heard Curtis. There's going to be a lot dropping. Now is not the time to let up. Now is the time to put the pedal to the floor. We've got a lot of great posts up in the nest. In terms of media outreach is important right now. You heard what Curtis said. Media is reaching out to him. We have gained a upper hand of sorts right now. It is extremely important. So we have the Timcast video from 3 days ago with our amazing supporter Chris Rose, and I'll put my Media Monday post up there to tag other podcasters, media influencers, because when they see that branding, they'll know that this is a story that they should look at. We have comments from Costas and I think me to the Sean Ryan podcast, and we have a back channel reaching out going on train right now with that. And then create your own post. It is of the utmost importance right now. It is imperative that we blast this story as loud as possible and keep this traction going.
Oh shit, I wasn't muted. Yeah, sorry. Strike while the iron's hot, and I'd say that the iron's hot.
And I know, for the people who didn't say it, and for the people that love Marduk like I do, I know Marduk would be freaking out right now with all the things going on between Timcast and all the drops that have happened. And what would he be doing? He would have 100, 200 on his profile for us to go share, working his ass off. So for me, I'm going to do it in the spirit of Marduk today, because he can't be here with us. So we have to do it for him and for all of us, guys. This is for your family. This is for we have such good traction right now. It is so important.
I just want to say we got to drop down, but you guys all have a good day. Make your calls, like Jarrell said. Professional calls, most importantly. We want to come across very professional, and we still are looking for help. So, anyone? Yeah, that's just crazy. You guys, I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks, JT.
And I think the Hollywood Henry post is up there for reach out as well. Yeah, it's up there. Come on up. Let's keep the space rolling today. This is the only one. So let's get it. You got something to ask, to add, offer some motivation?
So I'm reading through this tweet from Lowell that he's shared up in the nest. It's furthest to left right now, and it is from the middle of February of this year, and he's bringing it back. It's got a great list of information, and I'm going to read aloud what he says here. Reminder, this is from February. He's bringing it back because there's information here, and I remember this tweet from February, and I think I bookmarked it. Yep, I bookmarked it back then. I'm going to re-bookmark it to move it to the top of my list there. He says it's Media Monday because it was a Monday when he posted this. And I made a list of podcasters and media personalities I often tag below. But feel free to copy and add anyone you feel would be beneficial to expanding our message. I tend to tag up to 3 at a time. Rich did the footwork for us in DC. Now it's up to us to push past the gold line. Make a phone call today to your rep, implore them to support the subpoena for the share count, and focus on media. We can also be looking for people who book these popular shows and reach out to them directly through DM or email to bring one of our representatives on their show. Draw on your inner Patrick. Oh, then he makes a Super Bowl reference that I'm not going to make. So the bulk of this that's super interesting for right now is that he's listed contacts for what he's divided into tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So tier 1 is the highest and the hardest of media that we can be reaching out to, and media that we're hoping would be interested in us. And I remember the conversations back then being that you aim for tier 3, and as tier 3, as you get known in tier 3, that piques the interest of tier 2, and like it's stair steps going all the way up. And I already see that. Nope, am I misreading something? Never mind. I thought I saw something. It doesn't matter. And so I think this is a really great list that's all put together that helps to give ideas of people that you could be tagging. So this is information that you take these are people who you can follow. Timcast is on here on tier 2. These are people you can follow or people you can put into your notes and your references for when you're doing media outreach tweets or trying more specifically to interact with those channels through DMs or however the media people are feeling most confident with their communication and networking. There's a really great resource list here in the comments of the tweet. Hey, Lowell.
Hey, yeah, and I am by no means the media savant. I just made that list to get it started. Feel free to add into the comments. I made it to be like a working list. I personally feel we're in the realm of like tier 2, about to break into like tier 1 type people with like a coming possible RFK podcast interview type thing. So yeah, tag anybody and everybody, but I think now that we've kind of had a little media thing on Timcast, I think it's appropriate to reach out to that level of people. Yeah, and use it. Let's just get it out there. Like I said, it's really important, and a lot of people. Well, I mean, there's people I put in tier 3 that like Vincent Oshana. I'll just use as an example. He's a co-host on the Patrick Bet-David show. You know, they're all friends. They hang out outside of work. So, you know, it's use the whole list. It's a pretty good list. There's obviously people I forgot, so just add to it. And I'll just highlight a couple people. Matt Taibbi. Matt Taibbi was one of the people very long ago, 12 years ago now. He had an article come out in Rolling Stone about naked shorting. I've seen him on Timcast quite a bit. So that could be another person who might. Just the more eyes we have, the better, especially with this information that's already come out and then that's going to come out, today, tomorrow, whenever Curtis decides to start dropping bombs again. Just looking through the comments right now to see any more. Yeah, definitely add to it. Like I said before, I think easy grabs would be definitely repost. Like we really want to get. If I had my druthers, it would be Drew on Timcast, somebody like a Curtis on. I don't. I think Curtis would probably be best on the Sean Ryan podcast. It's like a one-on-one. But that's kind of in the background moving right now, so it's a good idea to go repost those and comment on that Sean Ryan post. I have a question I'll throw out there. Maybe some people can come up and talk. Let's keep this space rolling. What do you think the significance of the Ralph Norman DTCC meeting is?
What do you mean by significance, or is that just how you're phrasing this is a topic?
Yeah, just a topic.
I think it's really interesting. I'm curious to what extent this is entirely solo, or if Nextbridge was involved with the conception of these ideas. Um, if for no other reason, then that helps to give me ideas to be speculating as to the intent. Um, and my first thought with all of it is that it has to do with establishing contact and possible information, like the share count. There have been some other ideas that have been brought up that I'll let others give their ideas.
G. Kelly has joined us with a hand up. Hey, G. Kelly.
Oh, I love it when G. Kelly joins us. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Pretty good. That's an interesting question. The DTCC meeting. I guess the way I look at it, it's like there's layers to this onion, and we've just breached another level. And if by my understanding, everything numerically and data wise is housed and might originate from that level, to me that is where I think, if I'm Ralph Norman, I'm saying, okay, if I want to get to the root of this matter, I'm going to the DTCC. I think for our purposes, it's an extremely positive sign. Pardon the pun, but we might be striking oil. And I think, based on all the different things that we've seen over the past 18 months, we've gotten excited at so many different times and had so many highs and lows. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think whatever results from this meeting will be telling. If we hear nothing from Ralph Norman's office, I think that'll be telling, almost to the point where, not to sound pessimistic, but where he's kind of hit a dead end and they've said, hey, you stop here, you go no further, and we're not showing you anything. And if they don't show anything, then it turns into a standoff where, if they have to now subpoena, they have to subpoena, they have to get the information. But getting back to what my initial thought, that's where the bodies are buried. because at FINRA's level, remember FINRA is, okay, well, there's all this stuff that goes overseas and that's not in our purview. So if we know that there's all this information overseas that FINRA can't do anything with, it's kind of like, okay, get them out of the way. Let's get to the next level. As far as I know, DTC is it. That's Pater right there. But yeah, that's how I feel with regard to that meeting. One thing I thought about this morning, though, sorry to kind of switch gears, because I was on a space last night, and I think I've been a lot more vocal lately. And I guess it's maybe because of a lot of the breakthroughs that have been happening, and also I think mentally I've kind of been in a space where it's become a little bit difficult to handle. And I think I kind of look at these spaces as a bunch of people, a support group where I can actually get my ideas out to people who understand this situation being as complex as it is. There aren't many people who I can speak to who can kind of grasp what is going on here. But there are moments in this kind of journey that I've looked at outside of just MMTLP, and just the whole abusive naked shorting problem. And I don't know if everyone remembers, I think it was last week or the week before, the former SEC chair, I think his name's Jay Clayton. He got on CNBC and he basically said that there needs to be an investigation into Keith Gill because of the tweets he's putting out that seem to be moving the market. I thought about that and I thought to myself, how many media outlets are out there that tell us how to invest? How many subscription services are out there that tell us how to invest? Do they not do the same thing at a more amplified level, a more organized level? Like, how many of us have purchased in our past have purchased a subscription to something like The Motley Fool? How many of us watch CNBC, have watched CNBC, Bloomberg, have maybe had a subscription to Forbes, Investor Place? Do these guys not all do the same thing? How many of us have seen the articles written bashing our situation? This tiny play. And then I thought to myself, if the SEC, the former SEC chair is going to say that, it's almost like either they think they bought free speech, or they're in the process of trying to complete the buying of free speech. And it just seems so weird that, I didn't get into this play to become an activist, but there's certain little things that I've seen when you kind of read between the lines and look beyond the money. And it appears to me that we're in a two-tiered system. I mean, if there's anybody who doubts that, I'd be willing to debate them. And I've got 18 months of stress and thoughts to refute any argument that they would have on the other side. Because even thinking further on, remember when Silicon Valley Bank went under? How fast did it take them to get a congressional hearing on that and get that CEO in front of Congress? How fast did it take the president to say that he would authorize the backing of whatever losses that the clients of that bank had. The profile of the clients of that bank are not retail investors. Even looking at the FTX situation, it didn't take them 18 months to get on top of that. So I guess what I'm looking at and getting back to that original question about Ralph Norman going in to see the DTCC, it in my mind, it's almost an embarrassment to the regulators and the politicians that we have to go to these lengths to these lengths to get some form of justice. It's almost like they're so used to being the bullies on the block that there's no thought in their mind, in their sensibilities to even begin to even look at things in a fair way, because the game has been tilted in their favor for so long. And when people start to look beyond the money and you look at the actions, it's one of those things that I wonder if, you know, in society we're so blind, or we're so siloed into our own lives and things that are going on, that we're not even seeing the big picture here, because it's blatant. It's completely crime right out in front of everybody, with all eyes to see, and there's nothing stopping them from just continuing on. And when you have someone who held that chair that Gary Gensler holds right now, getting on TV and stating something so, I mean, I'm sure he's a highly educated man, and I'm sure he's a thoughtful person, but for him to make that statement, it's very telling. It actually shows what we're up against. But let's see what comes out of that meeting. Like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic, but there's some forces at play here that just, I can't, like, you know, I remember Tony Twitz had said in one of his videos that if this play, and this was prior to the halt, he said, if this play manages to shake the markets to its core, and I believe he even said gets halted or stopped in some way, it's more of an indication of how bad things are, because it's such a small play in terms of participation from retail. And he nailed it. He nailed it 100%. So I think we should be keenly aware of what comes out of that meeting, because that reaction will be, it should, if what should happen happens, this should shake the media. But if that isn't what happens, then I think we're in for a very, very long fight.
Yeah, thank you for that, G. Kelly. Just as a quick side note before I go to Hans, Canada Dog, I see you there in Lowell. And this is not for nothing, and I'm not looking for or expecting any kind of reply to this, but my head, in the back of my mind, when somebody mentions the DTCC, the first thing I think is they're the ones with the giant insurance policy, right? Okay. And then I go on from there. But that's just fishin's Fishin's thinking. So anyway, well, Canada Dog, hello.
Hey, real quick, Fishin, can you make me a co-host
Why?
so I can invite some people in to speak?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Canada Dog.
Well, good morning from sunny Calgary, Alberta, everybody. I logged in just as you guys were talking about Tiger. I have no idea what the conversation was, but last year when I was dealing with the international tax implications and talking to people around the world about what was going on, I was in communications with people who were with Tiger in Singapore. And I don't know if this has anything to do with your conversation, but if it helps, I did just in the comments put an image of their corporate structure there. It might be blurry because I took a screenshot from the PDF, and if it is, I've attached a link to the PDF of the 2023 annual report for you, so you can see the very intricate web of organizations where Tiger is buried within. Again, like I said, I don't know what the conversation was about, but I heard Tiger and I'm like, oh no, that name again. So I've attached that in the comments if it helps anybody. But back to the DTCC, last year when I was talking to CIRO, which is the Canadian branch of FINRA, so I take everything with a grain of salt, but what I'm going to say, because I don't entirely trust them, but they swore up and down that the buck stops at the DTCC for stopping the counterfeit shares from going into Canada. And I'll extrapolate on that, maybe part of an assumption here, so I'll use that caveat, but one would assume that the buck stops there for leaking counterfeits to any foreign country. And if you hearken back to one of the last NBH PRs where they came out and said, you know, there are multiple organizations who have come to us looking to buy shares, you know, in excess of the 2.65 million or whatever. So we know that counterfeits have made it outside of the US. Is it in the millions? Is it in the billions? But if it was supposed to stop at the DTCC, I would say as well that this is going to be an interesting meeting.
Yeah, thank you for that, Canada Dog. Sorry. The topic of, excuse me, Tiger came up with, I want to say JT put a post up. I think it was something to do with it. It's in the nest. Something to do with a tender offer. I think from the past, it was never a tender offer made from NextBridge. Sorry, if you if you want to give that a quick read, it might do a better job of explaining it than I am even coming close to. But thank you for your intel as well. Lowell.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on what G was saying before, you know, and this is a Lord Acton quote, absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? We see it all the time, you know, and as far as the media goes, you know, those big media conglomerates, we've seen this in so many ways in the last, I would say at least decade, if not even more. You know, first they discredit, then they berate you, and then they try to cancel you. So, you know, it's nothing new. But the thing is, we have X now. And as it sits right now, we have the ability to spread information and unite people. So I think it's the tide is turning. And then, yeah, my question about the DTCC, because, you know, Jarrell kind of said it last night, where it's like a lot of people view them as being like the overlord, right? Like this, the biggest picture of, you know, quote unquote bad actor. I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know, do they have more to lose than anybody else is kind of my question. And you got to think that they were willing to come to the table before the halt even happened. And who didn't show up? FINRA didn't show up. So that's all I got for that. Laker J's up.
Thanks, Lowell. Hey, Laker J.
Hey, Fishin, thanks for the mic. I just wanted to shout out JT, Curtis, any of the DT team that have that continue to just blast all these amazing content. For the MMTLP Army, let's do what we do best. It's been 19 months, 19 long, excruciating months of being cheated by these effing regulators and being stonewalled by certain members of Congress. We've been shouting loudly about the crime being committed. And what have we gotten back? Silence? Like are they blatantly trying to insult our intelligence? These individuals that Curtis has exposed and will continue to expose, these puppet masters, they think they can just play with our investments like that, our futures, our money, just to cover up a short position. Come on, man. Like, you know the rules. When you short a security, you assume unlimited losses. That's why the cancel orders went up to 4 digits. We're just asking for what's right? Like, we're 65,000. It's really not a lot of investors compared to other tickers. But my message to them and to whoever is part of this bullshit, we're not going away. We won't be silenced, we won't be ignored, and we won't stop fighting until we get the resolution we deserve. And guys, let's use this momentum to push our message forward and get it out to media, get it out to the people in Congress that do support us, and let's get paid. I know we're exhausted, but you know what? When you lost everything, you have nothing else left to lose. So I just, I'm super fired up. I'm just kind of getting back into the groove of fighting for what we deserve. And I look forward to today. I look forward to tomorrow. I look forward to whatever comes our way. Thank you guys for the mic.
Yeah, Laker J, it reminds me of a lot of things, but it's the epitome of arrogance, and it's like this idea that's been going around for a while now that there are certain people that are just untouchables, good for thee, but not for me. And to comment on your last thing, I just don't think that these strategists have read enough Sun Tzu. Honestly, it's, I remember before I went to officer candidacy school, Sun Tzu was one of the books they recommended us to read because it's one of the oldest strategy books out there. And one of those teachings is you don't circle somebody who could be an impending force. You don't circle and completely surround them to the point to where they have no other choice but to fight back. And that's literally where we are. We have no other choice. You halted us, and here we sit. And we are not going away. And I think if this week is an example of all the work that we put into it, we are only getting, 1,000 times stronger. I'll make another reference that Fishin might not understand. Like the Avengers have come together now. It's we are quite literally we have gained an upper hand. So we just got to keep fighting. And now that the group is bigger, I'll say this: I'm today fighting in the spirit of Marduk because I know for sure from between the media and then the congressional things that happened this week, if Marduk didn't have to work, he would be here with this in the background, forcing everyone, pushing everyone. So
Yeah, Lowell. I mean, they they tried to send us their pay to play bullshit, right? With Jim Cramer, with Forbes, with Wall Street Journal, and then what do we give them back? We laid out the facts, right? Um, it's bullshit, and I'm really trying hard not to cuss because I know they're listening, but I want them to feel the anger in my voice when
Laker
I tell.
J.
Yeah.
Laker J. This is a fishing space. You may swear like a sailor if that's what you feel like you need to do. We are human here, and as such, I'm not going to ask you to censor yourself. If you feel like you need to let go, let go.
I appreciate that, Fishin. I mean, like I said, we laid out the facts. We laid out our rebuttals through the FINRA facts. You know, we have debunked every bullshit that they have thrown at us. And it's just come to the point that, you know what, like, I support Curtis because he feels like this is what we have to do moving forward. The gloves are off now. You know, we are going to expose anyone and everyone that has a part in this bullshit. And you know what? Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm ready. That's it. Thank you, Fishin.
Thanks, Laker J.
Well, and Laker J, it's like I think like 98% of us here, we're literally doing this for our family, right? We're not out here like trying to change the world and change the system. And you know, there's a lot of things that could be changed for sure, and I support all that. But like, you have a family, I have a family. Everyone here we're just doing it for that, you know. And if this is what it takes to get people to do the right thing, and this is what it takes, you know, it's like they've had a long time to like run roughshod over the entire system and the entire market, and it, you know, it for us it changes now, in my opinion.
I agree, Lowell. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for the mic. Appreciate you guys very much.
Thanks, Laker J. Yeah, Lowell made a comment. Or was it Lowell or G Kelly? Somebody made a comment. I got a bad memory about they didn't get in this play to become an activist. Before I got into the stock market, I was blissfully unaware of all of the bullshit. Now I wish I was blissfully unaware again after 18 months here, or like Jay said, 19 months. I know I'm confused about how long we've been here, but yeah, I liked it better when I didn't know. That's just me. We got a lot of people in here. Hi, everybody.
I think a lot of us would like to forget, but you know, you can't unsee what you've seen already. And it's one of those things where if someone asks me, oh, I kind of think, you know, down the road, let's just say things go as they should and we get a great resolution and we all get paid, which we've earned 10 times over. And then you've got people that don't know, but they're friends of yours, and they come out of left field and they go, oh, I heard you made a lot of money on the markets. What should I get into? What's the first thing you'll tell them? What's the first
Nothing. Not
exactly,
a damn thing.
exactly, right? Because and you can't unsee what you've seen. And until, I mean, you can even look at some of the regulations that have been put there to provide protections, but you can put those rules and laws there, but if you don't enforce them, or you enforce them so poorly that it's not a deterrent, it's a smokescreen, right?
Right.
So you know, it's almost like what I've seen, and this is my opinion, it looks like it's in need of a complete overhaul. There need to be rules put in place for people who serve at the SEC or any of the SROs. There's got to be some kind of limit, like, you know, for 5 years, 10 years, you cannot then go across the street and get a job at the people who you were once regulating, because it compromises your job as a regulator. If I know I want to interview at some hedge fund next year, and oh, by the way, I'm a regulator today, am I gonna start enforcing laws on these guys when I know, hey, you know what, in a year I hope to be working there? Of course not. And I mean, these are conflicts of interest that, I mean, that pales into comparison to what Curtis threw out there yesterday. It pales in comparison, right? You literally have the people who are short on a play saying, okay, I'm going to halt the play. I'm going to stop the game. Right? How many times would you like to have done that when you're playing whatever sport you play and you know you've got 2 minutes left in the game and you're losing? Okay, we can just stop the game here and we don't take the L. The level of arrogance that takes, just unmitigated gall. And these are the same people who on the other side of this are going to tell you what to invest in.
Well, I mean, at the same time, like they 100% did not see this community coming. Like they've dealt with the GME people, and they've dealt with the AMC people, and they've dealt with the overstock people, and the Dole people, and the blah 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 blah. Fill in a ticker, right? But none of I personally, and I could be wrong, and if I am, I'm just speaking off the top of my head. So I haven't seen any other ticker do the amount of fucking work and uncover the amount of just absolute just dirt that we have. They didn't see us coming, right? They probably expected it would be this, the standard pattern of events where they come and they're mad for a minute and then well, I guess and they move on, right? But our situation being that we've been frozen in time, completely stuck, and didn't have the option of waiting for it to go up or just taking the loss. And they left us stuck with, no money to trade with. So what else are we going to do? We're going to figure out what the fuck happened until we get our money back. So, we're not going to quit, and we're not going to go away, and we're going to keep digging. So you better pay us and just shut us up, because until then, what's next? You know what I mean? There's clearly more shit to find. So let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I've always looked at this and said the reason why is because our situation is so blatant, it's so egregious, it's so black and white that it's there's no gray area where, oh well, they might have done this wrong, or there's nothing there other than you just stopped the game. When you're going to take a loss, you stop the game. And I think that's why I've sat and listened to Spates calls for 18 months, and I will continue to listen, and I'm obviously participating in speaking now. But it's just so blatant that when I look at it, I go, there's no way. I keep saying to myself, they can't just take your money. They can't just do that. So at some level, we have to find that way through to say, hey, get someone in place who's going to look at this, whether it's a person, a board, some sort of committee to look at this and determine, hey, this is what has to be done. This is what justice is, and we're doing it, and there's no two ways about it. Because you can't just build a system just to steal people's money. It's not a business model. It's not sustainable. And if they get away with this, what's next?
I mean, hasn't that technically been a very sustainable business model for the last X amount of years now? Like, that's all they've done is just steal people's money and steal people's money and steal people. I'm like,
right. But sorry to cut you off. You're 100% correct. But I'll tell you what changed. See, before, everyone was siloed. And when I say everyone, I'm saying retail investors were siloed. So you made a trade, and what did you do? Like everybody else, you sat and you watched the line. And when that line took a severe dip, you panicked and you said, I'm going to panic sell and I'm going to get out. I'm going to cut my losses, so to speak. And that's where they made their gains. They've got psychologists who know how to run these and set up their algorithms based on all of these human behaviors that they've tracked for years. But the game changed once communication between the retail investors became the glitch in their matrix. You see, even after the halt happened, let's imagine the halt happened and we had no way of communicating with each other. How many of us would have gone into FINRA, the SEC? Maybe a few of us would have gone in and they could have easily taken those meetings and said, there's nothing we can do. And you would have walked away and you said, well, you know, they're an SRO, so I can't even sue. And you would have just said, I lost my investment. But when you have people, that's why I said this community is probably the best thing that's ever happened to the financial markets, because you have a community who are now sharing their information and gathering data. I don't have time to sit down and go through all of these different filings. And I mean, I go through what I can, but when you then compile what you have and someone else gives more information and that piles on top, and all of a sudden you're sitting there saying, oh, we see where they violated their rule 6490. I didn't catch that, but someone else did, and now it's part of my will to stay in. Right? They actually wrote the corporate action. I didn't catch that, but that strengthens my resolve to stay in. That's it. It's the communication. And that's why I point to what Jay Clayton said. Because he's looking at one person and saying, a guy just putting out tweets. I mean, you're literally saying, this guy's not typing anything. He put out tweets. And you're saying that's a danger? You have Jim Cramer on TV every day telling people literally buy, 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 sell, sell, sell. Like, how do you feel if you're the CEO of a company and you're trying to do your best and you got Jim Cramer on TV telling 1 million people to sell? But
Well,
you got a guy putting out memes and all of a sudden he's a threat to the markets? Make that make sense. So the glitch in the matrix, like I said, is the communication. And the SEC seems to be guarding the door towards the dreaded short squeezes. But the one thing that boggles my mind to this day is, okay, somehow they're selling us on the notion that retail investors are all piling into a trade, and en masse at 4 in the morning, we're all selling. Make that make sense. Or en masse at 4 in the morning, we're all buying. Make that make sense. So what they've created is they've created the demand from their greed. You naked short sold, I don't even want to say naked, you counterfeited a stock to the point where you have to buy it back. You're buying back in that bulk. They're buying back in the bulk. We're not moving the market. The analogy of I've looked at this is we bought property in a neighborhood that was deemed condemned. That neighborhood is considered the ghetto. We bought the property. Somehow, we managed to stay on that property, and now they want the property back. They want to buy it low. But here's the glitch. We've all communicated that we know, although it seems like it's a condemned property, we've been told it's condemned property, somehow we know that it's the most valuable property around. So we can't comply and sell low so they can make it run. And then they're going to make it run, and then they'll sell it when it's high. That's the game here, right? They let MMTLP trade when it shouldn't have, because they thought they don't know the value of it. It's condemned.
Yeah,
But
like
we need,
I'm sure a lot of people woke up the first day and back in October when they saw a number attached to it and saw they could trade it, and they were like, "Holy crap, that's a dividend better sell before it gets any lower."
hell yeah.
I'm sure they got some people on that. I'm sure they
Yep.
did.
Yep. And
Hey,
for you know who I will be forever grateful to? Ali. Because I watched his videos on YouTube and I thought, wow, this thing's trading. I spoke to a couple friends of mine who were in the play as well. And I was like, well, why would I sell at this low price? The price will go up, so hold it. And as more information came in and you wised up and then did your own research and digging, and you're like, you know what? Like, I should buy more.
yeah, I'm similar. Like it took probably the first couple of months until I got like what I took to be a confirmation that if you buy this dividend that's currently trading, it does still entitle you to whatever the dividend may be, even though it's not one you got in the original distribution. And I was like, well, let's go. And we were off to the races. But hey, G Kelly, you want to see if we can bring a couple more people into this conversation? We got a couple of hands up. Let's holler at Lowell real quick. I'm sure he's got something to contribute. Lowell.
Yeah, well, first off, let me say, Curtis was in here, then he jumped out. He usually only has like 4 or 5 minutes to drop a bomb and then get back to work. So if he pops back up, I'll defer my time to him. But I will comment. It's like you were talking about, like speech being siloed, and like what does that remind you of? Right? It reminds you of this larger thing that's been going on for a long time. Oh, that's dangerous speech. We have to get rid of that speech. We can't have that. And so that to me just shows you like the overall game plan and kind of where it's coming from. And there's been a push from one side of the aisle for a while now to really go deconstruct and tear down that unelected bureaucratic state or that administrative state. And this speaks to that exact thing. I mean, like Gary Gensler is an unelected official in a certain way, right? All these SROs, they're appointed, and they have an immense amount of power that we just didn't have. We don't have until now, right? And so if you look at, we didn't have this way to share information before. You had like Wall Street Bets, maybe Reddit before, but now that we have this X platform, we're spreading information, valuable information, and coming together, and it's not being censored. I literally just watched Elon Musk talk about how they use AI to push journalism and reporting, and it's like in real time they're using things that are going on to push to the top of the algorithm. It doesn't matter if you're MSNBC or G Kelly. If you're on the ground near it, it's going to be, what that's doing is getting real information out there. But the other thing I'll speak to is what can be said about this community. I don't care if you're, Jack or Busy, Drew or Curtis or Jarrell or Junk or Jonna, who cares? Save from the obvious trolls out there. When the rubber meets the road and there's an action that needs to be taken, we all band together and do that action. We may not be together in spaces all the time, but we're all taking the action to call the officials that we need to call, put the posts up we need to post. Our weapons are pointed downrange, and that is what they didn't expect. I mean, just go into your average GME space, and this is not to knock the GME crowd out there. I've held GME before. I actually hold it right now. If you think we go off the rails, go into your average GME space. And so I think for us, what it did is it held us together in a professional manner. I don't mind cussing. It doesn't matter to me. But we were professional enough to get the job done and to unite together when we needed to. And then there's hands. So the last thing, is, and I'll just go over what I went over before. Curtis said it. It is extremely important to make the phone calls today and use the media we have. So we have the Timcast videos up there with Chris Rose. There's a push in the background to Sean Ryan. There's posts up there right now. Everybody needs to be posting that today. We have such good media traction. Media is reaching out to Curtis now. All right. So the more traction we can get for that, the better it's going to be. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm doing it in the spirit of Marduk because I know Marduk would be right here pushing that exact thing. If he wasn't in the situation he was in right now, he would be extremely excited about all the things that are going on. Him and I talked about Timcast so many times over the last year and a half. And the fact that that happened, he might be crying. I don't know, but I'll take my hand down and pass it on. But just everyone go up into the nest, repost, comment on Sean Ryan, push out. I think Drew should go on Timcast, and I think Curtis should go on Sean Ryan. I'm not the one making those decisions when it comes down to it. It is the podcasters themselves, but that's my opinion. And go to hands.
Thank you, Lowell. Welcome, Siki.
Hello, Fishin. How are you?
I am well. How about yourself?
I'm good. Thank you for hosting the space.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments. I know I talk so many times, but I'm just so down and depressed. I just want this to be over. I want to get paid. I want my money. I want us to get paid. But the comment, what I have to say. I remember. I know I repeat myself over and over, but um, when I recognized the corruption in the market, my friend that invited me, I live in Florida. She lives in Maryland. She invited me in the market. I'm a business owner. I know how to take my small money and flip it and multiply it. And I started witnessing the corruption. I started with Robinhood and upgraded myself to multiple platforms. So now I have different platforms due to my experience. But Robinhood started to reveal to me the corruption. So I went back to my friend and I told her she don't believe me because when she first entered the market, she made some money. So what are you talking about? Why bite the finger that feeds you, right? She didn't want to believe me, so I kept going back and forth with her till after 1 year. Till after she started losing her money. She started losing a lot of money, and I kept telling her, "Well, there's a corruption going on here." When she started losing her money, and her husband and other friends that she had invited in the stock market, they all start losing money. She told me one person that she invited in the market, that person supposed to have a swing trade, and that's he sold his house to take his money and throw in one ticker that I also was in and still in. The person or end up stuck in her in he's stuck in his grandma house for how many years now? 4 years, close almost, right? When she start losing, then she started to believe me, right? And then she lost so much money, she almost ended up losing her mortgage. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. And but I'm a Christian woman, and me and her, we have the same faith. But sometimes people have the different levels in Christ, and she hides stuff from me, and she didn't tell me that she was about to lose her mortgage because of the stock market, right? So she learned her lesson the hard way. When I was telling her she's not a business owner, I am, and I'm telling her that there's corruption. She said there was no corruption. After she started losing everything she has, then she started to believe. Then I got myself in MMTLP, and I didn't want to reveal this part because it's kind of personal to me. Because when people losing money, maybe sometime if they know you kind of in the winds, that would bring some kind of, so I didn't want to bring any confusion. So I kind of tried to download silently, keeping MMTLP undercover from her. But, just 3 months ago, she told me 2 months, actually, a month ago, she told me she almost lost her mortgage. So in the beginning, she didn't want to believe me. She didn't want to believe me because why bite the finger that feeds you? And that's what happened with a lot of retail investors. They don't want to believe that this stock market here is not in the favor, is not a place to throw your money. Is not an invest. In my opinion, I when I was growing up here in the USA, I almost heard of stock market people losing money. In my mind, okay, if you losing money, how much can you lose, right? It's an investment. So me as a business owner, I took a lot of risk in business, right? So if I take a lot of risk, it's two things: either I lose or I win. So you losing money, how much money can you lose? This is an investment, right? You put your money here, and if it's an investment, because I'm a business owner, I invest my money in my business. So it's gonna take time to grow, right? You cannot, you have to grow before you walk. But when I pour my money, and I was like 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, then with MMTLP, when God revealed to me about MMTLP, and I told my testimony back in January with Junk Savvy and Junk Savvy Space, when we was making high progress with Congress. And when I find out is that these people that's in the stock market, they're afraid they crying. I heard a lot of cried, right? Busy, busy brain and Jew, everybody. I mean, especially busy brain. He would go in different spaces. And I was doing my investigation because God told me there was corruption. So I was new, and I was just following God, what God was telling me. And when I was listening to you guys, I wanted to understand, is it true, God, that these people could be stealing people money like this, right? Is it true what you telling me there is corruption? So I come here and stay, and I met that's what make me. I was trying to fight those people through you to put in my comments, but I was sort of getting blocked, or they was trying to silence me. You're not gonna silence me when I see tons of people crying on YouTube losing money, and I'm losing, my friends is losing, her family, people is losing money. So I'm not gonna stay quiet. As a woman of faith, went to seek the face of God, and God, after 2 years of praying, when I got close to MMTLP back in November, right? That's when God finally, he was waiting. I was praying. I said, God, why are you not revealing to me? This is what I'm seeing, this type of corruption here before I go and accuse anybody. Why are you taking so long to answer my prayer? Right when God said, I'm going to show you something, I'm going to show you there is corruption, but I'm going to save the best for last. Right when I jump into MMTLP, 6 months, I'm still praying, close like around November, right? And God, before we get with the S1, I mean, there was a S1, or a corporate action that we were supposed to get for us to get, finished with everything, right? Boom. God said, boop. Then he revealed to me, and he said, yes, there is corruption. He was very angry about it, not angry in a bad way, because I told people God was angry. No, he's angry because his children is losing money in a Ponzi scheme, in a corruption market. When he revealed that to me, and he was so angry the whole day, the Holy Spirit was upon me, and I wasn't sleeping. It was a vision. I was kind of dozing off around 6 o'clock. Boom, he sent out the message. Bop, he dropped it in my spirit. So I took action. Then I was like, okay, so I started to go around and dig until I go all the way to 400 years and find out how much people was losing. I watched, before you guys watched all the corruption movies, I watched all the corruption movies. The 2008, when people was losing money, I watched all those movies so I could see, was God, or is it just my mind, or is it just my thought? Even though I know God is real, but you just have to make sure you have the right thing to say. God revealed to me So right around, God said, I'm going to save the best for last. Next thing you know, cooperation, I think the S1, the cooperate action, whatever they call it, but I'm going to keep S1. I was watching Trading Secret on TV, following Trading Secret. Everything in Trading Secret, right? So then next thing you know, we having a problem for the X1 to be approved. God already revealed to me 5 days prior there was corruption. So I'm watching what is going on. Trading Secret is big in the news back and forth. So I started, I was already digging. Then I started to investigate in FINRA. I started to investigate in SEC. I started to investigate a lot of stuff that I don't want to say. A lot of you guys will be surprised. Y'all think it's just SEC, SEC, right? And FINRA and DTCC. This is why we're not getting paid. They are way higher power, right? They are way higher stagnation here. We have a lot of building blocks that keep us here for 18 months. There's so many corruption that's going, it's unbelievable. I dig. And then when I was trying to, see why FINRA is taking so many time, because all eyes was on FINRA at that time. So they released the S1. Then after, when we was waiting to say, okay, we're gonna get trade, that means they released the the S1. So that means then God revealed to me John Broder. He revealed to me they was having a meeting and they turned against John Broder. That's what God revealed to me. I was like, oh Lord, I'm dead. Because if God is telling me, that means I'm in trouble. Those investors, they're in trouble. People reaching out to me from YouTube, crying to me, right? So when I come here, I was trying to my best to fight the corruption on YouTube. Then I couldn't. They was trying to block me. I said, "You're not gonna block me. I'm gonna do what God asked me to do. Not only that, you're not about to steal my money, because when you touch mine, you got something coming. I'm not gonna play this." So I never got on Twitter. Finally, I got myself. I said, I have to get on Twitter to see if I could spread the word. Lo and behold, God saved the best for last. I find Madu. This is why I highly appreciate Madu. This is why I highly appreciate you guys. This is why I admire my MMTLP family. God brought me to you guys. When I get there, I sat there quietly and I already made a lot of investigation. So I'm listening to the cries. I'm listening to the corruption. I'm just listening. I couldn't even take it. I say, God, so you was right. Then while I'm listening to you guys, I'm also reading, finding, making my investigation. Busy brain. So everywhere I'm back to busy brain. Everywhere, every space, busy brain go. I follow. Every space, I follow, because I wanted to know, is this corruption exists in America? And I'm gonna make it short because I don't want to make it a long story, right? So these people, going back to my friend, she was afraid. When I told her I'm gonna fight this fight, she said, "Oh, you're not. You're gonna." I said, "I'm gonna fight. I'm not gonna fight FINRA. I'm not gonna walk inside FINRA office, but God know where FINRA is located. All these employees, God know where they are. SEC, God know their addresses. Whoever God doesn't want me to mention here, who's blocking SEC, who's blocking FINRA, who's blocking DTCC from paying us here for 17 months after we done show all proof to these wicked human beings." To those wicked human beings, they refuse for us to get paid so we could move on with our life. I told her, I'm gonna fight them. She was wondering how you go. I'm going to fight. I'm gonna get on my knees, because I'm not gonna fight you visibly, but I'm gonna fight you invisibly. That's how I am. I'm a woman of fight. I'm going to fight you. You mess with me, I'm going to call Papa God on you. I'm going to call Papa Jehovah on you. I'm going to call Jesus on you until he come down for this corruption. God chose us, right? God chose the MMTLP family to fight this fight. To fight this fight. As as much as I hate to sit here in this site, in this space, but I know God wants you, the American people, to fight this corruption. A lot of people afraid to fight. Got out of all the tickers, we stand out because God chose you guys. This stock market is not an investment market. It's a scam. It's a scam. It's not in an investment, because if it was an investment, why are we still sitting here? Something that was supposed to take FINRA, SEC, DTCC 3 months to resolve. But we're still sitting here 18 months later, and we're still going to continue to sit here. Now, when I talk about bring my faith, and sometimes I try to talk, because I'm upset, I see the American people suffering, right? Some people, God revealed to me, some people is not happy with me. But I'm fighting for you guys. I'm passionate for you guys. God revealed to me, drop in my spirit. Some of them is not happy. The way I talk like that, I'm talking like that because we have our enemies sitting in this space listening to me. FINRA should hear. They should hear FINRA and SEC and those brokers. They should hear that the eyes of God is on them when they do in their corruption. We might not can see everything they do, but God sees. When I talk like that, I talk because our enemies need to hear. I don't have any problem with anybody on this space. You guys are my family, but I have a problem with our enemies. Our enemies, FINRA, SEC, DTCC, and the brokers, and some more people that I'm not even gonna talk about. But since you're digging your dig, continue to dig, right? Like Curtis is digging, everybody's digging, God is digging, I'm digging. We must win this fight. Not only we must win this fight, we must win this fight for all the CEOs in the stock market to know who is MMTLP retail investors. God chose us, right? God chose us. They must know who we are. We are unique. We was chosen. They hear, they listening. When I talk like that, one time I making a space and they telling me, oh, you need to stay on topic. No, I'm not. I'm staying on topic, but God the one that bring me here to reveal the corruption. FINRA and SEC should know that God have his eyes on them. God gonna dethrone FINRA. God going to dethrone FINRA. If FINRA think that he's immune, he could cause the American people to suffer with the rest of the people all over the world who have poured money into USA financial market, because the whole other financial market is connected to the American financial market. They bringing us down. They crumbling us. I'm not from, there's a lot of people who's listening in this space. They from other country. And those naked shots, those thieves, those hedge funds, they finishing us financially. They finishing us financially. Anybody could be mad at me. Sometimes I try to stay quiet, but I'm sick and tired of us suffering here, and our enemies must hear how God going to dethrone SEC, going to dethrone DTCC, going to dethrone SEC, going to dethrone those brokers, going to dethrone, well, whoever they are, Federal Reserve. Yeah, they're in it too. And there's so many more who's in it, stopping us from getting paid after we have cried our heart to Congress. Because God revealed to me Congress was going to be the one that get us out of this mess. And I only have a little sympathy for Congress, because God said that Congress was the one that was going to get us out of this mess. And we've been talking to Congress for 1 year. We wrote to Norman Wright, to whoever they call it here. What's this guy named here? Gary Gensler. He asked for extension. How many investigation? How long is going to take you to investigate? How long you gonna take you? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? They purposely doing that. And I'm gonna say a couple of more things I'm gonna drop down. Let me tell you something. God revealed to me back in December 2020, the beginning of the beginning of 2023, they was gonna try to pay us, but because they have so many naked shots, I know they hear, they listen, and they don't have to like me. They do not. I'm fighting for myself. I'm fighting for the 65,000 MMTLP families, and also for all the tickers in the stock market, for all the CEOs. I am fighting because God sent me here to fight. Whoever like me, they don't like. Sometimes God show me people doesn't like me. Maybe I'm too aggressive. I talk too much. Yes, because I want us to get our money. I want I want this great American dream. Or this is American is great again. I want America to be great again. Everybody, the whole world is looking to admire America, and America is stealing from their own people. I am highly
Hey,
disappointed of the American people.
hey,
Highly
Ezekiel.
disappointed.
Hey, Ezekiel.
I am highly disappointed.
Oh.
Highly disappointed.
Mm.
I'm highly disappointed. It's unfair. We've been crying here for how long? These people don't want to pay nobody yet. Sometimes I don't even come. You know, I'm a Christian. Sometimes I just feel like killing myself because of these crooks. The fate of God is holding me, so I would kill myself here. And every time I come try to talk, no, these people refuse to do what's right. What kind of pain is this? What kind of agony is this? You know how many people are suffering, tempted, even me, as strong as you see, I am tempted. If I did not find my Duke back then, I had lost my investment in one ticker. I almost went and killed myself because I'm a prayerful woman. I had to run to God, so I would kill myself. Now, MMTLP, if I did not find my Duke, I wouldn't even know if I would still believe. Still believing.
Hey, Asiki.
I wouldn't even know if I was still believing.
Asiki, we need to quiet it down a little. And I hear you. It's hard. I've been through really dark places with this. It's been 18 months and nothing that's happened is fair. Nothing is right. And in a world that's entirely just and right and everyone having the lives that they deserve, none of this would have happened.
And
And
if I didn't have you guys to come to, I don't even know if I would still believing as much as I have my own faith. I have to be on my knees to ask God, please give me strength. Give me strength. Not only I'm suffering, I'm also seeing such great, wonderful, loving, hardworking people also suffering. Look at my Duke is in the hospital because of crooks, because of FINYSCC, DTCC who's refusing countries that guy is such a wonderful human being like that have to end up in a hospital.
hey,
That's
Hey,
it.
Ezekiel.
We need
Ezekiel.
to.
Hang on, Joe.
I'm
Hang,
down.
no, wait, Ezekiel, just listen to me for a minute, okay? First of all, I appreciate you and I love your passion. And if you would just take a minute and take a couple of deep breaths for me, and just kind of like listen to what I'm about to say, and I hope it helps. Um, Clearly, you are very much a woman of faith, and I appreciate that, and I'm with you. Um,
I get
I've
weak sometimes.
I understand, and you are clearly a badass woman of faith, because he's not going to take you to something that you can't get through, and he's not going to take you to something that you're not meant to handle. And I know this sucks. It sucks for all of us. It's been a long 18 months, and believe me, I've been where you are with those thoughts and those feelings of just fuck it, it doesn't matter, I give up. But if we give up, they win, and
If you give up, they win.
you're not that woman. So we love you and we appreciate you, and we're very glad that you're here. um and I know it's hard, and it sucks to see, and it breaks my heart almost on a daily basis, some of the things that I hear and I see. um but we're
I
here
don't know how
together.
people could mistreat their own kind. Like, you know, y'all was born in this country. Like, they mistreating their own kind. I never see such. If you see my profile, you see I say sometimes, you know, I'm a very kind person and so homeless. I don't even see how people could be hurting their own kind. They're hurting
Juan,
their own kind and they don't care. They don't
Juan,
care.
Juan, hop in here for me, sir.
Good morning. How are we doing today?
We're talking with Ezekiel. How are you?
You know what? We all can relate to what Asiki is saying, but even sometimes as believers we have doubt, and having doubt is okay because He has always kept His word with us, and as long as we listen to what He has said, that everything is in His hands, we have to trust Him that everything's going to work out for those that believe. And we have a lot of warriors in here with a lot of other uphill battles. We have people that are clinging onto their lives with their health and whatnot, their finances. I have been through a lot. My faith has been tested, but yet I still cling on to it because it's the only thing that cannot be taken away from me. If my time has been taken away from me, if my money has been taken away from me, my faith has not been taken away from me because He is in control, and I know that vengeance is His, and it's in His timing. So if we would have gotten blessed before, we would have probably spent all of our money back in the stock market, and we would have lost everything.
We would have lost everything. Yes, I tell him, because I have a lot of investment. If I had gotten paid back then, I was gonna lose all my money. I thank him
But you
for
have
it.
not. But you have not, because His timing is always perfect, and you have a family with endless amount of support and love. And sometimes it's okay to vent, but sometimes it's also perfect to recognize when we are struggling a little bit too much, and to walk away for one day, and just focus on yourself, to ground yourself, because we got to preserve ourselves. That's why it's very important for sometimes for us to just take a deep breath and go about and enjoying the things that you like to do, whether it's taking a walk.
So for there's American, you guys, American people, how can they let their own kind suffer? How can Finwa let his own kind suffer?
Because
SEC let his own kind suffer. They let their own kind suffer. What is this? What kind of wickedness is this?
There's all types of injustice, but you know what? The thing about it is, when we have gone to Congress, we're not only talking for Americans, we're talking for every investor all over the world. And your battle is our battle, and our battle is your battle. So we are connected as one. Take some time today and just focus on the beautiful things that you have and you contribute, because you have lifted us up when we have had moments of darkness. You have given us joy by hearing your voice. Don't feel bad. Do not feel bad for how you feel, because you are human, and that's a gift from God. But at the end of the day, this battle will be won by faith. We will move mountains if we continue to cling unto His words.
Yes, sir.
Vengeance is His. And for anybody having these moments of struggle, do not deny yourself. Get yourself the time and love and the support that you need in order for you to preserve yourself to make it through one more day.
I only got it from you guys. I only got it from you guys. I don't know what else to do. I am stuck here. I don't know what else to do.
Leave it in His hands, because at the end of the day, it will be done. It will be done. He has paid it He has paid it on that cross, and we are covered by His blood. I am a man of relationship. I'm not a religious man. I'm a man of relationship with Him. I'm not here to put my beliefs on anybody, but at the end of the day, the only belief that I have is the love, the endless amount of love that we should be having for one another at all times. And with that, I'm going to tell you, I love you. God bless you. I'm going to tell, let's win for Marduk. Let's win for Gary. Let's win for Tony. Let's win for anybody that has lost anything. Love you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Love you too. Thanks, Juan. Curtis, I see you joined us again, but your hand is not up. We were just checking real quick with you to see if you have any great info to drop real quick while you're here, and if not, we're going to roll through with hands.
I'm gonna drop. I mean, there's obviously a lot of stuff that I was alluding to earlier. Asiki, don't feel shame in any regard for how you feel. And thank you for sharing, because honestly, it's impacted every one of us, some more so than others, and obviously dramatically different ways. And whenever it's rough, and it has been rough over 19 months now, it's been rough to find motivation to do the work. And when you hear people's pain, that that you're going through, that you're experiencing, and knowing the loss and the suffering that this community has had to endure over 19 months from people that have intentionally defrauded us, it's
Yes, sir.
motivating.
I
So thank you.
appreciate you. I appreciate you, Curtis. I truly do. I just don't want you guys to suffer. Y'all work so hard in this country to put you, to invest in a financial market y'all believe in, and you guys just losing money. Not only I'm losing, but for me to see you guys are my family now, and I see the suffering y'all going through. It honestly hurt me. It hurt me. I don't sleep at night. I see you coming here, you fight, you John Savvy fight. Everybody's busy. Brain Maduk is in a hospital. We lost people. People died, and these people, they know the truth of our share count. Like, release. What is the problem? Just to release a share count to let everybody move on with their lives. What is the problem here? They're just criminals. How can they let their own kind suffer? How can they could do such wickedness, causing me to suffer, Curtis? I have two business, Mr. Curtis. I went and take my money and drop in this thing. I cannot come here and talk because sometimes, when you come here and talk, people are already in the pressure, or maybe they don't know you, or maybe you have an accent. They're trying to kind of some people, they'll just brush you aside, right? Sometimes I come here and I told these people, this is what God have shown me. So the Holy Spirit will reveal to me. Some don't agree with me. I don't have any problem with anybody. I have a problem with SEC, FINWA, DTCC, who got us in this mess, and a lot of them is hiding themselves in different spaces, listening to us. So we should tell them the truth, so they know that if God, the one that using us to expose this corruption, if they don't be careful, God should dethrone FINWA, dethrone SEC if they're not going to treat their own right in the rest of the world who's invested in today's financial market. My friend lost everything. She almost lost her mortgage. I lost my business. I have two businesses. I own a salon and I own a boutique. When I saw 1 year in there, I couldn't, nothing was going on with MTLP. I closed up. I only have one business now, my salon, and put all my stuff in storage. It's been 8 months. I'm still waiting. I cannot even put my daughter to school. I want to pay my daughter's school fees. I cannot. I came and cried and talked. Even though I'm a Christian woman and God put me here to pray for you guys, but sometimes I get weak. I even plenty of time, if I did not find my Duke, I would go to suicide. And I don't do it because I know if I do it as a Christian woman who have a lot of good experiences with God here on earth, and I know I'm not going to make it to heaven. So I say I cannot kill myself because I want to make it to heaven. And I think
I
that's a blessing you
kind
guys
of appreciate. Kind of appreciate the, like, I don't want to say the level of pain, but the, like, there's been 2 times since we've been here that I've had just, like,
Thank you,
moments.
Mr. Curtis.
And they weren't really because of what I was going through, but it was because of what other people were going through. And which is that kind of like, I feel like where you're at right now. Like, you're going through it, but you're feeling so much for, like, what everybody else is going through. And that's, like, a lot. And I kind of understand where you're sitting right now. And if I could get you to give you a hug, I absolutely would. I'm definitely
Receive it
sending you a
from me.
virtual
Thank you for
hug.
giving me a hug. I receive it. Thank you.
We're gonna holler at I'm sorry, James, real quick. He's got his hand up. So, hey, James.
Good morning. So I heard that Gensler was given a 2-week extension on his answer. Was that given before or after the 15th? And who's giving him these courtesies? He better have some information coming. Did he say maybe, well, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff. It's going to take another week, or what's that all about?
I don't think anyone gave him an extension. I think they just responded and said that they're working on it. They acknowledged the receipt and they are working on it, and it's going to take a couple weeks. So they're just declaring their own turn times, which is laughable, right? It's laughable. Yeah, but I don't think they deserve any grace. I think that's been proven, right? That they don't have our best interest in mind. There's more information that's just going to continue coming out, and you know what? They deserve to feel our pain. They, I say that our offices that we've dealt with deserve some level of grace, but the intensity in these meetings is turning up. The ask is really shifted from an ask to a demand, not in a threatening manner, but it's a demand, and it's because we've been screwed around with for so long. And again, lip service is lip service, and it's more than nothing. But when there's lip service and then there's actions that don't reflect even the lip service, they don't show support for our efforts for the community, and really, it is obvious that there are some offices that are attempting to solely placate us, but not actually take the actions that they are empowered with. And so those offices are on notice, and they know that they're on notice, and there are meetings happening, and they're aware that they're on notice. And so I encourage, when you have moments of emotion and pain, to share them, because they're listening and they're aware. And if they're not aware, they will become aware in short time about the suffering, the pain and suffering that people have gone through. It is extremely disappointing when you're taking some of these meetings, and some of the questions that come out are so condescending, it's not even funny. About, oh well, did you just YOLO'd into a trade, and you lost money and now you're crying about it? Like, that's the tone. That literally is the tone that has come out in some of these meetings. And it's evolved over time. I think people have a sound understanding, generally in Congress. They have a sound understanding of what's happened, and obviously new details come to light, and they are irrefutable, and it becomes difficult to not support. But those that don't support us, right? Those that do not support us, have no intention of supporting us, or are not going to take action. That's going to come to light. It is. So don't feel bad about sharing painful experiences. If you need an outlet, that's what these spaces have been for so many people over 18, 19 months. If you need an outlet, do not result to this. Not only is this fight far from over, right? And I know that's not what anyone wants to hear, right? We won't know it's over, and we will not stop until we get a resolution. Justice can come later. I want a resolution. Then we can worry about accountability and justice. But do not dip out of the fight. If you need to take a break, if you need to separate yourself, if you need a healthy stop, right, at any given point, you're afforded that luxury, because we have so many people that continue to fight every day, and we can't all sustain pushing 100% effort into this every day. We all have lives, we all have responsibilities that have to be tended to. But don't dip out of the fight in life. Do not dip out on that fight. So just stay in it. Know that there are people that support you, that care about you, that are here and have your back at any given moment in time. Unfortunately, life happens and people have to dip out for whatever reason. It's shifting dynamics within this community, but we are in the the strongest position of leverage and strength that we have ever been in, on every front. On the congressional front, on the judicial front, on the media front, we are in a position of strength. They know that too. So things accelerate extremely quickly. Everyone wants to talk about dates. When do you want it? I get these DMs every single day, at least a dozen times a day from different people. I know you can't say anything regarding the date, and I know I'm not going to hold you accountable to it, but what's it? No one knows. I've said this over and over again. If you're being truthful, you won't know until you just look up and we're we're at the table for resolution and discussing how we go about a resolution. We've been pushing like hell for this for so long to get to this point where we had maximum leverage. So just know, if you can continue to fight, if you can continue to do the things every day, whether that be congressional outreach, media outreach, establishing relationships on the judicial front, it doesn't, however you show your support, however you are capable, everyone's capable in different ways, but however you are capable, just continue to put in what you can. Not more than 100%, not more than you can sustain, not more than what will take up and act as, you know, an obstacle for your life, but just put in the effort that you can, and it will be enough. I promise you it'll be enough. And Asiki, the people that have done this to us, I
Yes,
don't
sir.
believe that everyone's going to get justice. Unfortunately, there's not a great precedent for that in this country. There's normally fall guys. There are going to be people that are pulling strings and put us in this scenario that will never have accountability, that will never feel the repercussions of their
Yes, sir.
misdeeds. But there will be some form of justice for people involved. And
Right.
hopefully that's enough to scare the hell out of them from ever doing anything like this again.
That's right. No more you three hearts. No more you three hearts. You know that the Congress need to come out with new laws. They need to place new laws. And you guys, the American people, I have tell tons of testimony. God shows you guys, MMTLP retail investors, to put pressure on these criminals, on those crooks. God reveals stuff to me. Sometimes I cannot think, come and talk. He shows you, I tell you tons and tons of time, he shows MMTLP investors. You don't see how passionate you are, Curtis. You don't see how passionate Joel, Chu, Maduk. God chose him unknowingly. I had always known God chose uh, Maduk unknowingly. Jew, when Jew came after Busy Brain, the way things was going, God shows you guys. Look at you, right? Y'all have to make sure that y'all they do right by the American people investment and for the rest of the world and for the rest of the tickers. I don't like to see you guys suffering like that. I'm a very sensitive person, very loving, and I don't like wickedness. I don't. And I want you guys not only to get paid, but I want some of you guys who could continue this fight. And I want, that's what God wants. Not only God wants us to get paid, that's what he revealed to me. And he wants the whole financial market to be fixed for the next generation to come. You cannot allow such wonderful great country the whole world is looking up to. I admire America. I admire the American people. I love the American people. You guys cannot tolerate this kind of corruption in your country. God say no, I say no. The MMTLP retail investors God has chosen said no. Congress had to make new laws. Everything have to change. I appreciate you, Curtis. Thank you for uplifting me. Thank you for everybody who uplift me. Honestly, I am so down and weak and exhausted. You know, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Curtis, and thank you, Ziki. Just lean on us for a while. We got you. Hey, James.
Hey, Curtis, I have some connections with some upper level executives at Edward Jones. Who is this Edward Jones guy? Can you tell me something about him?
If you look at his LinkedIn profile, he's actually served as the chairman of the UPC committee. He's the longest standing, I believe, tenured member, him and Kelly Bell of Hilltop Securities, of that committee. And you can read between the lines on that. If you weren't tuning in live to Jack's space, or you can listen to the recording. If you know, a lot more will be shared about this, but these are not elected positions. These are assigned positions by FINRA's leadership. These people are put in place for good reason, right? And I don't think it's a good reason because they have retail investors' interests at heart.
So
They're put in there.
does he work for Edward Jones currently?
Yeah.
And he also holds a position where he is able to make some stuff happen elsewhere? Or was this something that he did in the past?
What
like how
what
does somebody from a
specifically?
private company it's was this his past employment where maybe he could have gotten in trouble or what? I don't get it. I don't understand how someone in a private company can also have their hands in deciding if there's a halt or not.
Well, that would be the conflict of interest, right? If you had an actual financial interest in the outcome of the decisions that you're electing to make, hence the release of that data, right? If the people that were responsible for making the decision had no vested interest, no financial interest in MMTLP, then I think you could at least argue that there's the opportunity that there wasn't collusion, that they weren't serving their own organization's best interest, right? But knowing that each of these entities, the committee members, had positions held from within MMTLP, and I think there'll likely be some interesting information regarding those positions in MMTLP, but each of them has a position in MMTLP, so they're weighing in on something that they not only manipulated or were responsible and an accessory to manipulating the handling of the corporate action, but also electing to pull the U3 halt, enact the U3 halt on December 9th. And it'll be really interesting, really interesting when the electronic blue sheets and the CAT data comes forward from that period of time, and you look at the volume that is produced from each of those 8 entities. It's going to be really interesting.
So there's a committee of people that work elsewhere that can sit at a chair and say, hey, this is what I think, but their main job is somewhere else.
Yeah, so these people are appointed these positions of power and authority because of the merits of their work, right? They're not hiring Joe Schmo off the street, and they're not serving in this committee, and they don't have professional capacity elsewhere. They're assigned to these positions because they have some level of authority and expertise. And when you're looking at this, just the Uniform Practice Code Committee, and you look at what that committee is responsible for, it's generally operational risk compliance based. So most of the people, when you're looking through, have roles like chief compliance officer, chief risk officer, head of. There's a lot of counsel, right? There's some attorneys there. So but yes, they serve these roles as they put it on the resume for good reason. I think it's an honor. It's a great resume line item to be able to serve in these capacities, but it is awfully ironic that people that are responsible for risk and compliance would weigh in on something like MMTLP, knowing what we know now.
Thanks, Curtis. Jarrell, I'm not really sure what's happening. You were a co-host, now you're a speaker, your hand's still up, so I got that part. Bird Lady, also you had a microphone, now you don't have a microphone. If you'd like your microphone back, well, feel free to request one. Jarrell.
I booted myself, but I can co-host if you want. It's up to you. But yeah,
Okay.
I booted myself, and I had a question for Curtis. Curtis, you mentioned the positions not being elected, which yeah, but I was wondering if you know whether or not the positions are appointed or if there is an application process and then they choose from there.
That is a great question. I have not found that in the 52-page PDF, which is the manual of the Uniform Practice Code procedure document. I haven't looked for that specifically, but from what I've seen, they are assigned positions from, I believe, could be wrong here, I'm going strictly off memory, but FINRA's Board of Governors. So,
Okay, that's
but
interesting.
I don't know if they have to propose their own candidacy. I do know that's the case for regional appointments. Nikki Brinkerhoff has done that on at least 2 separate occasions. Chief Compliance Officer of Trade Station. She's done that on at least 2 occasions. And then I do think that it's awfully ironic that she was appointed this position for the Uniform Practice Code Committee, position with significant turnover from 2022 to 2023. And she was given that position not once in June of 2023, but twice, because she was just renewed just over 2 weeks ago, June 1st, 2024. So I will say, regardless of that, regardless of whether they have to run and propose themselves as a candidate or whether they are literally appointed, obviously I think they have to accept the position, right? I don't think that they can't just be
Yes.
anointed to, you are now responsible for being a UPC committee member. So there's got to be some bilateral participation there, but I'm not sure that process. It might be something that would be really interesting to be uncovered in a hearing or maybe an official legal setting. It'd be a fun question to ask.
And I think that the records of I think that there would be paperwork records of people applying to positions or people voting in, what conversation happened, how the decision was made, who made the decision. That might be something that's interesting to FOIA as well.
I totally agree. Unfortunately, FINRA FOIAs are interesting. We have to have a common party there.
Oh, that's right. It goes to the SEC. I'm
But
so
you
good
got
at
it.
remembering that, and then I forget at these moments. So there has to be a reason through the SEC or some other government body to be bringing that. But it's still, I imagine. I don't know.
I would think that there's some. It would be a shame if there were not multiple FOIA requests in for each of these 10 committee members.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back,
Thanks,
James.
Curtis.
So, Curtis, if I were to ask those contacts I was talking about a question, would you help me out with it? Would I ask, what's the process of getting appointed to this committee? Is it an application? Are they headhunted? And what's the name of the committee again? The UPC.
It's called the UPC, which is Uniform Practice Code Committee.
Okay, should I just ask them, hey, they're family members, so should I just say, what's the process there? Are they headhunted, or is there an application? Do they shoot for it, or?
It's generally it's a very senior position when you look at the history of those committee members. It's a very senior position, and when you look at what they're authorized to do and what they're tasked with weighing in on, it's a very important process. a manual halt, right? Like a manual halt decision for an extraordinary market event. So not, we early on, we went through and we were documenting the history of U3 halt utilization. It's not done very often, right? It's certainly not done very often in the context of how MMTLP was U3 halted. So with a lack of, any resumed trading. So you have to put the right people in power to make and oversee those decisions, which is why you have a heavy compliance and risk oversight head of trading operations, right? They're prominent roles. So I don't know if you'll have an answer, because depending on their role within Edward Jones, I don't know, they may or may not be privy to that information. But it's definitely information that FINRA can answer regarding the committee selection process and appointee process.
My contacts would know this person. Yeah.
Perfect. That's
Like
great.
I even gone on vacation.
Well, that sounds like a hot lead right there.
Sorry,
Might have just killed the room with that one.
Sorry, I just stepped away for a second. Just come back in. Thanks, Curtis, for being here.
Well, I've got another question for you, Curtis, if you've got
No.
time.
Shoot, yeah.
Well, Fishin said no, so
30
I'm just going to sit here quietly.
You've met your quota. No, go ahead. Go.
So we've got a tweet in the nest that says that there is a Dennis Neal podcast coming out today, and you're on it. What's up?
I did talk to Dennis for probably 30 minutes yesterday. He's like, what's this data? Like, what's this latest drop? I love Dennis, by the way. He has been nothing but helpful this entire time. And there's no prep work that goes into these things. They're just conversations. You just jump into the conversation and it's being recorded and these clips come out. So, it's just him asking questions, me explaining the process, explaining why it's important. This was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I don't know. The days all have run together, but he did talk with someone. I think he talked to Mark Basil, and was kind of getting the latest. I think probably on the trade station litigation, I'm assuming. And Dennis shared with me that Mark had said some nice things. That was interesting about me specifically. So he just wanted to reach out and kind of follow up on what this latest news was that was being uncovered. And so I just shared with him a lot of what I just shared, the night before on Jack's Space, which is all of what we've been talking about for the last however many hours now. UPC committee, why that's important, why the names are important, why the conflicts of interest are important, why it's extremely important that Robert Cook, for example, has put in a letter response to Congress, signed by 74 members of Congress, that no broker dealer or any market participant for that matter was aware of an impending halt. They had no prior knowledge. That is interesting. That is a blatant lie. So, and we've known that, right? But it's different if you know it versus you have contextual proof of that. So anyway, I just talked about that. I have no idea what Dennis is going to clip out of that or not, because it was more of just kind of a free flowing conversation. And I am the least concise person in this community. Like, I cannot be short-winded, and sometimes my brain, the way it works, does not know. Like, I know what is important and not important, but my brain thinks everything is important related to this with all the details, and so I can't I know he's probably annoyed with me yesterday, operating on 3 hours of sleep and then trying to pull out a clip and
The
my
time is
inability to
11
say
o'clock a.m.
the the headline out loud and say, there's billions of dollars of conflicts of interest here, which is the reality. Maybe hundreds of billions of dollars of conflicts of interest here, right? But I stick to the facts, and I'm not going to say something that's like hyperbolic or sensationalism. So we'll see what he shares out of this. But I think the bottom line is the UPC data coming out is so important because it shows that clear conflict of interest, that there are people involved in the decision-making process, not just for the U3 halt, but also the corporate action being deemed deficient due to settlement or clearance issues involves the same exact committee in that decision-making process. So what should have happened, again, at a 30,000-foot view, when people are trying to explain this, and you're trying to explain this to media, you're trying to explain it to friends or family, you're explaining it to members of Congress, it's very simple, right? We don't have to explain the context of the company, the background of how we got here, that it's trading and it shouldn't have been in the first place. We don't have to explain any of that. It's this simple. We had a spin out that was going to occur. We were told through multiple avenues, from the company, from FINRA, from VP of the OTC, right? We were told that we were going to have trading through the 12th. They pulled the plug on trading with the U3 halt. And when I say they, it was collusion between FINRA and FINRA member firms that held liabilities, that had a vested financial interest in seeing that MMTLP was halted. FINRA broke their own rules for drafting and manipulating corporate action language, told the company not to do anything, not to modify it, to publish as is, then made additional modifications, and then used those same very language and modifications as the justification to halt the stock and then subsequently delete it. They set up the scenario, they set up this mousetrap that we've all been caught in for like 18 plus months. And those people, their names have come to light. Now, are those the only 10 people involved? Obviously not. Obviously not. The FOIAs reflect that. The people that have come out of the woodwork to try to defend their honor reflect that. Are there organizations that had a vested interest in counterparties that are not listed in the member firms? Absolutely. Everybody, TradeStation's not listed there. TradeStation obviously has a vested interest in this, right? Like, we have been victims of collusion. So, and then, that doesn't even factor in what has happened on the congressional front and the media front of them trying to thwart our efforts from bringing truth to light. That's what this all is. That's the headline. There is massive financial fraud and collusion that has taken place. And none of that is news to any of us, but that's what, that's the point to hammer home.
Right on. Thank you, Curtis. We got some hands. Normally I would say co-host privilege, so that's what I'm going to do, and then it's going to be Zing, and then Liquid 88. Hey, Joe.
I have a DM'd in question for Curtis, so I'm gonna wait in line and I'll go behind Liquid 88 and Zing. But thank you for the co-host privilege option.
All right. Put your hand back up so I don't forget about you, please. Zing, welcome.
Morning. Thanks for running the space fishing.
Thanks for being
Curtis,
here.
thank you. Curtis, I don't know, I had tagged you on a question I had about how to release some of the news that you have. Did you have a chance to look at that?
honestly, if I said yes, I probably have seen it. But if you saw the number of notifications, that if you can imagine, it's insane.
Yeah,
But
I know. Yeah. So I just my one thought was, and again, I don't know the legalities behind it. Obviously, you've done your due diligence and brought out the evidence that's pretty clear. And I and a lot of members here trust your opinion because I know you work from the heart. So my question or sorry, my idea was that you see it done many times where you build some sort of suspense, anticipation. When we have the evidence clear and we're ready to release the names, why not invite certain groups, people, media, and then do that like methodically, meaning maybe over a couple of days you release a name, and then a couple of days later you set a time, set the place, set the venue, bring in the people, and bring in the anticipation. And then I think by doing that, you bring in um, momentum, and also you bring in fear for potentially the individual that might be called out. I wonder if that gives us more impact. Again, I don't know the legalities behind it, but it's just an idea that you see played through these TV shows, and the suspense is there. People are dying to find out if they're the winner or they're the lucky date, and thousands of people tune in to find out. Just an idea. Not sure what your thoughts are, and again, not sure about the legalities behind it.
yeah, I totally agree with that approach, by the way, and that was 100% my intent. I got called out for even teasing the info or the importance of the info, and I personally took minor offense to it. But I was like, I'm being called a hype man or something here, like anything that we're discussing here um, is not tangible. Which it personally, the amount of things that I've seen that are fraudulent and the amount of due diligence, right? And the parties and the names, the mechanics behind all of this. I've seen it all. So there's not a lot that gets me excited. So when this information was surfaced, qualified, uh, and then peer reviewed, and then reviewed by third party subject matter experts, I did want to say something, and so I had my own way of relatively fun way, or it's fun to me, even if it's not fun to everybody else. Because I think of only one thing. I think of the Jurassic Park moment. I got to remove my sunglasses and drop my jaw because you're in awe of what you're looking at. But it's this is only part of it. What's been released is only part of it. So. And it's important because it gets people asking questions and understanding the conflicts of interest. And it's enough to throw a bone that you have, congressional members that can't turn you away. You have media members that, oh, well, now we have the story. Like before, it was accusatory statements of what appeared to happen with brokers leaning in and hedge funds shorting the shit out of the stock the last week of trading to try to crash the price. But it's different when you have names and organizations tied to it. So my intent was I did a really, really terrible job of keeping that under wraps because I couldn't help myself when someone said, wouldn't it be crazy if Fidelity was, yeah, Fidelity is on there, just so you know. Fidelity's on there. Fidelity's on the list. That was a week in advance. Totally didn't mean to do that, but it's fun. And you know what? And then I get tips. You get those tips because we do such a good job of sharing information in the community that somebody says, "Hey, just to let you know, Curtis, Fidelity is watching your account." Like, oh, great, that's wonderful. Hello, Fidelity. Welcome to the party. We're watching you very closely, securities attorneys and all. So. Um, anyway, that was the intent. I didn't intend to share the names one by one on Jack's space a couple nights ago, but you know what? I said exactly what your expressed intent is. Their value in releasing a couple names at a time, and my only intent was releasing the FINRA members. But we do such an effective job as a community of researching thoroughly, quickly the information that as soon as you posted the two names, people said, "Wow, they're so random. These two members, Patricia Casamatas and Chris Stone, also serve on this committee." And I'm like, "Uh-oh." People are going to start looking at the current day committee and they're going to start putting 2 and 2 together, but they're going to say 2 and 2 equals 6. And we don't want misinformation out there. So, all right, screw it. Let's just live organically go through this and start sharing the names, the conflicts of interest that exist. And the community is run wild with that information. And so, is there something that deleverages hype and anticipation and drama and not holding off till Friday like I intended? Sure. But you know what? The information, and there's more information, but the information has been put to work about 9 days in advance of that moment. And it's being utilized by all the right parties. Now it can be used because it's been made public by media, which puts additional pressure. It's literally every front: media front, congressional front, judicial front. It's tactical. It is strategic and very tactical. So anyway, that's why everyone knows the names now. They've been published I don't know how many times over. Their pictures are there, their titles are there. It's uncomfortable. It's got to be uncomfortable for all these people. We have people like, here's what I don't want, by the way. I saw from some pretty prominent accounts, like people talking about posting their or sharing or finding, even making suggestions about these committee members' addresses, like their home addresses, doxing them. Like, do not do that. Do not do that. Do not make us the problem. We have not been we've been victims here. Do not make us the problem. I'm not ever advocating for anything like that. That's so low, so shady. I receive threats when just alluding to the data, and part of me not waiting for any date, I want to insulate myself. Honestly, I want to insulate myself. I have a family. I have a career. I don't want, I didn't ask to be here. I was put here and no one has done the right thing. And so, we all have skill sets, utilizing mine to put the truth out there for the rest of the community to see. So anyway, that's hopefully that makes sense with a little bit more context behind it. But that's why instead of just pointing out a date of, hey, this is going to be released on this date and doing whatever, just putting information that doesn't put our leverage at risk. By the way, if there's information that is not and will not be shared because it puts our leverage at risk. So information that is shared is fine to be shared. They're facts. It's all publicly accessible data. Everyone can cross-reference it. Really, the detractors on the other side have gotten really quiet. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. They've gotten really, really quiet, and for good reason. They are 100% circling the wagons. But anyway, that's why. Hopefully, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, totally. I understand. I mean, obviously, information is sensitive. So strategically, you want to put it out in a certain ways so you're transparent, and I get that, and I'm assuming the individuals that are reaching out to you are probably concerned, and otherwise, why would they? I'm always of the belief silence is power, right? So holding it back creates more power, and then just releasing it at the right time is so much more deadlier. That's my thing, but I understand your concerns. It's just these are ideas, and you've seen them in action work before with other venues, and I thought this could be one way of doing it for us, bringing in more people, the media having the right people doing the release at the right time. Again, it's just an idea, but I definitely appreciate everything you're doing.
Yes, thank you. And there's more. There's plenty more to come. I mean, a little bit trickles out every day. And look, no one's we're all professionals, but we're professionals in a different sense. I don't think we've all had to kind of formulate our own ideas and methodology of how to handle this and handle the strategy. And I this community is amazing and across the board. But the people that I work most closely with, I trust with everything in my body. So not there. We argue, we play game theory, we go through whatever, all with the best intentions of not any single individual, but all with the same guiding light: resolution. What gets us in the fastest maximize shareholder value resolution? And that's so everything follows that same end goal.
Thanks, Curtis. And I think I know it's not exactly when and how you wanted to drop your fantastic DD, but I think it was a shot in the arm that our community was desperately in need of at the point that it came out. So thanks for that. And holy moly, at the hands we've got up now. All right, so Curtis, hope you're ready. Liquid 88.
Shit. Hey, you guys. Good morning. Curtis, I just listened to everything you said. I love you, dude. I love listening to you speak. The one thing I just wanted to add when you listed, the methodology and the process by how they completely screwed us with the U3 is that, and I know we all know this, I'm not hitting anything we don't know, but I do want to emphasize that on top of all of this, with the implementation of the U3 haul, FINRA made it tradable. They took my dividend and they forced it to trade. They created a market for a dividend that was never supposed to trade. This was full circle intentional. Before the end game of the intentional U3, they forced our dividend to trade. They had a plan to screw us from before the Torch merger. It's not just how this ended, it's the fact that they forced our dividend to trade. I just think that's terribly important with all of the facts and the information, and especially the individuals that are involved here. I feel like it would be important to, link up the guys or the women that were involved with making this dividend trade so that they could short it, so they could destroy the value of it before it even was assigned value. They did all this intentionally from the very beginning, from before the beginning. They made it tradable. And I just want to hammer that home because Curtis is listing all of these insanely important things now, and the pieces are falling into place with how the U3 happened and how they got away with it. But to begin in the beginning, and I know there was chicanery that went on before the merger even. And when we talk, I've heard Curtis talk about that too. But all of this happened because they forced it to trade. And we can't let that fact disappear here. They did there was a plan for them to screw us over. And FINRA did this. Anyway, I'm sorry to just rant and rage, you guys, but we can't forget that fact. I think that's terribly important. Anyway, and thank you guys. Everybody have a good day. Good morning.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And the only reason I didn't bring that up in the brief headline is because everyone like what you and I have been here as OGs, right? So we've been around for a long time, on multiple platforms, right? Not just Twitter. I hated I hated Twitter. It's so funny that we're here spending every day on Twitter sharing information, because I hated Twitter, and I especially hated the community was full of trolls associated with Torchlight Energy Resources, and there were more trolls than bulls sharing information. So it was just a cesspool. But you're right. They they wanted to. Uh, there were absolutely shenanigans in trying to prevent that reverse takeover between metamaterials and Torchlight from even occurring, and then they tried to, with the OCC memos that everyone is at least vaguely familiar with now. You should be very familiar with, in my opinion, regardless of when you earned or purchased MMTLP, that those shares were never meant to be tradable, and they were delayed settlement, and there was coordination, and there's evidence of all of that within OCC memos on how they would handle ultimate settlement, and the lack of closure of short positions in that Torchlight Metamaterials merger back in June 2021. So that created the stage for what was set up for then in October MMTLP to be publicly listed on maybe the fact that everybody glazes over this because you just think of the magnitude of it. You have a NASDAQ ticker, right? You're talking the highest level exchange, a NASDAQ ticker, that their preferred shares that were distributed become tradable against the company and shareholders' wishes on the OTC. And the people that used their exemptions to facilitate that from happening are responsible for all of this. And they're serving, obviously, they are serving short positions that never reconciled from within Torchlight. And that's why you have the same incentive by these same bad actors to try to tank metamaterial stock into the ground to bury part of the evidence and the shorts that are buried from within that ticker as well, within MMAT. So it is so complex. But I'll tell you, having been a person that has been asked to tell this story no less than 1,000 times, right? In different forums, different avenues, to different audiences, it's hard to not have people glaze over when you're talking about all of this. And it's hard for me personally to be concise, because I think all the information is important, right? Overlooking any of these details is a mistake, in my opinion, because you're going to lose an opportunity for transparency and accountability for how this happened and who ultimately needs to be held accountable. But um, I'll tell you, those things will absolutely all be brought to light over time. But the most important piece for, I think what is 100% applicable to 100% of the community is everything that happened thereafter with MMTLP, and most recently, pertaining to the halt and the events leading up to the halt. um, that that is so critical because it applies to every single one of us as investors, right? So it doesn't matter if you're an OG and you earn your shares as part of the Torchlight Metamaterials merger back in June 2021, or whether you purchased shares on December 8th, 2022. No matter what, we were all affected by the halt in some capacity. And it's, if you had a Venn diagram, it's a giant overlap in the middle of the same parties that are committing this fraud and that are trying to, unfortunately, rig the game or change the rules to the game or flip the freaking table because they lost. And so their only way to circumvent, the repercussions, the financial repercussions of that, is to take their ball and go home. That's essentially what they did. But guess what? We're not stopping the game. So we're going to demand accountability, and I feel extremely optimistic that we're going to get it and we're going to have a resolution. So just a matter of time.
And that, Curtis, is criminal intent. That's criminal intent, no matter what from the beginning. Thanks, man. God bless you for doing this for us, Curtis. Sorry to jump back in.
It is honestly my pleasure. It is not always fun, but it is my pleasure.
Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Liquid 88. Jarrell, you there?
I am here, and I'm going to cough for a second. Hang on.
No.
Okay. I've got a DM'd question from Phantom for Curtis. It's regarding a tweet that is up in the nest, and I'm going to read through it because Phantom has his tweets protected. So I want to try to let people know what we're talking about here. He has a screenshot of Mortimer J. Buckley, and it says he's an industry governor. This is from the FINRA website, and then it lists him as chairman and CEO of Vanguard since 2021. And the text of his tweet is MMTLP. Vanguard's CEO is a governor on a FINRA board. They held an ETF with MMTLP in it, and they sold over 40%, approximately 17 million shares, just before U3 halt. Did Mortimer vote in Nikki B? And Curtis, Phantom isn't able to take a mic right now, but he was curious if you had any opinions to share on that.
Yeah, so I do, and that's part of the information that has intentionally not been publicized.
Understood. Well, let's just move along then. Thanks, Curtis.
Sorry for the non-answer, but you can read the subtext.
All right.
Oh, it's an answer. I appreciate the answer, and I appreciate the discretion.
Let's go. I think it was Rob. Wait, is he still here? Where'd he go? Did he give up? Rob, you see Rob U3?
No, I don't see him.
He dropped down, so I'll try to pull him back up, and let's keep on moving.
All right,
hey, I apologize too. I just want to give. I have a 4-minute warning. I have a 11:30. I got to jump to.
Right on. Thank you, Marcos.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the mic. Quick question to Curtis. This panel, this committee, they only show up when the corporate action is complex. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on a normal corporate action, if everything is round, the corporate action only goes through the corporate actions department. They review it and they say if it's good or not, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So basically, with this new uncovering, they failed 3 times internally because you have the corporate actions department that reviews it, and then they escalate it to this committee. They review it, and then you issue 2 different corporate actions. They're not what the company said, and then a U3 halt. Is that right?
That's 100% correct, and I promise I did not plant Marcos's questions. They're all great questions, though. Your interpretation is 100% accurate and correct.
All right, I made a post about this today because I was curious because I was doing the research, and this department only comes up when the corporate action is complex, is deemed complex. So
and causes an issue specific to settlement or clearance, which is literally the site. When you look at the UPC advisory notice where the U3 halt was declared, again, it was declared based on the terms significant uncertainty in the settlement or clearance processes.
Correct.
They facilitated the very scenario that they used as justification to U3 halt it. It's manipulation 101.
No, and I think the worst part is that these committee, their function is actually to play exactly by the book. What would you do in this scenario that you have to play by the book and you have to get a good result. For investors in the market, you got to play safe here. And the way they chose to do this was not only they halted, but they decided to continue with the deletion of the ticker, and that's it. And I don't care about settlement. Let's just move on. Instead, they should have said, listen, this corporate action, the way it's written, is going to cause a settlement issue. Let's stop this right now. Go back to the issuer, go back to the company, and say, hey, we need to make changes here. But no, they just decided everything by themselves, even escalating to a department that is supposed to be more knowledgeable about laws and everything and regulations. And still, they only pick and choose what they want to move on with and make the necessary modifications to stick to their plan.
Yeah, and worse, right? So when there's a meeting taking place by company leadership, legal, DTCC, FINRA, and FINRA ghosts the meeting, uh,
Yeah,
all these things come together to paint the clearest possible picture of collusion.
yeah. I mean, I think what we have in our hands now is much worse, levels deeper and worse than what we had months ago. Because I mean, if you're going this high to get that kind of decision, and these people are supposed to be, playing by the book. This is, I mean, yeah, this is market corruption, collusion, you name it.
Well, you're 100% right, Marcos, and I apologize. I had to drop. I'm late for a meeting, but there's plenty more to come. But my simple ask is, as entertaining and educational as it is to share information, and that's our recipe for success. We would not have been successful to this point had we not had spaces to share information, to lean on each other, for emotional and mental support at times, to share information and due diligence. As amazing as this is, and thank you, by the way, Fishin and Jarrell, for hosting and co-hosting this and keeping it going. Um, everyone needs to take a step away, even if it's 10-15 minutes. Take a step away and perform your job, your relative action for how you pick up a shovel and do your part in this fight. So please, I implore you, as successful as we have been, the success and the data and the leverage goes to waste if you don't take your subsequent action. So please, I encourage everyone, find 10-15 minutes to carve out. And part of the cool thing about these spaces is share what you've done, because work and work ethic and people seeing progress and steps or hearing about it breeds hard work and work ethic, and it encourages others to do so. So I implore you, whether it's on the congressional front, whether it's on the media front, you're making connections, please do that, and then report back and share your experience. Frustrating or great, share your experience so we know what we're dealing with. Appreciate the hell out of this community and every single one of you. Let's keep up the fight, and we're gonna win, baby. We're gonna win. It's a matter of when, not if. So we're gonna win. Keep pushing. Thank you all.
Thanks, Curtis.
Thanks for the mic, guys.
Hey, Zing, welcome back.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was me. I just wanted to continue. I know Curtis had to fly, but I think most of us aren't really fond when certain legal individuals come into a space and take over. But one of the things that I think would be of an asset to take advantage of is, and I know that individuals like John Tobacco, maybe he's not able to speak, but when we have information that's like this, to bring in some market experts that are obviously unbiased but helpful, to kind of have like a discussion, and this way we could gain a little more information. But and that's why I build off of the hype, and I'll refer to that as like a big event, and whether that's one of those big WE events, or like the Super Bowl, and you have an announcement to make, and you've got certain individuals there, whether they're press people, media people, and you have them there and you give them the opportunity to ask questions. I mean, that's how you really build it up and get it out there, and I just, wanted to throw that back out there. I think if we can bring in the right individuals when we're bringing up that discussion, and like I say, these are market experts that are on the right side, that are here to fix the market, not continue with the market. I think those are good spaces to have.
Yeah, thank you, Zane. I don't know if Marcos is still here, but I just wanted to give you props for your background music. That was nice. Welcome in, Ben.
Ben, have the chickens finally circled you? Have they taken your microphone? Are you unable to talk to us?
I said, welcome in, Ben.
The chickens. They're waking up. Shh.
Did you see that post I tagged you in?
I did.
That was dope.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ben. What time is it for your time zone?
It is 5:36 in the morning.
I'm so
Good morning. I hope you're finding your way to a hot beverage that can get your day started well.
Chocolate milk.
Okay, that's just weird.
You don't like hot chocolate?
Oh, hot chocolate. I mean, I like chocolate milk. I like hot chocolate.
I mean, it's essentially the same thing. Hot chocolate, chocolate. What?
No, they're different.
It's liquid chocolate. I'm drinking it.
One of them reminds me of cozy wintertime festive Christmas, and the other one reminds me of cafeteria lunches when I'm 8 years old. Good memories, both of them. Delicious things for both of them.
While I am up here, I just want everyone to know, since we have 500 people up in here, we are repeating Marduk's MMTLP campaign to get us trending. I have reposted all of my hot posts, as well as on my timeline there is all of the posts from Marduk going back to our letter to the 74 signatures to thank them again. I'm reposting all of those, and I would hope that everyone else goes through my timeline to do the same, to make their own, as well as, yes, again, like and reposting it to get MMTLP out there. Please do so. If you don't want to repost me, again, go ahead. Take Marduk's post and repost it yourself. The point is, we need to get those hashtags trending again, and all of them are within Marduk's Ceritas Veritas page, as well as, again, on my timeline.
Thank you so much for that, Ben, and what a great resource. You'll just click on your avatar and go, and there's a list of them. You can go through and be using that the way that Marduk did. Thank you for bringing that up. Curtis was asking for us each to take 5 minutes, 15 minutes, step away from spaces, do your daily work that's part of what you do. And in addition to that, when you are sitting and listening to the spaces, it's a really great opportunity to go through and be liking and retweeting things, to be adding the MMTLP hashtag to things, to make sure that that the MMTLP hashtag is in replies to our tweets is part of that. Marduk was excellent at prioritizing that and keeping that going in spaces and constantly reminding people with it. And it's up to us to be carrying that forward. While he's not able to be in here and doing it, he's taught us well, and we'll be continuing to push that forward. Thanks, Fan.
I think it might be easier if I just post them all in the nest. I'm gonna do that.
While you're doing that, and since Marduk was mentioned, there was a space yesterday morning sending like well wishes to Marduk, and it seemed to be there are a lot of people who were interested in participating. It was a space that is mostly people taking microphones and speaking themselves rather than one person talking, or there being conversations with a handful of people on the microphone. And the intention is to have at least one more of those spaces. Not everyone who was interested in talking was able to talk, and then having spaces at different times of day brings in different people are available. So I'm not quite sure when the next one is going to be, but it will be happening at some point in the future. So I wanted to give everyone a heads up about that. And if you are interested in listening to that space, let me go and find it. And okay, that's not it. Oh, that's right. I did other stuff yesterday. I'm finding it. Here we go. I've put it in the nest. Actually, I'm going to put, there we go. I'm switching what I've put in the nest to. So you can find the link to the space if you're interested in listening to it in the nest. The text of that tweet starts with it's one of my tweets, and it starts with MMTLP Army. Thank you for joining this space to send warmth and love to Marduk. So if you click that, the link to the actual space is in there.
I'll put that back up in there after I spam.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Fen. And I did hear that the space from yesterday with Marduk was sent to Marduk, and he responded with a big heart. I don't know if he's had a chance to listen to it or how that situation is working out. For the logistics of his hospital room right now, it's not always convenient to be able to listen to spaces, to be able to have spaces just playing out and open. And I'm not sure if he has earbuds yet. There's some communication happening to try to make sure that he does have some, if that would be an easier and private way to listen to spaces. But I mean, you know how it is with hospitals. You have people coming in and out of the rooms, checking things at all times. And it also can just feel weird having the spaces broadcast into a room that you don't know if someone's going to just walk in at any moment and to change the garbage can or things like that, besides coming in and having conversations with you, or needing to run tests where you obviously can pause and turn the device off. And he is resting a lot, he's sleeping a lot, and but he does have the space and is quite appreciative that it's there, and he knows it's there.
Ben, what are you doing?
I'm posting all of the reposts up in the nest so people can get to it easier instead of having to scroll through my timeline. And then I'm going to update
Why does it keep putting the same shit up there? Like, what is
post up there. Mark's space.
It's not the same. They look the same, but
done.
the tags are different.
A few more.
The tags are different. It's for retweeting to different tags, even though the rest of the text is different. I mean, even though the rest of the text is the same.
Yeah. Each tag is different. Each post is different. We are targeting the media blitz again, as well as all of the senators and representatives who signed on the first time. And yeah.
I was just making sure you weren't like having a stroke, or like there was a chicken picking at your screen or something. I wasn't sure what was happening there, but no offense, bird lady. Are you still here? Yeah. I don't want to start a bird war.
Just to be fair, I'm pretty sure that there is a chicken pecking at his screen at all time, trying to break through and thwart it all. Those Hawaiian chickens they've taken over those islands. Next, they're coming for us.
Oh, they're working their way up the keys from Cuba too.
All right,
So
there
we got our own chicken problem down here.
Space up there. Thank you again for that, Terrell.
I picture the bird guy in Kids in the Hall, or on Cheech and Chong in the mental institution.
Okie dokie, everybody. All the posts
bird
are
guy.
up in the nest. Please feel free to like and repost it so it's easier for you.
All right, hold on.
Again,
I think
if you
we
don't
have.
like my
Wait.
posts, feel free to make your
Ven,
own posts
Ven,
with your own
Ven,
hashtags that
Ven,
will
Ven,
get
Ven,
trending.
Ven.
Make sure
Hey,
to use
Ven,
the
hold on.
MMTLP
Hold on,
fiasco.
What is happening?
I'm trying to decide if Ven can hear anybody else in the space speak, and he's not replying or responding to me speaking, which makes me think he can't even hear me speak because I think Zing or James one was making a comment and he was. What?
It's like the cat in the
milk is getting
Matrix.
to him.
All right, I don't know. I'm going to reset the space, and when I come back, I hope you guys make sense again. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, I know, like Ven could hear me, but then I think there might have been. Oh, Ven's leaving and coming back. Let me send a microphone so he can come back easily. Here we go. Hey, Ven, say something if you can hear me.
Something.
Wonderful. Awesome. Yeah, I think that there was both just not being able to hear, but it seemed like there was a lag happening also. It was really weird.
Oh, well, I was just saying all the posts are in the nest now. If you don't like the posts, feel free to make your own post, but please like and repost everything that is up inside there. Make sure to use the hashtags FINRAFraud, MMTLP Fiasco, hashtag MMTLP, and hashtag MMTLP, MMTLP Army, etc. The point is we want to get our hashtags trending again. Any of the media blitz that Marduk sent out, we want to get those trending again. We want to get all of the halt messages trending again, so that way all of the media can go and look at the information that is recent, as well as what they may have missed, possibly, and the timeline. That's all included in that post. They can click the quotes and further research anything that's in those posts that they're tagged in. So again, please like and repost everything that is up there, get everything out, and create your own if you need it be.
Thank you, Ben. All right. Hopefully we're better now. Caesars. Anyway. What else is going on?
I think before the hubbub, James Bond was talking.
James Bond.
I was just saying, remember the old show Kids in the Hall? And the guy that dressed up in the bird suit pecking at his screen.
No.
No, okay.
I feel like Kids in the Hall is one of those shows that came out like in my early 20s, late teens, big blur of woohoo, and I don't know. I definitely wasn't watching TV back then.
I associate it with like early 90s, late 80s, maybe early 90s. I know I was aware of it in like it was like 90 or 92. Like songs from it ended up on mixtapes and stuff.
Oh my god, mixtapes.
I miss mixtapes. I miss
Take the back
mixtapes as a
to the old
medium of
school.
communication with other people. I miss making the perfect mixtape. I miss having a mixtape and putting in the car and the tape gets stuck in there for a while and so you
Oh my
just
god,
can
no,
listen to
no, no,
only
no,
those
no.
songs.
When the cassette tape would eat the tape, no, no, the cassette player eating the tape, no, I hated that in the car. I hated that. No,
Well, no, I hate it getting eaten, but there's the I enjoy the no one liked it when the tape got stuck in there, but when the
I
tape got
missed it.
stuck and you had to listen to it over and over again and like, oh, you're taking a ride with whoever, you just know that that's going to be the music because that's your choice.
Yep,
And
and
there's
it's stuck
something
on the
like,
same song and it'll never ever play anything else ever again. Oh god.
Or holding your tape recorder up to the radio back in the day to record the
Oh
song.
yeah.
hell
I
yeah.
remember this stuff.
You got to put
I'll
the
never
tape
forget
over
it.
the holes if you don't want them recorded over or whatever it was.
Putting tape on top of the cassette tape so that way you can re-record over them.
Yeah, you pop the tab so it doesn't get recorded over. Put tape over the hole so you can.
Oh man, kids are definitely missing out on what we went through.
Well, and I get that they can make their own playlists and stuff now, but there's something about having mixtapes where there's a limited amount of room and you have to choose what songs are on there in the
Yep.
order for the purpose and that's what it is. You can't it's hard to skip over, so like
There was the
it
struggle that made it like worthwhile to listen to, and then when you finished it, like it was like, yeah, this is the best thing ever. I stayed up all
yeah.
night doing this stuff for you.
Yeah.
I made you a mixtape.
Oh, the
Brown chicken,
process of
brown,
making someone a
brown.
mixtape, the receiving of a mixtape, the uncomfortable receiving of a mixtape that you're like, yeah, I don't even want to listen to this." I loved all of that. Oh, we've got a request. Sam's coming up.
Hello, Sam.
Hey, I love talking about the old stuff. You guys remember the 8-track tapes when in the middle of the song, uh, if the track was, it would have to, you'd have to switch it. Do you remember that or no? Like it would cut off and you'd have to hit like the other side of the track or something. You guys don't
You like
remember 8
switch it,
tracks.
forward it to the next track. 8 tracks were
Yeah, but it
actually
was
pretty
right in
cool
the,
because there was a
but
lot
it
of
was
songs
right in
on
the
there.
middle of the song. It was right in the middle of the song. It would cut out. It was like the technology sucked, but it was cool. I have an
Yeah,
old
there was
Mustang.
a lot of songs in there.
Yeah, I have an old Mustang convertible, and it's got an 8-track. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It's just it's unbelievable.
I was just about
It's
to
just
say that. I have a 69 GT convertible with an 8-track. No way. I was just about to say that.
yeah, mine's a '66 Mustang. Had it for 30 plus years. I've driven it only about 8,000 miles. I just like looking at it.
Yeah, it was my first car. It was in my grandma's garage. I got it when I was
Oh,
15.
awesome.
It was like, hey, if you clean out grandma's garage, you can have what's under that giant pile of old bird cages and tarps. So I'm like, okay, there it was.
Wow.
Got the hood
That's
pins
pretty
and
cool, man.
everything. Yeah,
And you
still
still
have it.
have it.
Yep. First
That
car, last
that
car.
wow, that's awesome, man. All right. Just wanted to chime in with the 8-track.
Appreciate you.
I just killed the room.
If anybody's looking for the 1153 Edgar update, nothing there. Okay.
Breaking news. Ari Rubenstein has been found at a local library, checking out the geography section. Is he searching for Waldo? More news at 10.
Okay. That's a thing.
Wait, so we have to wait until 10 to find out if he found Waldo?
Yeah, he has trouble trying to search through information, it appears.
If we find Waldo, will that lead us to Ari?
That is a good question.
I think it's possible. Unfortunately, I have not found Waldo today, so can't quite test it out. But I can say that I also have not found Ari today. So
That is okay. Ari Rubenstein can't find Waldo either. If he can't find Waldo, it's no wonder he can't find the blue sheets.
Wait, now Ari is looking for the blue sheets?
He has never stopped searching.
Maybe the reason they can't give us the blue sheets is because Ari has the blue sheets with him. We can't find Ari, therefore we can't find the blue sheets. In his little briefcase.
Did you say they're in his briefcase?
Yeah. Chained to his wrist with a handcuff. Nobody gets the blue sheets. Ari has them.
Thank you everyone for the likes and reposts. If you are just joining us, make sure you go through the nest to like and repost everything up there to get the hashtag trending again in honor of Marduk. Since he is not here, we are moving forward with this campaign for getting everyone's attention, as well as sending out the new recent interview with Chris Rose to the media blitz that we did previously. We're just refreshing them with new information, and yes, liking and reposting will help get that information to their faces.
Did you say faces?
Yes, to their faces.
All right, you're in your face. Take that. Joe, put your hand up. Joe.
Well, first I want to say to Ven, your face went to college.
No.
And I also
It did.
I also have some breaking news that's coming in from Discord regarding the blue sheets. Here we go.
Did Ari find them? Did Ari find them?
The blue sheets are in invisible ink on the backside of the Declaration of Independence. We need Nicolas Cage to retrieve them.
Breaking news, folks! Ari Rubenstein is on the search for the Declaration of Independence.
I would like to go out on a ledge and say that came from our duck-hitting buddy Jared.
No.
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 This national treasure is sure to be very, very interesting. No, but really though, please go through the nest and like and repost everything for this MMTLP blitz.
So I keep opening the same tube of chapstick. I use a lot of chapstick. I keep opening the same tube of chapstick and it's empty because I used all the chapstick and then I was digging you have to dig down to get all of it because I am very economical with my chapstick. and then the actual tube part popped out, and so I was, like, able to dig in it even more, and it kept popping out, and so now it literally is empty because that little tube, which is just more like a cup, is gone, and why I keep just then closing it and setting it next to my other chapstick, I have no idea, and I just did it again. It's kind of eerie. I should really just throw that away.
The time
Well,
is
that's, you know,
12
that's the
o'clock
thing.
p.m.
I was hesitant to bring that up, but since you mentioned it, it is always an option. It's there. It's
I like
something.
to collect the chapsticks that I have that I've used down and used, like, literally all of it because I find it to be an accomplishment, and I that's what I tend to do with every chapstick because it's a thing I do. But actually keeping all of the like, for a while, I was keeping them in a vase, and it was sort of this decorative thing, and I thought it was also, like, a little bit of, like, quirky art. And then I realized it was just a whole bunch of really old chapstick tubes, and that was kinda gross, and I threw it away, and then I felt sad, and it's this whole thing that I go through now.
Mm.
But yes, Fishin, I'll throw it away just for you. Okay,
Don't
here it
do it.
goes.
Don't do it for
I'm
me.
putting it in the garbage. I'm putting it in the garbage.
All right.
I'm putting it in the garbage right now.
You okay? Right?
I actually just put it in a plastic bag that I'm gonna put other garbage into, so
Oh, jeez. All right.
I'm not feeling the pain yet, but
We'll hear the ballad of the empty chapstick at some point again, I feel. But in the meantime, let's check in with James. Hey, James. James Bond.
Oh, hi guys. So as far as Gary Gensler and the response to or the non-response and his self-appointed extension on his answer, um, you know, where is that info? How do we know what he said? I guess I haven't been researching it. And did he say, "Hey, give me 2 weeks," or just we're working on it?
I don't think that we have seen that letter yet. That's, I imagine, a letter that went to Congress, and we've been told the information, or that our networked contacts have been told the information, but I don't think that it's been specifically published in a way that we can see it yet, or I haven't seen it yet out on tweets.
I don't know why I'm saying 2 weeks. For some reason, I heard 2 weeks from someone. I'm assuming it's just they're just saying, "Oh yeah, we're working on it." So we're doing our best. That's what we can do. So stop asking questions.
Yep, I think that's could be what's going on. I don't know. And I don't want to presume anything that Pete Sessions is thinking or Ralph Norman is thinking, who signed the letter to begin with, the newer one that came out June 5th. However, if I were in their shoes, I would not be expecting a reply. I would not be expecting much of anything, and I would have crafted that letter for a purpose other than merely to communicate to them, "Hey, you think you can give us some information?" And as to what that purpose is, there's a whole bunch of different I have a bunch of different ideas, um but as I think consider my expectations, that's the main thing I think about. And so with whatever came next and what comes after that, yeah, we'll find out.
Hey, Jarrell, wasn't Pete Sessions on that letter as well?
Yeah, Pete Sessions and Ralph Norman is what I remember. Did I say the wrong names or?
No, because you just mentioned Norman. You didn't mention Pete Sessions.
Oh, yeah, Pete
And,
Sessions was
and
also on it. Correct.
the concern, if the information that Curtis implied, I mean that Sessions has some connections, and whatever. I don't want to get into a lot of detail because I don't know the details, to be honest with you. But the the concern is whether that was just more lip service than anything.
Yeah, I agree that's a concern. And I'm not sure what to think of the fact that both Ralph Norman and Pete Sessions' names are on that letter. Because Ralph Norman certainly has had more active interest with us. And I am not trying to imply that Ralph Norman is anything other than what we know him to be. I don't think that both signatures being on the letter says that. I also don't, and similarly, I don't think that Ralph Norman's signature being there with Pete Sessions reflects on Pete Sessions. I'm not sure what to think of both of those names being there, um, and I've sort of lightly thought about it, but I don't have any strong conclusions to draw, especially ones that I want to bring into public conversation. I've mostly just had inside thoughts about it, but I do find it interesting. Which is not to say other people can't talk about it. I just my thoughts aren't fleshed out enough to be shared. But if anyone else wants to bring it up, that's cool too, or wants to continue talking about it. I wasn't trying to cut off that conversation or anything.
I'm back. What I miss?
Come on, everybody. It's just one button press. That's it. It's even easier than a phone call.
I don't know, Van. A phone call's somewhat easy.
But if you just tap one button that says repost and bam, you don't even have to interact with anybody.
That is easy. Wait, I'm going to do it right now and see how much time it takes. I'm opening the tweet. I'm scrolling down, and bam, 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 done.
Dang, that was quick.
That was kind of fun too.
I actually was in the process of doing the same thing. I was a millisecond before you and was able to approve a microphone for Seekastar because gifted like
That's the easiest job we've had all 18 months.
you guys just chat with Seekastar while I like and repost a few more things. Seekastar, welcome in.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Yeah, sometimes calling's easy. Sometimes you call your senator's office and it just goes into the voicemail. Press this option, if not hold, and then the live person will come on and they just never come on. Regardless, make your calls, tweet on X, but I challenge you to take your posts on X to LinkedIn and Truth Social. You can tag Devin Nunes. I think he would be very interested in this if he's not already
That is a
aware,
great
which
idea.
is. And, LinkedIn. I just saw some posts from probably White House press security, secretary. So I went into the comments and I posted something, and it's so easy just to go in there. You can target groups, your audience, whatever you want. FINRA, SEC, every individual on the UPC committee, you can go into their comments or their reactions and just say, hey, look, this is what's going on. And people who follow those people are going to see it. And I'm telling you, I feel like that lights such a fire under their ass, more so than X, because I feel like X is a bubble and it can be contained. But LinkedIn is different, and there's news organizations on there. There's just so much opportunity. So while you're sitting here, I challenge you, if you're worried about exposing yourself, then change your name, change it slightly, take your picture off. I don't know, hide all your information so that people can't see where you worked. You have those options. But again, I challenge you because rather than remain on X, we should go full throttle. Full throttle. And yeah, that's all I got to say. So everybody have a good day.
Thank you, Seek a Star. I appreciate that.
And Seek a Star, you've been popping up lately and reminding folks about LinkedIn as being used in a social media way, and I'm really grateful. I'm not on LinkedIn, so I'm not familiar with it at all, and I always forget that there are conversations that happen and interactions, and please continue to remind us about LinkedIn as a possibility for outreach here. I really appreciate it.
I bet a lot of people have the LinkedIn and maybe they just don't want to use it. I'm not judging, everybody, you do you, but yeah, there's an amazing opportunity. And just to give you one example, when I was trying to expose some of the corrupt BOD of Vinco Ventures or BBIG, I started targeting Lisa King. I think she was CEO, and she had a friend too that was writing articles for Vinco. And so when the Business Insider article came out about Ted Farnsworth, um, maybe he was CEO. Regardless, um, I I started putting the link to the article in her comments on her posts, and the same for the journalist. And within 24 hours, they both deleted their profile because they know they did something wrong. So really, it really does put a lot of pressure on those people that are out there in the public eye, and more so than X, in my opinion.
Yeah. Thank you, Seek a Star. Yeah, like it's not always necessarily who you know, but who knows who you know, right? Um, you could be the one random repost somewhere that you might expect nothing out of, and the next thing you know, great things are happening. So
We've been on X for 19 months. Let's get on LinkedIn if you're not already on there. There's other people out there outside of me who are doing this, and now's the time to again go full throttle and really bring light onto the situation for those who don't know, because maybe the media is coming to Curtis and a little bit of that, but we have the opportunity to bring it to them on a bigger scale on LinkedIn. Anyways, I'm burning my wick at both ends, and I'm just arriving at work, so I'm gonna step down, and y'all have a good day.
you too, Seek a Star. Thank you. Mm. All right, well, we're midway through the day. It's 12 o'clock. Go over here for the midday update and nothing. Excuse me. So have we all gotten so accustomed to the Friends references that we just take the title of the space as the title of the space and roll with it? We all know what that means. No one's asked. No one's pointed it out. Just curious.
Thursday, the third day.
Right. Okay.
I actually did not pick up on that, so thank you. And I am fairly fluent in speaking Friends references and did not catch that.
I'm sneaky sometimes.
Actually, when Curtis was in here, I updated the title to let people know that he was in here and was trying to figure out where to adjust your title if I didn't have enough characters. I had enough characters, but I was looking at it and going, third day edition. What in the? Well, I guess that's what I'm taking out, and I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, 'cause I saw you change the title, and then I saw you change it back, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." But then I was like, "No one has said anything about third day." Like, okay. Although you did quickly call pivot.
There's a pattern floating around out there for a Friends themed crochet throw, and it's a whole bunch of squares. So it looks like a quilt with a bunch of different squares, and each square is a crocheted design of various images that harken back to Friends in various ways. And I believe that the pattern, I think it's a paid for pattern that's probably been pirated here and there. Um, but I believe that the pattern has a whole bunch of options for squares, and you pick and you mix and match and decide where things are. I've seen one for Friends, I've seen one for The Office, and I'm enamored with both of them. It's on my very long list of things that I would like to crochet someday. And since it's crocheted, it ends up having sort of a pixelated look for each of the images, which gives it like that, nostalgic 90s vibe, which I particularly enjoy. I'll see if I can find a picture of that. What were you going to say, Fishin?
If you will. Kind of like the Max Headroom. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about when I say that, but
I do a bit. Yeah, kind of like that.
was that a yes, dear? Yeah, kind of like that, or was that a oh? Now I remember what you're talking about, and yeah, it's kind of like that.
Both.
Okay. kind of
It was
felt it felt a
it
little
was
like a yes,
mostly that
dear.
I know what you're talking about.
Wish my boss would email me. Fucking nervous. Oh, it's only noon. It's only noon. I think that's like the bad part of like waking up early. Like in my head, I feel like it should be like 3 o'clock, but it's like 12.
So what time did you wake up?
I don't remember, to be honest. I just know, like, I feel like it was earlier than. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've been on the space for a minute and it feels like it's later than it is. It's been 18 months, Drew. Or has it been 19 months? People keep throwing 19 around. Like, where are we at with it?
No, 18 months. It has been 18 months. In the future, we will come to our 19th month anniversary. We have not hit 19.
Okay.
In fact, if I'm going to be this specific with it, I'm going to look at a calendar and I'm going to count and say it won't be until this upcoming Sunday that it will even be 18 and a half months.
Okay.
It's that pattern of as you get closer, you start to say 19 months and then you say 18. Let's say it was, at the end of May, you start to say 18 months, even though it's not until June 9th that you hit 18 months. So then you start saying 19 months when it feels like it's been a month since 18. But when you start 18 too soon, you start 19 too soon. Except you don't do it at a month, you do it at like 3 weeks, except we started doing that a long time ago. So yeah, the way the numbers are thrown around gets off. And when we were at 6 months, 7 months, it was a sticking point for me, so I would jump in and be like, "No, we are not at 7 months yet, no!" And I would try to, like, rein it in because I was trying to keep track and I would get confused. But now, like, the difference between 18 and 19 months, I don't know, it's kinda same. It's not the same sort of difference as 6 months and 7 months or, geez, 1 month and 2 months. Whew. I remember when we hit 1 month, I'm sure you all remember too, and, like, it's June 9th it's January 9th, and we're looking around at each other like it actually has been an entire month. How is it an entire month?
Oh. I look back at we've grown so much in the last 18 months. We were so hopeful back then, just like little puppies just going out into the world.
It was a kinder time, it was a gentler time. We knew not of what we knew not.
What the fuck is that mean?
Why can't I take a picture of this thing? Just do a screenshot.
I don't know what that was, but I'm not crazy about it.
What was that?
I think somebody bought the place next door to me, and I hope so anyway, because I keep hearing like random noises coming from there. I just heard a ruckus, and I wasn't really sure what it was, and then I figured out it was definitely coming from like the window behind my head, which is next to. Anyway, I don't know. Hey, Craig.
Hey, what's going on? Let me put this in the nest. Hold on.
Okay.
I got it.
Oh. Hold on.
Will you tell us about this? I saw it just as you came up.
No, I just, I'm coming up and I'm just showing this. I'm probably going to delete the post in a little bit, but I mean, I emailed like what 20 reps or something, and I got like a few responses, whatever. Just it's just an email. Just send an email to your rep and get a response. If you get a communication going like that, who knows what's coming, you know? So I just wanted to, I just trying to encourage people to keep going no matter what's going on around us. Just even if you do 2 lines with the update, get a response so you have a communication going. It's one email. So, yeah, I just wanted to come up here and just share that and hopefully encourage people.
And if you already have an email that you have sent to your rep and you and they, you've sent it, you can reply to that to them, or you can like use that chain and reply to it. And that means that not only do they see the one or two very easy lines that you send them, but they will get a mental reminder of the previous conversation. It helps to move it into their like higher up in their just short-term memory of what's going on in the office.
Yeah, and these are people that aren't even my rep. So yeah, I mean, it's at the very least, it's worth just a shot with a quick email every now and then. I mean, start today, but if they don't answer, try again. It's an email. It's clicks. So I just wanted to get up here and preach. So I gotta head back into work, but keep up the good work, guys, and those who aren't, get busy. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks, Craig.
And while we're talking about emails, in the nest, there are also a whole bunch of great retweetable tweets, like quote tweet, retweet, comment, go into the comment section and like and retweet and comment on those. You know what to do. We've been doing it for 18 months. Well, we've actually been doing that for like 14 months, but we've been doing it for a really long time.
Long enough to know how.
Long enough to know how, yes. And I am briefly going to add to the nest. I'll take it down afterwards because it's not all that relevant. But I'll add to the nest. Fishin, I found a picture of one of the possible options of many for a friend's graphgan. It's like an Afghan, but it's using a graph style of crocheting. And it's kind of fun to look at the different pictures that were chosen to put on there. And that's up in the nest.
Did you know that the picture frame around the peephole actually started off, if I'm not mistaken, as a mirror that got broken, and they just utilized it in that way?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've always loved that, and what a like they have neat eclectic things, and I like quirky design.
I believe I read that. It started off as, I want to say it was a mirror, and it got broken, and somehow they came up with that idea. I personally am a fan. The purple wall, I both like and hate. A lot of purple.
It's very 1990. It was the like height of hip and cool looking at how that was all put together. And no, not 1990. It was 1994. Is that right? Yeah, Friends came out in 94.
My best friend's cousin wrote that theme song. He's from Minnesota. He moved out to Hollywood, and his agent said, "Hey, you want to write a jingle for a sitcom?" And he's like, "Oh, he's a musician." He's like, "Damn it." But he did it, and he's still getting paid off of it. His name is Phil Solom of the Rembrandts.
Yeah, that's what they call mailbox money. One of Beverly's friends that I met back in the day, her husband had been a part of some one-hit wonder song from back in the 60s. And she's like, "Yep, I still get a check every month. Every time they play it in the jukebox, when they play it on the radio, I get 2 cents or whatever it is." But yeah.
And
I'm
it's
still
funny
getting.
because when he's putting on a concert, everyone's like cheering, "I want to hear Friends," and he's like, "Damn it." 20, 30, 40 years later, whatever it is, he's so sick of that song.
But it's one thing to be asked to play it all the time, and it's another thing to be asked to play it, and, like, you need to do it with enthusiasm and fun and, like, put your heart into it, and yeah.
Oh, he
Hey,
does,
Craig.
but it's
Oh.
just I can feel his pain.
Well.
Hey, Craig. Oh.
No, go ahead.
Well, Craig's got his hand up, and so I'm wanting to welcome him to the conversation, but we're also having light conversation, and so I feel like I'm cutting everything off, and I'm being awkward with it.
No, I heard James say that, and I was just gonna throw in. My dad went to high school with the guy who sings the Cheers theme song and Punky Brewster, and he like sung at his wedding. So that made me think of that when James said that.
Wait, the guy who sang Cheers also sang Punky Brewster?
Is it Punky Brewster or Mr. Belvedere? I think it's Punky Brewster.
Punky Brewster is about the adorable girl who has a fantastic fashion sense, and she's 6 years old, and she's sort of, I think she's 6, I don't know. She's younger, and she, like, adopts an older man, Henry, to take care of her, and as I'm describing this plot line, it comes out a whole lot different in modern context, but it was adorable and fun and nothing creepy about it at all back in the '80s. And Mr. Belvedere is the theme song that has a lot of, like, trombone in it. I don't remember Punky Brewster theme song.
Well, you just said you think, and then you described the entire show like you have books on it.
I was a big fan of Punky Brewster in my day.
Well, I think
I could not see that.
we
I
had
could not even.
crushes on her when we were that age. Oh yeah.
Hey, we are joined by somebody that we are not joined by very often. And I'm happy that I get to say hello. Art Byrne, welcome in.
Hi, Fishin. How are you guys doing?
Not too shabby. How about yourself?
It is such a great day today. I came up to share a little game that I have put together. Let me see. I'm going to share it to the nest. If y'all want to play. Another Wheel of Fraud.
I like games.
We're fond of games here.
I've been playing MMTLP hooky too much today already, and I need to get back to work, but I wanted to put that in the nest so you guys could see it and wish y'all well. Love you all.
Thank you, ma'am. It's good to see you here. Thanks for popping in and popping that up there.
Hey, Jarrell, I just looked it up. Yeah, it was Mr. Belvedere and Punky Brewster and the Cheers theme song. So the royalties.
Oh my God!
The royalties he makes off the Cheers theme must be incredible.
Yeah.
It's actually pennies, sadly.
Yeah, it's like my friend said that she gets like 2 cents or something every time they play the song.
When it first came out, it would have been like dollars and tens of dollars for every play, but now it's pennies.
You think even for that commercial that it was on like 1,000,000 times last year, he doesn't get good money for that? He probably gets good money for that.
Oh no, he gets good money. Don't get me wrong. He gets good money, but it's significantly lower than what it used to be. Significantly lower.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening to. I know the Cheers theme song really well. I think a lot of people do. But I'm in my head thinking through the Mr. Belvedere theme song, and it's totally the same guy, but he does different things with his voice. He makes it all like vaudeville sounding, kind of. Wow.
Yep, he's from Valley Stream, New York. I don't know where he is now, but I've actually never met him, but I met his brother.
So was Mr. Belvedere, was that a spinoff of the Fresh Prince?
No, it was before Fresh Prince. Mr. Belvedere was in the '80s, and the concept of that one was that the family, I think, went on, or how did the family, through some sort of like silly happenstance, they won a housekeeper, and the housekeeper who came was a like stuffy, very by the book British fellow, and he lived with them and would have his own opinions about different things and sort of get along with the head of the household, and then, you know,
Yeah,
80s sitcom.
I definitely remember it. I didn't get into it. I mean,
What is
I'm
this? How to Train
48.
Your Nanny or something?
What was
Okay,
that, Fen?
I didn't hear anything anybody just said.
I said, what is this? How to Train Your Nanny?
It was the okay, so the like greater genre, the subgenre of sitcom is person who comes in to help run the family in some way, and there is some manner in which they are different from the family, and so that creates a whole lot of like um situational comedy to be putting into the scripts of different worlds meshing, and what does that look like. And in this one it was a like British man as the housekeeper.
So the
This is How to
Mr.
Train Your
Belvedere was
Nanny.
proper. He was proper in a family that wouldn't normally have that kind of help around the house, and that's where the storyline
Yes.
was. Yeah.
Yes. And if I remember correctly, I can't believe I'm going to try to do this. The theme song um, summed it up sort of well. Where let's see, the lyrics, I believe, I'm not going to sing them. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Streaks on the china never mattered before. Who cares? When you drop kick your jacket, when you come in the door, no one stares. According to our new arrival, life is more than mere survival. Guess we just might live the good time yet. A good life, maybe. I can't believe I just did that. And it's got all of these, like it's trombone or maybe it's trumpet with a lot of the like razzle razzle dazz sort of sound. The theme song. There was a time it was when there was a time I was hanging out with friends and we were trying to remember what the Mr. Belvedere theme song even sounded like. No one could even like get an inkling of it into our heads. We weren't in a place, like, smartphones were not ubiquitous at this point. We weren't in a place where we could access the internet. And then somehow, like, we only were remembering it when we weren't around the internet. And for like days and maybe weeks, we just didn't know. And eventually, and this was during roller derby, so we kept seeing each other at practice and events, and eventually someone was like, I got it. And I think since then I've like periodically gone back to listen to it just in case I lose the memory of it, because it has become important for me to remember it for some silly reason, and it's kind of a fun song. Hey, James.
Yeah. Do you guys know this podcast? What's Bugging Me on Ricochet? Is there a paywall there? And when is that?
It's today. I don't think that there's a paywall, but I'm not certain. The bulk of the time that
No,
I've
there should
listened
be
to
a
it has
free
been
one.
streaming.
I'm on the website
Yeah,
here, and
it should
it's
be completely free.
hard to navigate. It wants you to spend, some money here.
Then
But it's not clean cut. It doesn't say, "Oh, hey, this is when this is coming up." I was just wondering if anyone was privy to what's going on in What's Bugging Me.
My from my recollection, the way that his podcasts drop, it's not at like a specific time every week. So it's not like at 4 o'clock Eastern on Thursday. This is when the new podcasts come out, and it's to the second. I think it's more that at some point today it's going to come out and be available. It's already been recorded, and today they probably are finishing it up and like finishing up the polishing it to make it be all put together in a podcast, and then at some point they choose to release it. I feel like mid-afternoon to evening has generally been when it's happened, and I would imagine that if they're saying that they're releasing it on a day that the intention is to be releasing it prior to like around end of business. Um, but I don't think there's a specific release time. But I imagine that Dennis Neal will tweet when it is released. So if you follow him, that's a way to get an update there. That's a little bit more
Yeah,
something. That's
on the website. It's like it shows the different podcasts. June 6th, June 13th. It doesn't say upcoming. It's just it sounds like when one's done, they just throw it up on the website.
Hey, Craig.
Yeah, James, it's free on all those podcast apps like Spotify. You just got to find out when it comes out, and then it's right on there. Just search his podcast, "What's Bugging Me," and it'll when it's out, you'll see it as the most recent one. So I think the Ricochet thing is like it comes out a little bit earlier, but not much.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, no problem. I actually, the last few days, every time Curtis comes up, I happen to be at work or something else. So I feel like I'm super out of the loop, even though I've been here the whole time.
Oh, Curtis is timing it that way on purpose. We're trying to keep you from having the information. You're very dangerous.
Yeah. I listened back to the one a couple of days ago that was recorded, but like the one the other night in Jack's, I caught like the last 10 minutes. So yeah, I feel like I'm out of the loop just for missing a few minutes.
What? And
There's a recording of it.
Oh, is that up now?
We're not on Facebook. The Twitter recording hasn't happened yet, but there is a recording of it on YouTube, and I'll see if I can get you that link.
All right.
Do we have any guesses?
Who is Finra?
That's a different game,
Never
Finn.
Oh, darn.
I lost my headphones, so I wasn't sure what anybody said. So I'm sorry if I missed whatever was said.
Is it no whammy, stop?
Yes. How did you guess? That was so quick. No.
What's his name? Art Woolwinkle or?
I have no idea what you're saying, but no.
Art. The game show, right?
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, that was Wheel
Oh.
of Fortune.
Yeah.
I guess
No, we're
Zajac
talking.
just
Sorry, I was
retired.
talking about the Wheel of Fortune game above. Sorry. Go ahead, Terrell.
I'm gonna jump in to clear up some confusion. Up in the nest, furthest to the left, is an unsolved Wheel of Fortune puzzle that's custom designed for us. And that's the start of this conversation, is looking at the specific topic goes back to looking at that Wheel of Fortune game and seeing who wants to try to solve it. And then also Ven has been mentioning things from other game shows.
I do see a guess in the comment of failure. I got a lot of fuck you pay me's in there.
My first guess had that word in it also, but my guess needed 8 letters, and this one is 7, so it didn't fit.
Yeah. No hashtag.
I think I need more letters to guess.
Yeah, failure fits.
Did you know on the Wheel of Fortune when Pat Zajac went and stood next to the contestants, he had like a big step because he's like 3.5 feet tall.
Wait, are you saying that Charles Gasparino is Pat Sajak? I didn't realize that he was short. I did not know that.
Kind of like the Johnny Carson set was built back in the day to accommodate his small stature, so he didn't look so small sitting behind that desk. For those of you who don't know, Johnny Carson was a late night comedian. He was on before David Letterman, and those are people who were before Jay Leno, and that's a guy who was before like whoever the people are now.
Everything you just said made me feel really uncomfortable.
So as far as Johnny Carson goes, he had that bit, I forget what it was, where he put on like the genie hat and he held the letter up to his head.
And he blew in the envelope.
We got to do something with MMTLP and FINRA or RE or something with that.
Yeah,
Sounds like a job for Steph.
I remember that bit. It's exactly the one I was thinking about when you started talking, because he would then he'd rip it open and blow
Karnak.
into it. That's it.
Okay, we have a lot of winners. It was F You Pay Me. New post in the nest.
Nice.
Thanks for playing, guys.
Thank you, Art Burns.
Be here all day long, and I'll talk to you later.
That's awesome. Oh, excuse me. 12:47 and I'm determined that at some point I'm gonna look at one of these two pages and something will have changed. Hell bent.
Which two pages are you looking at?
Oh, excuse me. The MMT Next Bridge Hydrocarbons Investors page and Edgar.
Edgar? Oh. Do you have it on automatic refresh? Or you have to hit the refresh button?
What is this refresh button you speak of? I just like drag the page down and it refreshes itself.
Okay, so you have to manually refresh. Because if you just stare at the page and it's not refreshing, then it definitely won't change.
Jared?
I'm just pointing out, being Captain Obvious here. Love you.
All right. Well, love you back, but easy, buddy.
I love you.
Love you back. But is there like there's a button though that you can make it just, wait, it's got to be how do you, let me look.
Well, like I'm thinking like if I have like on my laptop, I hit the little arrow pointing into itself circle if I'm sitting on a laptop, but you pulling the page down and refreshing also does the exact same trick.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with that because I'm old and that's what I know. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
I make myself sound like I'm 90. I'm really not.
Damn, it's fucking raining again. So has everybody recovered from Tuesday night? lack of sleep Tuesday night, Wednesday morning yet. I still feel like kind of like a zombie.
I'm good. Curtis apparently got some sleep because he was all kinds of fired up today.
Yeah, I know he was. He was definitely fired up.
Yeah.
I slept a long time last night. I fell asleep early and I slept well, and I think I'm mostly recovered. I feel like good, but I'm also feeling a little bit spacey. I think yesterday was just like everything feels disjointed, so I'm recovered from the loss of sleep, but I'm still trying to like remember everything that happened yesterday because it all just sort of has
Yeah,
gone into a
together.
fog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yesterday was definitely a fog day, for sure.
Now, if you have shares in book entry in AST, you own them. There's got to be a way to sell them. You can do a bespoke sale, right? Even though they're not DTCC eligible. How would that correlate to selling your shares if you really wanted to?
That's a great question, isn't it?
You know, because you own them. What if a broker wants to buy them from you? I mean, how does that even work? If you own them, you can buy and sell. You know, you can sell something you own. And why should you be limited to who can buy them? I don't know the specifics of it, but I was wondering if anyone had an answer for that.
Well, I know when I did a baby transfer of a small portion of shares back in January 2023, they told me over the phone, AST told me over the phone, is that I'm worried about anybody trying to do anything with these shares. Like they said, don't worry, baby, nobody can do anything with these. You can't bring them in. You can't, once they're in, you can't take them out. I'm like, oh, okay. So what I interpreted that as is that they are stuck. I don't know if that means like you can't sell them to a third party. That sure as hell means you can't transfer them back to wherever they came from. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think maybe she was talking about they're safe here, but it's like if it's your property, you can do whatever the hell you want with it. In a perfect world, right?
Always a perfect world. As we all know, the MMTLP does not exist in a perfect world.
I wonder if what if you just were holding paper certs? You know, you could transfer those over with a notary, couldn't you?
Well, if you're holding paper certs, I mean, you could definitely sell them. What I would make sure you have like write up an active sale for sure. who knows? Again, we don't live in a perfect world in the MMTLP land. So I'll be back.
Do we know what NextBridge is doing? We haven't heard from Pecos for a long time, or I haven't anyway. We used to have boots on the ground and drones in the air.
Paladin and Jonna, sorry, I was on another page looking for lunch orders. My apology. No, I have not heard anything from Pecos in a hot minute. Wow, they both have. Bam, bam. All right, and then we got Gary coming to you with a microphone as well. I guess we'll start with. Wait, does anybody have an answer to that question first of all?
I do.
Well, then we'll be starting with Jonna. Hello, Jonna.
With respect to your shares being able to sell them, once they are transferred to AST, because of the prospectus, they cannot be transferred, traded, sold, anything. They are registered in book entry in your name until a corporate action or some change by the company in order to allow that trade. Early on, I spoke to a supervisor at AST. I was attempting to do a sale. I was going to sell them to my daughter and put them in her name. I tried to do a beneficiary. Like I tried all sorts of things and they said, no, once they're in book entry in your name, nothing can be done with them until there is a corporate action to do so, meaning transferring them back to your broker or whatever. So that is in the original prospectus. So I don't know if anybody's tried since, but that was what I was told by a supervisor early on.
So via permission of NextBridge is what you would need.
Exactly. So I think that's what's very important and telling about what's coming out, about what Tiger Trades has put out in terms of telling their customers that NextBridge is allowing them to do a tender offer. We have no proof, no documentation. It looks like they're deceiving their customers. So take that for what it is.
All right, thank you, Jonna. Paladin.
Yeah, hey Fishin. Well, I have asked my broker if it's possible for me to buy shares from other people that have the same broker who maybe want to sell their NextBridge, but that is not possible because they cannot transfer the shares even in the same broker. So, but it should be possible if the company, I mean, this broker is self-clearance, then they should be able to do it. But TradeStation are not self-clearance when it comes to the OTC market.
They use the word can't when it should have been the word won't.
Yeah. But now I'm talking about my Swedish broker, and they are using Citibank. So they are not self-clearance, so they are using Citibanks, and since you can't transfer them between the same brokers. So yeah. But maybe you're right. But that's what I got when I did ask them, because I would love to buy more shares. I could easily pay $5-6 for each shares. I just need to sell some body parts first, but yeah.
Thank you, Paladin. Welcome in, Gray.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning. I'm on a boat, so sorry about that if it's a bit noisy. Just a point on that, it was Tiger Trades that presumably had some trades of NextBridge hydrocarbons up at $1,200 a share. Now, having seen that tweet this morning that says they put out a notice to their customers, and John is going to come up and say something about that probably. That the NextBridge has put a tender offer out to purchase shares. I can't see how that could happen at all, because NextBridge haven't done anything.
John, I want to weigh in.
John,
Sorry, I'm eating, so give me just a second.
All right, yeah, please.
Level two data on the last day before the halt had shares at $2,000 a share on Tiger Trades.
that was on the last day of trading, but I understand since then some trades have gone through at $1,200 per share. I don't know how.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, there is documentation on that I have seen. But again, we've tried to look into it and not really got very far with trying to find out what Tiger Trades are doing in respect of that. But when was this notice they put out about this tender offer? When did they put that out?
I believe it's back in August or September.
It was August 18th last year.
Okay, all right, thank you. I've got no further comment on that. I'm going to have to drop down. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Gray. Thank you, Jonna.
There was also that, remember, I don't know what it was, but something with Singapore, some broker in Singapore, there was I don't know if it was true. They were saying they were buying shares. I don't know who put that out, but anybody know anything about that?
Tiger Trade is the Singapore company.
Okay. All right. So we have two items that they did, because this was like a month ago, and now this is new news that's coming out. So they're connected.
It's just nuggets being dropped because of some of the DD and everything that Curtis is putting out.
Well, another thing too, in other countries, they'll take your head. They won't fine you $1 million. So there may be some desperation somewhere.
Sorry, I was on another page. I'm back. No, that's annoying.
While we are sitting here, it's always an easy time to go up and check out the nest. There's a whole bunch of retweetables in the nest.
Retweetables. I like that.
I was just thinking the same thing. Retweetables.
Wait, now that's catching on 18 months in.
I've not heard you say retweetables. Yeah, you can retweet, but I have not heard retweetables. It sounds like a candy.
It makes me think of that cat treat, the lickables. Is that what they're called?
I have no idea what this is, although I'm imagining it's some sort of thing where like you squeeze some paste out of a tube.
That's kind of what it looks like. It's deliciously delectable, lickables, I think, or delickables. I don't know. First, I don't have a cat. Dogs don't have these kind of goofy things. I don't know.
No, dogs have bacon, 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 bacon.
And
Bacon strips.
sausages.
Sausages. Both of them always just look like a weird version of rubber to me that I just could not make myself give my dog. But for some reason, pepperonis were fine. I don't know.
I remember every Christmas, all of my dogs got presents, and I had hunting dogs. And they would just rip them open. One would be, there's the pepperonis, and the other one was, I called it It's Bacons because of the commercial, the bacon strips and sausages, and just watching them go at those presents. You know, you'd crack the end of the package before you wrapped it so they could smell it.
Oh, I need a dog. We need to settle. I need to settle so Fishin can have a dog again.
But I have no more dogs. I'm ready to travel. Just need to get paid here.
Yeah, that would be cool. Oh, excuse me. John, is it still raining down there by you? John.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. So actually, it's beautiful and sunny right now. We had a terrible rainstorm 15 minutes ago, but it's gone. It was beautiful for my walk this morning, and then there was a thunderstorm in between. So we're getting bands. It is tropical time in South Florida.
Well, our weather here is just, it's dumb. It's like the kind of weather that makes you sleepy because, like, the window that I'm sitting in, I can look out, it's kind of gloomy and cloudy and blah. But then the side window, it's blue with white clouds, and then the other window, I can't really see, but what I can see, it's like a mixture of blue and it's just do something. Pick something, and that's all. I just do it. If you're gonna rain, rain. If you're gonna be sunny, be sunny.
Now it's beautiful out my window right now, but 15 minutes ago it was like a tropical storm. So it's summer in South Florida.
Oh, awesome.
Just waiting for things to develop has been a commonplace in our lives. Every day seems like the longest day, and it's been what, 18 months. So it's like you're in a perpetual post office line, and you have somewhere else to go.
That's absolutely what it is. We are sitting in the post
I
office
love and
line.
hate this. I love and hate this. Why did you just put me in this?
No.
Well, actually, you could be making news. I actually went back and called Jack Chase today. I figured that would be fun to reach out to him to let him know that obviously TradeStation has issues, which I alerted to him a year and a half ago. And obviously, FINRA now is in the hot seat and wanted to get his thoughts on that. So I left a message for him on 2 numbers. So, you know, figure I'd make noise or see if he wants to be a whistleblower.
So I have a thought / question / stupid question / there is no stupid question except the one you don't ask. So ... Holy crap! I just went through all that and forgot my question.
And you don't have a question anymore.
She forgot her question, which is worse. ...
Crap! What were we talking about?
I called Jack Chase.
Yeah. Damn it to hell! It'll come back to me. I'm sorry. When it comes back, I'm just going to ask the question. What the fuck was I going to say? Jack Chase.
It may be about creating our own news or waiting for things to happen.
No.
I'm trying here.
I know. I appreciate your help. It'll come to me in a minute. It's probably obscurely connected some way. I just...
The weather?
Hopefully. No. What? No. It'll come back to me. It was this situation related. Damn it to hell. I'm sorry. It'll come back. The curiosity is killing me. I hope it comes back. Hey, Gray.
Hi, sorry, I had to dash off. I had a call coming in. I'm moving my boat. Apparently, some attorney is trying to dox my boat using the Hague Convention. So I'm moving it very quickly, just in case he uses his AI to network the satellite system that the satellite network system. Anyway, I painted it a different color and changed the name, and so it's going to be more difficult for him to dox me now.
Did you put wheels on it?
No, it doesn't need wheels. Actually, that's a good idea. Anyway, sorry, I had a question. What was the tender offer that Tiger Trades put forward to its customers?
I sent you a screenshot of it, Gray. It's in your DMs.
Was there a price attached to that? I didn't see that.
No. No, there wasn't a price.
A tender offer is an offer. You have to say, we are offering you to buy your shares at $100. Do you accept this tender offer?
The information that's been shared around is an announcement that a tender offer is happening from the brokerage, and that what the tender offer is not. It has not been shared. That's not been going around. I don't know if we know that information or not, but it's not.
Okay,
it's
I'm going to go back and review my previous documentation that I had and check the dates on the $1,200 trades that went through on Tiger Trades. So I'll have a look at that.
It also says none of this should be construed as accurate.
Well, of course it's not accurate, because the Exbridge have never put out a tender offer. I mean, they would have to.
Well, they
would have to file that with the SEC.
And they're claiming that they have the company's consent.
Well, that's
so
wrong.
It's really just it's a fishing expedition, I think.
Possibly, because you remember IBKR did something similar. Not quite similar, but they did a fishing expedition with their corporate action to transfer shares to AST, which they have finally completed.
Aren't they affiliated? Tiger Trade and IBKR? I'm pretty sure.
They might be, but IBKR put out a corporate action, a voluntary corporate action, they called it. But it was in the corporate action inbox. I saw it. They didn't draw my attention to it. In fact, they hid it. It's only by looking through your account and digging deep that you found this corporate action was sitting there, and the corporate action said, if you do nothing, we will automatically transfer your shares to AST. It didn't say we are not telling you about this corporate action, but they just didn't. Anyway, some people, including me, noticed this corporate action, and then a week later they reversed the corporate action to, we will transfer your shares to AST, but only if you fill out this form. So they did a 180 on that, automatically doing it without your consent. Which is, RBC did that. They transferred shares to AST without people's consent. But IBKR did actually finally, after 11 months, complete that transfer to AST. So yeah, maybe there's a link there. I don't know. It's interesting. I would like to be able to speak to Tiger Trades and
I
ask
just
them.
posted it.
I would like to be
I
able to
just
ask.
posted it in the nest.
I would like to be able to ask Tiger Trades. Do they have the text of that, the company's PR on that, please? Because when you see these corporate actions and you see these brokers going, oh, we're doing it because of the corporate action, you ask them, what's the wording of the corporate action? Well, they don't have the wording because there isn't one. The company doesn't ring up a brokerage and say, put this corporate action through, just write it down for me. They actually send you a proper communication that's written down. So there we go. Anyway, so I'm not stopping around for long because I'm out sailing on a boat, trying to remain incognito as much as I can without getting doxxed. But thanks for the mic, Fishin.
Wait, Gray, before you leave, I wanted to suggest that when you're
Yes.
painting your boat to hide it, that you paint it with all sorts of swirly colors like galaxies, like in the Muppets.
Get a fog machine.
Yeah, I've got a fog machine installed, and also I've gone for dazzle camouflage.
Ooh.
World War II dazzle camouflage. If you want to Google dazzle camouflage on wartime ships, it's quite interesting. So I can make my boat appear as if it's going backwards by looking at it. Basically, you paint a picture of the front of the boat at the back of the boat, on the side of the boat. So the boat looks like it's round the wrong way.
Oh, that's really interesting.
That's even more interesting if you have a double-ended boat, which is the boat is the same at the back as the front. That's really confusing.
As the front, as the back, as the front, as the back.
Yeah, basically. However, if you do see anyone sneaking up on me, please let me know, because I don't want to be taken by surprise. Thanks.
All right, so I remembered my.
The front is the back, and the back is the
I
front.
remembered my question.
And also, Mark, if you want any information, just call me. You blocked me. I didn't block you first. You blocked me. If you want information, just call me.
What's your question? Fishin, what's your question?
In the event that there actually has come in the course of 18 months, let's say there is a whistleblower, we would not know that, right? Not until the whole thing is done and over with and a whistleblower, blah, 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 received an award, or blah, blah, blah. Right?
Correct. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's how it goes.
Cool. Donna, you had wait, nope, don't do it. Jarrell,
Yeah.
oh no, hold on. Jarrell, your hand was up and then it went down.
I was going to answer the question, but it got answered.
All right.
Good, thanks.
Donna, back over to you, and then we'll go to James.
So apparently, IBKR did buy into Tiger Trades back in 2017 and owns a good portion of them. I posted one of the posts up there. I knew I had read it, but I just see somebody had just posted a post on it.
Yeah, so I'm having trouble finding this Tiger Trades screenshot. Do we know, is that new? Is there a date on it, or is that from what we heard about like a month ago? Is that just the screenshot from the rhetoric from a month or so ago?
I'll send it to you, James. It's also up in the nest, and it's older information. It happened in August.
Okay, so it's all the same stuff. It's just being revisited and coming out. Yeah.
Correct. Hey,
Hey,
Rocco.
Rocco. Yeah, show me.
Hi. As far as whistleblower goes, Boeing has had 3 whistleblowers come out, and they've announced each time. They just recently had one come out, and I don't think he's testified or she, but before that, that was the one they said he committed suicide in the hotel room the night before he's supposed to testify. So maybe a whistleblower, they don't announce a whistleblower with the federal, but what if it's for a private company like let's say a brokerage house, and a whistleblower comes out of, say, a Charles Schwab or something like that? I wonder if they would be announced. That's all I have to say.
Well, what is whistleblowing? Is it, well, we know what it is, but does it go to the public? Do they reach? Are there certain channels that are gone through?
Well, I'm not sure exactly, but I think they go to the government and say, "Hey, I've got information on this crime that's being committed."
Well, you think you'd want public knowledge of that to kind of protect yourself a little bit with information like that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because if you're a whistleblower, then here's some information. Let's have an investigation. Well, now we've got an investigation, and we don't talk about ongoing investigation, which is what we've heard a lot of over the last 18 months. Is we don't talk about ongoing investigation. Hop in, Joe.
I just imagine that it depends on the situation and it depends on what entities are involved, and it also depends on the whistleblower themselves. Although I could imagine that there are some situations where the whistleblower goes to whatever the entity is, and the entity says, "Thank you, you're not saying anything." Now, obviously, unless documents are signed or something, an individual is free to say what they want to. But depending on various situations, I could see there being purpose and strategy to allowing a whistleblower to speak or making it public that a whistleblower has come forward, as well as keeping it private.
Well, with Trump, when they whistleblew on him that one time, the whistleblower has complete anonymity no matter what, even after they whistleblow. It's like you never know who did it, and there's just all kinds of different scenarios. So I would think in this case, if they came out of a private company, they would announce it. We have a whistleblower, not giving the person's name, but we, announce we have a whistleblower who's going to testify.
Right on.
Maybe the award says, "Hey, no, you got to go here if you want it."
It kind of blows my mind that we have not heard of a whistleblower in all this naked shorting, that someone who works for one of these hedge funds that is in trouble, that has not come out and and done something. It blows my mind.
Right. That's kind of why I posed the question. Like, even if there was one, like, would we even know, or would it just be we're investigating what they blew the whistle about, so we're not going to tell? But when it's all said and done, like when they award them whatever the payment is for blowing the whistle, that's usually the only time I've ever really seen an announcement after the whole thing has been like wrapped up.
Didn't the compliance officer of FINRA, didn't she leave the position
quickly after all this came to be?
Yeah. Has anyone looked into that?
I personally have not. Although I feel like in this community, somebody has. At least one person.
To me, it's just they just keep changing the rules to whatever benefits them and their friends.
Yeah, it's kind of like I feel myself now like almost snickering like to myself when I hear someone say, well, what they should do or well they can't do. I'm like, oh, come on. what have we been dealing with for 18 months? What they should do and what they can and can't do. There's no such thing, I don't think, anymore in this world. Just when you think you got it all figured out, they'll change the rules.
Yeah, Patrick Burns tells that joke, how the poker hand, and they changed the rules, and he said that's what happened to him. He every time he go there and think he had him nailed down with the evidence, they changed the rules.
Here comes an interesting addition to our speaker panel. So while he gets up here and gets situated, let's go ahead and grab a couple of hands. It was Zing first and then Liquid 88, I believe.
Got a couple of questions for the panel here. What do you guys think about reaching out to an individual that we feel is going to be implicated and asking them prior to the release of their name about becoming a whistleblower? That's question number one. And then I wanted to get everybody's thoughts regarding the money that's been locked away. First off, has it been used? And if it has been used, for example, if they had $100,000 and they've turned it into $300,000 in the year and a half, what do you think should happen to that $200,000 that they made? If anybody wants to take a stab at those, I'd like to get somebody's feedback on any of those.
All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Since you asked a question that I feel there's a gentleman in here that probably could weigh in quite knowledgeably about, we're going to do a hand order shuffle. And Phil, welcome, sir.
Hey, Fishin, thanks. So I will drop a couple nuggets on whistleblowing. I recommend you fact check everything I say. But generally, whistleblowing for compensation is involved with a state or federal contract. And you get 10 to 30% of if you do a whistleblowing complaint and it turns out to be true, and you cost the state government or the federal government, $10 million, you would get 1 to 3 million of that. If your whistleblowing showed that fraud, waste, and abuse was 10 million, you'd get 10 to 30% of that. The average whistleblower on a state or federal contract gets about $500,000 for those who are curious. In private business, you're still really looking at the court system. The Federal Whistleblower Protection Act, your whistleblower against your employer, can get you back pay, it can get you legal protection, but it doesn't reward you monetarily beyond things like back pay. You don't get a percentage of the crime costs, so to speak. It has to be under a state or federal contract. Now, with brokers and things like that, a smart lawyer might be able to figure out how to tie it back to something that is related to a state or federal contract yet. But that's my 2 cents. But again, I would fact check everything I just said.
Thank you for that, Phil. I was actually hoping you would weigh in on the second question that was posed.
I missed it. Sorry. Say it again.
Yeah, I can reiterate it. I'm not sure if you have been a whistleblower or not, but what do you think, or what would be your opinion on asking somebody to do whistleblowing before you implicate their name? Is that a wise move or hands off?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it would be situationally dependent, and this is a hypothetical. But if you wanted to take that path to say, hey, you can if you're confident about what you're confident in, you could tell that person, hey, we're going to go public with this unless you do it first. But again, their only incentive is again, unless a state or federal contract is involved, their only incentive is protection from their employer, whether that be they got fired, they would still get some pay, or continued employment after they whistleblow if it turns out that what they said had some merit. But it's just the Federal Whistleblower Act was really in commercial business was just to protect employees from punitive actions by their employer.
See, what I'm thinking is, are they better off to whistleblow, depending, I guess, on the infraction, or are they better off to stay quiet? And obviously, I don't want to overstep and say that, asking them, and then implicating, whoever's asking. So I just wondered, what is the best of the evils there? Is it better for them to come forward, or is it better for them to just let it play out?
Can I chime in real quick on that?
Yep.
So you got to be careful when you approach somebody and you're trying to gain a civil advantage by threatening criminal prosecution. And what you just said, or your question, sounded a lot like that. So you
Yeah, and
gotta
that's why I'm that's why I'm asking, and I think it's in the manner of how you ask it. I don't think you do it in a threatening way. So maybe there's a better way to ask it. I don't know. It's more like, we have this information. That's it, right? Just asking the question to get the advice. This is all I'm
yeah.
doing.
I would personally stay clear of that if you're if you're thinking about approaching somebody yourself, and I would let law enforcement or the attorney general, whoever's conducting investigations, uh, to deal with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just a generic question. Uh, you know, that's all it is. Trying to get feedback and ideas, really.
Yeah, the segue I was working for with bringing Phil to the mic was the short sellers holdings of the MMTLP shares that they sold. Who asked that question? Oh, I know I heard the question.
The only question I had asked, the second one, was the funds that have been locked away. If anybody's been using those funds over the course of the 559 days, and hypothetically, if there was 100,000 that they used from the onset, and to today it turns into 300,000, where does that 200,000 go? Do they get to keep it, or does that go back to the shareholders if it's found that they did that illegally? Where does that money go?
Yeah, this is Philip again. I would say if counterfeiting is proven in MMTLP's case, that short seller who was involved in selling counterfeit shares, they're gonna lose all economic benefit of that crime. Um, now, that is if they still got the money, right? Or if they hadn't hid the money, or whatever. But just like with any crime, if it gets proven and they get prosecuted and convicted, there'll be fines and other things, and I can't remember the word, we've bannered it around before, but they'll claw back, not only the gains from the original transaction, but gains for that money. In my case, and again, you may or may not know this, but I continue to have a small short position in MMTLP, and yes, I have that money, and yes, that money is invested in other stocks. But I am, at least I believe, I am okay because I legitimately shorted, was paying interest, had to locate, all that good stuff. But I'm frozen just like you guys. I can't close that short position. The difference is, I have the money sitting in my account or sitting in another investment, and you guys don't yet. So, I don't know for sure what's going to happen in my case, but in far as the, let's call it 2.5 million legitimate shorts, I don't think they would face any any clawbacks or penalties, uh, other than if and when this trades again, or if and when there's an M&A transaction, whatever the value of the share is when it opens back up or when there's an M&A, they're going to be liable of that price per share.
So yeah, it sounds like you're following the rules, but I don't know if maybe you've got exactly what I'm saying. So if I've invested 100,000 and it's sitting there and I can't access the money, I guess number one, is it being used? If it's not, it's not a problem. We know that money's locked up, and in due course, the compensation will be figured out. But if it's being used and the gain has been proven and shown, where does that money go? Now, I'm assuming if it's being used by money market makers or hedge funds, they would have some sort of insurance to protect them, from losing a ton of money. The insurance would kick in, and then that they would, in my opinion, have to cough up the shortfall if they don't have the money. So I'm just trying to distinguish. Somebody had 100 grand of ours.
Yeah.
They took it. They made 300,000. There's a $200 profit. Who used it? Did they use it? Did they not use it? If they did, is there protection for the shareholders to obtain those funds? I think it's a bit of a chain. I don't think it's a simple answer here, right? But I personally
Yeah.
feel if that money was gained and it's accessible or protected by insurance, all those funds should go into a shareholder fund and be distributed once and for all when it's done. That's over and above the settlement.
Yeah, and the only thing I would comment about what you just said, and I'll use me as an example. Let's say I thought I was doing it the right way, but my broker really didn't have a locate, and they were charging me fake interest because they told me that they had a locate, but they really didn't. So the broker was fraudulent. So first thing I would say about your last comment is, if it's fraud, there is no insurance that's going to cover it. I don't get an insurance payment on my house if I burn it down on purpose. So they would not have insurance coverage for fraud. Insurance never covers that for the
Oh,
insurance.
it doesn't work. Like, for example, I paid for an airline ticket with my credit card, and the airline went bankrupt. I got my money back. That you're saying that in this situation there is no insurance protection for anybody?
Not not. I'm talking about for the person who created the fraud. If a broker fraudulently lent shares that they don't have, whatever um, the ultimate resolution of that is, there's not going to be cover. And let's say you go to court and you get this huge settlement. The insurance is not going to cover that broker for a fraudulent activity that they took. Um,
But shouldn't they have insurance for that reason? Why are they in business? How can they operate without
I mean,
having
you could,
insurance to protect, right? Like you're in business, you have to have insurance for that reason. I'm just thinking, like, if there's money and you should be protected in the financial world. I'm not I'm not agreeing with you on that one. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's okay. We don't have to agree. You as an account holder have a certain amount of insurance from the FDIC, per account. But again, the person, let's
I
say
don't
they're
think insurance will pay fraud.
right. So there's a bad broker out there, and they were fraudulently. I can't say that word. They were creating shares. Whatever the negative repercussions of that are is going to be on them, and they can't turn around and say to their insurance company, "Hey, you need to cover this." Now, again, the government provides you some coverage on your individual investment account up to, I think, 250K per account, and that broker might have insurance like errors and omissions, but that's not an error. That's not an omission. That's fraud. There is no insurance company in the world that's going to cover a criminal act.
Okay, I get that, but I'm saying that somewhere along the line, somebody, it looks like to me, would be on the hook for it. Not necessarily the user of the funds, but the individuals that relinquish the funds. So, I think, it may go back to the broker who is insured by somebody. I think it falls from, like, okay, there's these funds here, you're able to use them. Who gave them that authority to use them? It's probably more of a complicated scenario, but I just try to make it black and white. You made 200,000, or you allowed somebody to use the money, and 200,000 was made. Those funds should be provided back to the shareholders somehow, and protected. That those funds should be protected. I don't know. Just trying to
Yeah.
make it black and white.
No, I think you're. I mean, I'm essentially agreeing with you, except for the insurance piece. I think if a broker did a fraudulent activity, in your 200,000 example, I think that 200,000 would go back, as part of the settlement. And as long as, and it would be recovered, it would be clawed back as long as that broker was solvent. But you wouldn't be able to get it. The broker wouldn't be able to cover their crime with an insurance settlement.
Okay, got you.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you, Zing. I'm going to go with a roaring tractor, Sam, I think, something.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Phil. It's been a while since I've spoken to you, and I don't know if you've ever been asked this question. Since you started attending spaces, has anybody, maybe that's more aligned with the short side of this, approached you and said, hey, tone it down, or tried to talk to you about anything, or have you been left alone?
Uh, on MMTLP, I have never been approached by another short. Still haven't found one, actually. Not another retail or even an institutional short. Not that I would have those kind of conversations. But nobody's ever called me and said, hey, or DM'd me or reached out to me in any way. I have had talked about other tickers and short positions, and had other retail investors send me, be careful about disclosing your short positions, because if it's a strong community, they could all buy to spite you, and send it in the wrong direction. I don't know if that's true or not. You'd have to have a large community and a small float to move a stock like that. But no, not on MMTLP. I'm still the unicorn on that one, as far as I can tell. And I'm assuming, and this might be stupid, but I'm assuming that 2.5 million of shorts that FINRA recognizes is one or two institutional investors and one dumbass retail investor.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate your honesty.
Yep.
And that one dumb retail investor is not you. All right, brother. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You too. Take care.
Liquid 88.
Hey, good morning, you guys, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. I appreciate you guys bringing up the whistleblower stuff. I actually think that that's something that we should, make a point of emphasis here. And I'm going to reach out to Jana about this, because we're always trying to come up with campaigns. With an appeal to FINRA employees that they should, contact certain members of the community if they have information, or if they're looking to, make things right. I don't know if it'll help. I don't know what it will do, but I know there's a ton of us out here, and a ton of us with the power of the pen or the power of the keyboard. And I do think that we should start, at the least we can do, because FINRA has the balls here to keep posting about, hey, let's correct market, or we've, processed these criminals, or whatever, all their BS that they constantly put up. Instead of keeping their head down, they're acting business as usual. So I think we should use their own platform to attempt to gain the attention of their own employees and say, look, if you know something was wrong or something is fraud, send a message to me. I'll put my own, they can reply to me. Last night I started doing it, and I was just thinking about it. Like every time, instead of us responding to FINRA, like, you're criminals, you need to go to jail. And I do it all the time. I've made it my mission in my life. But I do think we should constantly reach out and come up with an effective response every time FINRA posts, that we should ask for their help and offer whatever protection or whistleblower information that we can offer, because I don't think all these people are corrupt. I really don't. I think these people have been manipulated by their bosses and by the people that have the most to lose into turning the levers that have put us into this position. But I'll guarantee you there's subordinates who have information, who have probably been sitting on information for a long time. And these are people who are aware of the pain and suffering that has happened in our community. So I don't know. I just thought that might be a decent idea for a campaign, and something pretty easy for us to just respond to FINRA. Let's use their own tweets or their own posts, and let's appeal to their employees. Anyway, I don't want to go on and on about it. I'll send John a DM about that. The one thing and you guys brought up Boeing. The one comparison I'm going to make with Boeing, though, is there's people dropping dead. These whistleblowers, I don't know if half of them have died already, but if I were a whistleblower for Boeing, I would not just want my government contact to know that I was a whistleblower. I would want the press to know. I would want, everyone to know, so nothing happens to me. So I don't know how those rules work, but if half the whistleblowers for Boeing have come forward and have fallen out of a window or woke up dead, I would definitely want people other than the people in the government or the people offering incentive or payment to know, because who knows how far up the ladder we're seeing, from this week, how far and how high this corruption goes. And one last thing, I'm worried about Gray. If Gray is going to paint his boat like the front of the boat is the back of the boat and the back of the boat is the front of the boat, I'm really concerned that he's going to mix up port and starboard. So, Gray, please be careful. Don't mix up port and starboard, my man. Anyway, you guys have a good day. Hope everybody's doing well. Great week this week. Let's keep it going.
Thank you. Paladin.
Yeah, hey. Was it Singh that did have a question about in insurance?
Yeah, basically, it's just a a hypothetical question, and like after the discussion there, I think it's a bit deeper now. But yeah, I mean, if our money's blocked, somebody's got 100,000 of it, and they made 300 out of it. That 200, if it's recoverable, whether it's through their assets or an insurance,
Yeah,
in my opinion,
Singh,
should go to the shareholders.
you I don't know which broker you have, but if you go into your broker's side and then you look at the protection or insurance, you will see, for example, my broker has insurance. I think it is 500,000 for shares and 250,000 for cash. So if the company goes bankruptcy, you are insured, you as a person. The company itself, if they do something wrong, they are not insured if they're doing something illegal, but that will not affect your account because you're still insured. Do you understand what I mean, Singh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's like kind of FDIC. It falls under that. So basically, the if the money is proven that it was used, I have that protection.
Yeah,
Correct?
you are protected, but you have to go in and look at what it says on your broker's insurance, because every broker has different. But I think generally most are insured 500,000 for the shares. I mean $500,000 and then 250,000 for cash. But yes, I mean, you can Google on your broker and then you will find it.
Yeah, no, I got that information. I just think it's a bigger answer, right? I wish it was as clear cut as that. Maybe it is, and I know it's per account that I'm covered. It's based on per account. So where does that fall under? My cash account, right? I guess.
Both,
You know,
both.
so
So it will insure both your cash and your shares, and it doesn't play any matter if you have a cash account or what's that the name? Yeah. So it is your account that is insured, not what kind of
okay.
account.
No, no, I get it. That answers my question. I just don't feel that we, as shareholders, um, are not going to get that. That part, number one, should go to the shareholders, and then secondly, you know, we obviously lost our 2 days to name our price. We should name it. I'm naming it at 1250 times 559 days. So that's my price that I'm asking,
Mm.
and I want to make sure that any of the funds that were used without our authorization, anything that's profited, should go into the shareholders. And on top of that, something should be provided to them for locking them out of their money on top of the share price. So again, it's a bigger discussion. Let other people talk.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I wish you all the best. Thank you for the mic. I will drop down.
Thank you, Paladin. Goku's trying to join us.
Hopefully I'm stable now.
There you go.
Yeah,
Hello.
I'm not sure if it sounds like the question was already answered, but in regards to the asset that we're talking about, MMTLP, with this particular situation, I'm inclined to say that FDIC is not going to cover this. So I wouldn't be looking to that.
Doesn't the DTCC have an insurance policy that pays in the event of fraudulent activity from the brokers? Because they're going to want to make sure that they keep confidence in the markets.
The DTCC might. I'm just, if I remember correctly, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure this would not fall under FDIC insurance. There might be other forms of, I guess you could call it coverage, that would apply, but this wouldn't fall under FDIC. That's mostly for like cash accounts and things like that, and it usually doesn't cover things like fraud and theft.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. I think the person that's liable is the individual that allowed that money to be used. And I would imagine they would have insurance, but I think it falls on them. Who allowed that money to be used?
Well, and again, this is kind of a strange situation. Just, well, everything about the situation is strange. So I guess it's supposedly a redundant statement on my part, but because of the nature of the situation, it would really fall to, in my opinion, it would fall onto the responsible parties, and it would be up to them in order to cover the damages, whatever that might be or however that's decided. But I do not believe it would fall under any traditional form of insurance as you would normally expect. Like it's not going to, it's not like going to be something like identity theft or something like that. It's not going to be someone like forging a check would be questionable. But again, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because right now we are stuck in a proverbial game of hot potato, and we're watching it play out in real time. Like everybody's trying to pass the buck off onto somebody else. And at the end of the day, when the music stops and everybody has to find a chair to sit down in, somebody's going to be left standing, and they're going to be considered the responsible party, and nobody wants to be the person left standing. So they're desperately trying to make sure that they're not the one, stuck holding the hot potato. So again, it's going to be wild to see how this thing finally plays out, because if all of our time, energy, and efforts have proven one thing only, it's that this is not going to go away, and it's going to have to be resolved one way or another. How that happens is anybody's guess. I don't want to speculate on that. It's just somebody's going to get stuck with the short end of the stick, and they're going to have a lot to answer for, maybe a couple somebodies, and I think we're starting to get close to that point. So let's see. I would say start watching closely for whoever starts squirming the most, because as the saying goes, guilty dog barks first and usually barks the loudest. Let's see who starts barking.
Thanks, Doku. Welcome back, Phil.
Sorry, I was roboting and couldn't hear half the speakers. But back to Zing's hypothetical, one other acronym I'll throw at you: if the thing was so egregious that your broker became insolvent. The other acronym I wanted to throw at you is the SIPC. It's another quasi-government organization. It's the Securities Investor Protection Corporation. That is the government entity that provides some protection to investors should their broker become insolvent. And you can look them up. Again, it's SIPC. That there may be some relief there. If a broker, for whatever reason, as an individual investor, your broker went insolvent, there may be some help there. That's what that whole entity is there for. But other than that, I don't think. I kind of agree with the other comments I heard from Doku and others.
Thank you, Phil. Take a quick peek over here.
Hey, Coach Key, how are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Jarrell? I was under the understanding that the DTCC is the insurance for all member broker companies. That's why they try to call the meeting to arbitrate. They are the final say. The DTCC does back all brokers. And another thing, I might as well come out and tell the truth. I am a retail short also. I have a small position, 1,500 shares. I short it at $8. I started to jump out. I jumped out, closed most of my position out at $4. But my contact at Charles Schwab told me that they were going to halt the stock anyway. Don't worry about it. Just make the money. And that's what I did. I panicked when I saw that the stock was halted, but not yet delisted. And they started coming up with a QSIT number. So I started going on Spaces trying to figure out what's going on. And it's crazy. I'm like, I thought I was the only one, but it's one other. His name's Phil. I mean, it's just crazy what we got into. They told us that this was not going to trade no more, and we could just take our profits. This was not right. That's all I had to say.
Hey, Coach Key, I'd like for you to meet Phil. Phil, Coach Key. There you go. Phil, there's your second retail short. He's in a space right now, is why I'm saying that.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because I wanted to touch on that earlier, because I've mentioned this pretty much ever since the U3 halt was put in place. It's not just the people who are long or holding MMTLP that got screwed over by this. If you were short and you were shorting it the right way, the proper way, through the proper channels, you got screwed too. So it's not just people who were long or bullish on MMTLP. Even people who were short. Sorry guys, you're in the same boat as us. Welcome to the club.
And it's interesting. I'm sorry for jumping in. It's interesting that somebody else would chime in now after so long. Um, and I suspect that there are other retail shorts. Just that, the narrative until now has been, it's a shit company. It's this, that, the other. Um, and things may be changing. The company may very well be shit. I don't think it is, but that doesn't make it that you could continue to short into a seemingly a private company. Yes, it's public reporting because of the sheer size, um, but it just doesn't make sense that Phil would be the only one. It does not make sense. Just like somebody that holds a long position would be bad mouthing, uh, you know, MMTLP. That does not make sense.
So, did
Okay.
anybody else catch the fact that he said, as a short, he was told they're going to halt the stock anyway. Don't worry about it. But
That's what I was going to jump in and say.
as long as we were told you have until the 12th to close your position.
Aha! I was going to say the same thing.
That's bothersome.
Is he still here?
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, I appreciate you coming forward, and you're obviously on a list of a potential whistleblower.
Yeah, we got two shorts in here right now, actually.
But is
We got
Coach still on the mic?
he's dropping down.
Yeah,
I would like him to say that again.
Yeah,
I'll
bringing
talk
it.
to him.
I'll be honest with you. When he first said it, I thought he was being sarcastic and poking at me. I'd like to know if he
No,
was.
you could hear it in his voice. Like he was a little scared.
Yeah, I followed him. I'll reach out to him because that would be amazing. I haven't spoken or communicated with another short, and I thought he was being sarcastic and throwing shade at me, but maybe not.
His broker told him, "Don't worry, they're gonna halt the stock and delist it anyways. Might as well make the money."
That right there. That. I'm glad I'm not the only one that caught that.
They
Oh,
told
like
him
No,
it
we
what?
hit
all
me in the
we all
face like
caught
a
it.
They
hammer.
told they would what? They told him he was gonna halt anyways.
Yes.
They said might as well
Yeah.
make the money. He was gonna get out of his short, and they said they're gonna halt the stock and delist it anyway. Might as well make the money.
Like I said, you guys
Has
got
anybody
screwed
ever
just the
heard this
same way
guy
we did.
before? Has anybody ever heard that guy before?
Yeah, he talks relatively often, but today is the first day that he outed himself as a retail short.
Hey guys.
Well,
Hey guys, with all respect to Coach Key, we really put Phil through the ringer asking to see evidence of him being short, and I think that would be respectful to Phil to be doing the same with this situation.
All right, that's valid. If he comes back, we'll happily put him through that ringer, as well as ask him to please repeat what he said,
Yeah, and
because
I don't.
I'd like someone to get a clip of that if possible, and I really regret right now that my spaces aren't recorded by anybody other than the other side.
Hey,
But
Drew. Sorry.
go ahead.
I was going to say, Drill, I appreciate the sentiment, but I would ask for your, for the community's knowledge. Again, my initial reaction was he was poking fun at me, but he did say Schwab. And as far as I know, Schwab was the only brokerage house that retail investors use that was allowing occasional short positions on that OTC stock. So that part of the story checks out. But again, if he was poking fun at me, he would have said Schwab. But yeah, I would love to validate that. I actually would, because even when I've talked to Schwab, post event, and asked the question, I've either been told no or they can't disclose. So um, it'd be good to know if there is another retail short out there.
I'm a little speechless right now, so I want to go to hands, and since Jarrell is my co-host, privilege.
Yeah, that was mostly my way of saying that even when people that we know bring information, it's good to verify things, and this is a very big sentiment that's been expressed. So if we're choosing to rabbit hole, let's please remember that while we are familiar with him, he's not just a random account coming in. Uh, we do have a lot of. We all sense that things are growing, so things will come.
Yeah,
And
my overall in general distrust of people, my gut tells me that he came up here and started talking, and then as soon as he realized what he actually said, he was like, "Oh shit!" and now he's gone, and we may
he
not
just
see him again for a minute.
he just DM'd me and said, "Just bustin' balls."
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that was my initial read, but who knows?
Michael.
Yeah, I guess what I was going to say doesn't matter anymore. I was going to say there's a 0% chance that is true, and that everyone just needed to relax. But I need to say that now. And the guy was in, obviously he's in the space for 18 months. Saying something like that 18 months in when Phil's in the space does seem a little suspect. So, but it all played out. So, haha.
Yeah, it played out to put him on a sus list for me. That's just me. Oh, I don't like people, and you just gave me a reason. So okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Personally, I think he should be kicked out. I'm sorry.
And that shit's just not funny. I mean, at this point in the game, like, why would you even? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm being overly sensitive. I want to take a minute, pack myself full, say, "Hey, Dub Pan." Wait, oh, can't do that because Michael put his hand up. What's up, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't think that. I think it was bad taste humor, but I mean, he was so over the top with it. The fact that he said that his broker, basically admitted to committing a securities violation. Um, doesn't seem likely. So I think he was just he's guilty of a bad sense of humor, bad timing, but he's just made that so over the top that it should have been
Yeah. He has come back in and put his hand up, but we're gonna let him wait his place in line for a minute and go to Doku first, and then we'll address that situation. Doku.
So the only thing I was going to say is normally if you're a registered representative, you wouldn't say something like that to a client. That being said, I mean, first off, as a registered representative, you wouldn't say something like that to a client because specifically it goes directly against FINRA rules and regulations, and you can get in a lot of trouble for doing something like that. That being said, this whole situation is very abnormal and out of the ordinary. So it wouldn't really shock me if somebody did do something like that because, let's be honest, we're how many months in and we haven't seen any real accountability for anybody involved in this situation. So humorous comment, bad taste, I don't know, maybe, but I'm not going to completely discount it because Tell me pigs are flying, and at this point in time, I'll probably be inclined to believe you.
Yeah,
Just
and
saying.
he's now dropped back out, so I guess he didn't want to wait his turn. Here nor there, my opinions are mine, and I can have them, and I choose if to share them or not share them. I'm going to opt not to because my mom said if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. So, Dub Fan, what's up?
Good. I was just good fishing. You're still going. Fair play. I had a nap and all, and you're still going. Fair play to you to keep the space down, you and Jarrell. Yeah, no, it's just well, I know I heard that comment. You see, that's the problem with you Americans. You don't really understand sarcasm. So I was going to actually play off Coach Key for a minute or two for a laugh, because it was a clever point. But what I was going to say was pull something up that was said earlier, and it kind of bothered me a little bit. This, feeling sorry for the shorts, or they're stuck in this, and all this kind of stuff. I have not heard of any short that's lost their job, or lost their home, or lost a relationship, lost access to their kids. I haven't heard any short that's that's been made homeless, lost their business. So this kind of narrative of, oh well, the poor shorts. What the fuck are we? What are we talking about here? What are we? They weren't thinking about us when they took this on, and they took on unlimited risk. And if we're talking about insurance policies, they need to have an insurance policy when they accepted that unlimited risk. That's the kind of insurance policy they should have had. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think we were so much the poor shorts. I could have been misreading the room, but I don't think that I was. But Phil has thrown his hand up again. Phil, welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say about Coach Key. I think we shouldn't forget, and this is perfectly fine. Everybody's got an opinion, that there are still plenty of people that think that I'm full of shit and I don't have a short position, and Coach might be one of those, and that's fine. He can have that opinion. But yeah, and I Dub Fan, I would agree. I still think I'm the only retail short that I know on this, but yeah, I don't think anybody was.
No, but to be honest with you, that comment wasn't totally directed at you. Actually, it was just on a Doku had said, and like, Doku, you've said it a few times, and I just, there's no comparison in terms of the suffering here. I haven't heard of any shorts suffering the way the people in MMTLP have suffered, and I just think it's a casual comment, and just annoyed me. That's all.
No worries, but and I don't disagree with you. I don't know any shorts that have felt some of the pain that I've heard expressed, from members of the community. So I agree that that situation, as far as I know, doesn't exist right now. I mean, yes, I don't have the ability to trade. Yes, I'm stuck in a position, but that's as far as it goes for me.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, Phil. And that's fair enough. It's just comparing the two people in the two situations. Just listen to Asiki earlier on the space day. That this is fucking serious fucking shit. The woman had a really bad fucking day today, and I haven't heard any short having a bad day like that. So I know where my sympathy lies, and I just want to just throw it in there. I'm not too flippant about, I think quite important stuff, But that's it. That's all I have to say. I'll drop down. Thank you.
Thanks, Dub.
Wait, don't drop down yet. Oh, never mind. Too late.
You can come back. I have the power.
Well, I did want to address that real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so no, I'm not trying to express sympathy towards short positions or anything like that. My point is simply this. You're stuck just the same way we are. You do not have the ability to close your position. Congratulations. You're in the same situation that we are. You cannot exit your position. No ifs, no ands, no buts, end of story. And that's it. So, am I sympathetic towards them? No, not really. You're the one that took the risk, the same way I took the risk buying the stock, or well, not even stock. The asset placeholder that never should have been traded in the first place. Hey, you took this, well, not the same risk, but you took a risk entering that position. You are now stuck with it. That's gonna be really shitty for you though if this thing actually does start trading on an open market close position only, because you handed me all the pricing power. So guess what? My price is my price. Close position only. Have fun. So yeah, it might be a bad day for you at some point down the road in the future, But as it stands right now, we're all screwed because nobody can trade the asset regardless of what position you hold. That's more of my point. It's not a sympathetic thing. I'm just trying to state the obvious. Or that sounds rude of me. I'm trying to be as impartial as possible in analyzing the situation.
Agreed. And no one should assume equivocation. It's not the same thing. But anyway, I'm going to drop down as well. Thanks, Fishin, for giving me a mic.
Thanks for coming in, Phil.
One other quick point I wanted to make, since I had forgotten it earlier, because Twitter kept dropping me down for God knows whatever reason. Usually when you're in positions like this, especially if you're taking a naked short position, you have to have the liquidity to cover the position, or at least what's considered a reasonable amount of liquidity. You shouldn't be relying on an insurance policy to cover your ass if you make a bad call. If things start going south, you should close that position as quickly as possible. If you don't, that's on you. That's how banks and hedge funds go bankrupt, is not properly managing their risk. And if this proves one thing, if nothing else, it is a glaring example of improper risk management, especially on the short side of things. And I don't think there's anybody long or short that could disagree with me on that one. I mean, I'd be willing to have that debate, but I'm not sure you're going to win it.
Yeah, Doku. So I think, you know how the banks are allowed to accumulate, say, $1,000 and they're able to lend it out 10 times or whatever the rule is, right? If you go over and above it, I don't think, first off, the banks can do that. They have to stay within that percentage, correct?
Usually, yes, you would, but that's assuming they're following the rules. And from what I can tell, the rules seem to be more suggestions at this point in time.
Well, I think I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at it from Canada's perspective. You can't go over it. If you go over it, like an alarm goes off, a red flag. You know, so I don't think it's possible. I don't know, right? There's bank
Technically,
failures, so obviously they're doing something wrong.
and you're correct in that. Technically, yes, there should be a red flag whenever a bank, a hedge fund, any type of institutional investor over leverages or accepts risk to a point where it becomes a threat to the stability of the company. That would be a red flag, and someone from a regulatory body should step in and say, no, you can't do this. You're creating a threat to the financial system as we know it. Someone would step in and stop that. The issue here doesn't seem to be from the retail investor side of things, and it doesn't even necessarily seem to be from the company side of things, despite what some people might say. This does seem like a systemic failure of the financial industry as a whole. And I know it only applies in our case to this one particular asset because it was going private and it was U3 halted, which is something that, at least to my knowledge, has never happened before. If it has, I'm not aware of it. And if it has, someone please send me a link or something detailing exactly how that situation played out. I would love to read it to see exactly what went down. But I would make the argument this really does boil down to a systemic failure, not only with the regulatory bodies, but also the market makers, the broker dealers, the underwriters. This is not I'm going to buy a thing that you are selling and you borrowed the thing to sell it to me because you thought the price was going to go up or down. This seems to be just an absolute failure on all fronts. It never should have been allowed to happen. And when it got pointed out, they basically told us to go pound sand. I mean, what was it when I believe Barta was on a Charles Payne show about a year ago when he said he went to, I believe he said he went to FINRA. I can't remember if it was FINRA or SEC. It was one of the two. but he was saying, like, why is MMTLP trading? This shouldn't be allowed to trade. Why is it listed on the OTC market? And they basically told him, like, can't do anything about it. It's already listed. Sorry. Deal with it. None of this should have happened. The fact that it did raises a whole lot of questions. And I am firmly of the opinion the reason that this proverbial can keeps getting kicked down the road is because to address the issue is to admit that this is essentially systemic market failure, and it would draw into question the legitimacy of the market as a whole, and it would crush retail confidence in the market. And that would be a massive issue because that doesn't just apply to MMTLP, that applies to markets across the board. That is way bigger than over leveraged positions in a stock like GME or AMC that's still publicly traded. At least that's my interpretation of things. I could be wrong.
Thanks, Doku.
So getting back to my question there, if that money is being used, they should find a way to stop it being used, right? That money should be set aside. It shouldn't be used. And if it has been, they need to find a way to stop that. That's, I think, one of the things that it's pretty obvious. Why use money locked up from these investors who are trying to get it to make profits that don't make sense? And if they made those profits, well, they're going to have to give them back to us.
Well, it's good that you brought that up because I've been wondering myself, why is the U.S. Congress on both sides of the aisle seemingly very upset with the idea of having a consolidated audit trail? Because and I agree with you with what you're saying, that money that was made on a potentially fraudulent asset should not be allowed to get redeployed into the market and tied up in other assets that might or might not be liquid. You should have that liquidity to essentially, pardon my French, cover your ass. The only way you would be able to enforce something like that is to have an audit trail. I am speculating that the reason the CAT system is being opposed is for reasons like that, because it would potentially expose wide-scale market fraud that would kill confidence in the market. But again, that's just my personal interpretation on things. I could be wrong.
Fair enough, but why have that in place then? Like, why have a system like that? If you can't take advantage of it for this kind of reason, it's pointless then. It's just a smoke screen is all it is.
Well, and I think that's why it's being opposed, is because if you did have an audit trail, you could see exactly where the money came from, where it went, how it was spent, whether the assets are liquid or illiquid, if they're onshore or overseas. You can see exactly what is going on. And if this particular situation has proven anything, it's that transparency is something that the current financial institutions that are at play right now really do not want transparency. And I can only imagine the reason is one of two things. First being what I would say excuse that they keep giving us is, well, it'll give up company secrets. Yeah, which my response would be this: what secrets? It's not like I can see your algorithm. It's not open source code. Like, everybody knows what a derivative asset is at this point in time. Even retail investors know how to trade options. At least retail investors who are on Twitter. The second would be you're trying to hide something other than that, which in my case, not my case, but in my opinion, that case would probably be either A, something fraudulent is happening and you're trying to cover it up, or B, you're actively engaged in something fraudulent and you're trying to cover it up. All of that said, there's no reason to oppose a consolidated audit trail. The government's concerned about where my $600 PayPal payment is going, but they don't want an audit trail for a $1 million hedge fund investing money all over the globe? Yeah, make sense.
Yeah, and if you ask the companies regarding this CAT system, and those are the individuals that need to be asked, right? What do you feel like? Do you think this is a safe venue, like a safe system? What do you think they're going to say? I they want to know if their company's being shorted. They're not going to say no. They're going to want this system to stick around, but they're probably not going to ask the companies who they say don't want information to be leaked. Ask the companies that question.
Well, and it really boils down to this. If confidence in the markets are lost, the markets collapse, because the only thing that drives markets is liquidity. I could have the most profitable, most innovative, brilliant company on the planet, and if I'm publicly traded on any exchange, not just US or Canada, anywhere in the world, if there's no confidence in the market, my company doesn't mean squat. Markets are driven by two things. Number one is psychology. Number two is liquidity. Psychology is the most important for this very particular reason. If faith in the market is lost, all the liquidity will dry up. No amount of fundamentals or anything else will change that. If I do not believe that my money is safe, that the market is legitimate and on the up and up, then there is no way I'm going to be willing to accept risk to invest in anything. I'll turn around and buy a car, a house, physical gold and silver, coffee beans. I'll buy anything physical and tangible that I can own that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that is 100% legitimate because I can hold it in my hands and touch it. But there's no way I'm going to buy a piece of paper that's on a digital exchange. Maybe if I have a physical piece of paper, that might be a little bit different. But even then, what am I going to do with it if there's no exchange? That's the key here. That's the real big issue. And I believe that's why the U3 halt was put in place. It is, I would argue, what happened in this particular situation is such a threat to the entire market system as a whole that there was essentially no other choice. And now they're trying to figure out how to rectify it. Because, again, we've proven that we're not going to go away because we've been slighted. So now they have to figure out how to resolve the situation without destroying confidence in the market. Again, just my opinion on the situation. I don't know if anybody agrees or disagrees. Be willing to hear other ideas.
No, you're pretty bang on there. But it's all on our backs, right? We're the ones having to wait and wait and wait, and then we're finding this information, but yet not getting any indication from anybody that okay, we're getting close. We've got something down the pipeline. We're not getting that, so that's the unfair part of it. And confidence in the market. Remove the CAT system, and I don't know what confidence you have. Anybody defending that is obviously working to profit by destroying companies. They're making money. Their way of making money is in a negative way, right? They're using it for that sense. When the red candles are going down, that's all they're worried about, right? So they don't want they don't want it to change, and that's why they're defending it, because they're making money there. So anybody, in my opinion, who's defending it is the problem.
I can't disagree, and I would like to touch on that a little bit more, but there is a hand up, so I'm not going to hog the mic anymore.
Hey, John.
Well, I just jumped in. I'm headed to lunch, and I would just add in the conversation, since he's asking about debating or arguing or disagreeing, that word liquidity, depending on how you're meaning it, is hogwash. I would not say, unless you mean something else, liquidity drives the market, because liquidity, as it is supposed to be intended to be used, is a semantic word for anti-monopoly, not capitalism. Liquidity as it stands right now is would be in comparison to say that if there were 100,000 Home Depot and Lowe's out there on the market selling rotted wood, it drives the market. That makes no sense at all. And right now, all we have is theft, collusion, and lying about the capitalistic markets as with a word called liquidity, and it doesn't mean the same thing. It is not what is needed.
Okay, so I'll clarify what I meant by liquidity.
You follow what I'm saying, though?
No, I get where you're coming from. I understand what you're saying. So that's the reason I want to clarify it.
Okay.
What I mean by liquidity is how easily an asset can be transferred to cash in order to open or close a position. So, for example, if somebody was naked short on MMTLP and they took that cash and then tied it up into a 10-year bond that they couldn't sell, it's not they can't do anything with it after 10 years. It's stuck, or at least they can't easily sell it because there's no market for it. That's an illiquid asset. And the most extreme example would be us with MMTLP. We can't do anything with it. I mean, we are the ultimate example of an illiquid asset. Versus a liquid asset would be as something like a stock that I could sell either for a profit or a loss and immediately convert it back into cash in order to cover a position that I was, belly up in.
Yeah, I get. Actually uses it as a necessary word by describing the reasons why no way in hell could this world survive without put options and destroying a company by selling put options. But they sure as heck can do without the call options and longs and forcing put players, short positions, to have to cover. And the entire ideology of shorts was because there was no float, there was no liquidity in the stock in order for people to buy and hold long to make a dividend, which is what the Dutch industry shipping company was doing. It had a monopoly in a very exclusive territory, and it was liquidity that invented the shorts, which was the establishment of an anti-monopoly situation, because people would hold it past death, and then there'd be no way to get those shares and other younger people being able to invest. And so they were finding a method to make and free shares. But Gary doesn't use that word that way. So it's just a really bad word.
Oh, it's just the word that the financial industry uses in terms of how easy it is to convert a particular asset into cash. Again, in our case, when MMTLP was still trading, and as Fenner already admitted, there are shares trading than there are initially issued. If you borrowed those shares, yeah, sure, you have the cash. You're technically liquid in terms of cash, but if there's no shares available to buy, you're illiquid, specifically because you have that naked short position. And that's where the liquidity crunch comes in.
Well, if he's using it like that, there's no reason to stop the CAT system. There's no reason to become transparent, but he's not doing that. He's protecting the illegal activity of the elite, and he is forcing liquidity out of my freaking wallet into theirs. That's how he's making cash. It's not liquidity for the sake of an honest capitalistic investment, just like when you look at a pharmaceutical company who's inventing a cure for cancer, And no, we're going to drive it into the ground because they're non-cash flow. They're in total research and development. And we've got these multi-billion-dollar investors investing in it, and we're just going to short the crap out of it and take their money. It's all stealing. It's not liquidity. But that's what
Oh, I
he
agree with you.
does.
That
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree
And
with you.
that's
That's not liquidity at all. That's essentially wealth siphoning. That's
and
all
that's
it is.
what he uses that word for. Oh, we can't do without liquidity. We can't do out without it. It's that's why I'm just throwing that out there into space. You know,
Oh yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying, dude. And it drives me nuts when I've heard him use that word like that a couple of times as well, and it drives me nuts, makes me want to bang my head against the wall because to try to sit there and say, well, oh, we can't do this because we're not liquid. Bullshit, bro.
there you go.
You made money selling the stock on the open market. You have cash from that asset sale. You are as liquid as you could possibly be. You have the most liquid asset possible, and that's cash. Don't sit there and
Right.
tell me you can't do it. You're not liquid.
They're all they're all so badass. Like when Mr. Cook wrote that little memo and he said, "Oh, there's only 2.3 million shares in MMTLP that are basically overage." And then in another paragraph below, well, this only includes the US stock market, the US, what we recognize and can report on, but we have no idea of the other 2 quadrillion that could be overseas or on Mars. It's all lying, and that's why I just bring that up, is because semantically, people are trying to learn what words mean. And when they hear the professionals and the geniuses describe it in that manner, it's a false definition. It's lying. It's complete bogus and lying. But I'm with you.
Thanks, fellas. Sorry. My phone seems stuck.
I'm going to listen. I got to make my order. I'm starving.
All right.
Hey, I got a quick question. I'm standing in line. Did Junk Savvy make a public notice about anything recently,
Um,
or anybody about Next Bridge?
I don't. I'm not sure
You don't know.
what you're referring to.
Okay. Well, I got to wait for an answer to see if it's public.
All righty.
Yeah, no, I understand John's frustration though. When people in the financial industry use terms interchangeably and not in a proper way to intentionally confuse people, it's very irritating. It's extremely frustrating. All liquidity means is how easily can you transfer one asset to another. If I have 1,000 shares in XYZ, but there's no one buying stock in XYZ, I'm illiquid. If there's no market for it, I'm illiquid. I can't turn XYZ into cash. Like I'm stuck. That's how that term should be used. But the way you see some of these other quote industry professionals using it, they're just using it as a way to try to confuse people, and that really pisses me off. So I understand John's frustration all too well.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't multitask well. Um. It's down. Joelle, are you here?
I am here.
What is this little snippet you have up there in the nest? I
It's
can't.
a little snippet.
I know I can't hit. If I hit play, it messes me up.
Mr. Basile paid Andrew a compliment.
Shut up.
Of sorts.
Of sorts. There you go. Wow. I don't know if anybody else has seen her post, but Lolly posted 17 hours ago. She's officially in remission, so that's good to hear.
And in the nest, sort of in the middle, there are a lot of retweetables. I'm looking through to see. There they are. Ben posted them, so if you're scrolling through, they're more towards the right than in the middle, actually, as I'm looking at it. And there are a whole bunch of tweets that the picture that you see looks the same, but each of the tweets have different people they're being sent to, and there's a whole lot of reaching out to media. And so as you're sitting here and listening or possibly spacing out or scrolling through Twitter, one of the things that you can do is go up to the retweetable tweets and hit like and retweet and all that stuff that we do so well to be getting our stuff out into the world and into the algorithms.
Thanks, Joe. And somebody was asking earlier, we'll put that up in the nest too, just for fun. It looks like Doku reached out to Dennis Neal about his podcast space, and he's guesstimating 4 o'clock Eastern time.
I got a quick question for you guys.
Sure.
So I tweeted Raymond Soups because I was listening to the recording since I'm blocked from Basile, and he is constantly saying he's for the community, he's trying to help us, he's doing all this stuff, but yet that group naively listens to his rhetoric. So I tweeted Raymond Soups and asked him, is this question fair? He just said, I quote, he is trying to help the community and he is trying to set the base price at a very high number for all of us, end of quote. So here's my question, Mr. Raymond, Mr. Basile, geniuses of all that community. How in hell can he do anything if it is a settled case and everybody, including him, signs an NDA? There's nothing set at all. That is a lie. It is pandering. It's complete stupidity to ignore. Most likely that case would be settled if it goes anywhere, and it will be for the good of the single person or those intercoastal parties tied in that company, LLC, whatever, and that's it. You couldn't turn around Basile yourself and use him and ask him the question, okay, so what's our base price we're going to go for? He can't tell you under an NDA. Why is it that there is a constant lying situation of that reality? And I'm all for him helping people and whatever, but the man is just not honest. He won't let you ask an honest and fair question.
John, you know you're dealing with a psychopath, right? You know, so no, I'm not. This is not a joke. I'm
No,
telling
I
you.
know you're not joking. I was trying to figure out how to respond, and your
Oh.
response is the best one. That's why I'm laughing. Please continue.
Sorry. So, I mean, basically, you have an individual that tries to manipulate you into thinking that he's helping when things aren't going right for him and things are changing. So now he's trying to get some sympathy from you, right? And that's just a way to reel you in so that you'll
Well,
listen.
he's getting sympathy from them. He's not getting it from me
Well,
because I can't listen to his
okay,
babble, jibber
you're not,
jabber.
but you're also responding, right? But I'm just saying, like, you can, at this point in time, if anybody tries to debate him, you are just falling into the trap. I mean, you can't be negative and then try and help somebody. It's impossible. He's a psychopath. That's it. I can't say anything else. He's a psychopath.
Well, have any of y'all heard that? I mean, has that ever come to y'all's mind that it's impossible for him to help anybody in the community except his quote, his client? And then when he changes his verbiage and he goes from his client, he goes, well, it's always like it's his lawsuit because he's the lawyer. It's never his lawsuit, even as the lawyer. He has to do what his client tells him. And supposedly, I mean, I know from hiring many lawyers, unless you tell them sometimes what to do that they don't like and they won't do, it they act as though it is their case. And I think that's why he lost the other two. But I'm not trying to bash him. I'm just trying to get an understanding of why there are certain people that won't call him out and just make it transparent so that if he's talking to one person in this community, at least that one person is not being deceived because he doesn't know how to ask the proper question, or he's never hired a lawyer, or he's never been in lawsuits, or he's never been in a courtroom, he's never been before a crooked judge or a crooked lawyer. He's never dealt with the world that wants to screw you and laugh at you and tell you, here's your nickel, you know? That's why Richard dropped the case, because it finally dawned on him that they're using the judicial system that he wanted to say is imperative to use for our benefit, but he's the only freaking jerk. And now I'm going to call him a name because he's the only freaking jerk that always gets paid even when he loses.
Hey,
Ugh.
let's bring Jarrell into this conversation real quick, John.
Oh, so John expressed frustration that people are having conversations about Mark that aren't focusing on transparency. And there are going to be lots of people having conversations about Mark and with Mark that are not focused on transparency because their priority is not to be informative. Their priority is to be influencing people's opinions and influencing yeah, I guess I'll just stop with that. To be influencing people's opinions. So yeah, the reason you're frustrated is because you have a different priority than they do, and they're not going to change to your priority because they're here for a reason. And I'm not saying that's a nefarious reason or not a nefarious reason. Like in this statement, that's not my purpose of what I'm saying. It's that they just have a different purpose.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I would have never imagined that we were having to go through this. I mean, it's just, and now I'm looking at GME and I'm watching in broad daylight the crime just, it's compounding. It's unbelievable.
But John, is it really that unbelievable though? I mean, let's go back to the early 2000s, man. The market has
Yeah,
been
it is. I
market's been a
mean,
mess for a while.
it is for me in this situation because I've dealt with crooked lawyers and crooked judges. I mean, I've taken them on myself in court, and I know what they can do. I know what they're capable of. I know how they think, you know, and so yes, it is even beyond my experience, which is pretty intense. I mean, you know, like I said, I've run in politics, uh, city and county positions, and it's it's hard. It's very difficult to survive um, and have a set of morals of any kind. It's tough.
John, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm just going to be straight up. What you're upset about is called opportunism, and it's somebody you're dealing with people, and this happens in the market all the time. You're dealing with individuals who are willing to take advantage of a situation, positive or negative, and create an opportunity an opportunity for themselves where they can make profit or they can gain something. Maybe it's not money, or maybe it's not monetary profit or gains, but something else. That's it. That's all it is. And that's just the way it works, man. I know it sucks, but like, let's just be honest about it. Let's just call a spade a spade. I'm not.
Yeah, but you had an actual ideology and understanding that the regulator themselves could be involved in the purchase of the same security you have and intentionally block the rules to make shorts cover in order for themselves to benefit. I mean, you don't walk into a courtroom where the judge says, well, you know, and I see it now because that's what Trump's dealing with Fannie Cash Willis, where a person has actually stolen money and has connived and conceived the with the court, with the law to screw someone and is benefiting monetarily and positionally for doing such an evil act. I mean, if I have to take somebody to court, I usually deal with my business and someone who has cheated me. But I've never gone in court and recognized that the lawyer was actually the father of the customer who was trying to make me lose because he was the one that was going to have to pay me. I mean, that's a whole new side of crooked judicial situations.
I'm sorry, man. You're assuming that people have the same set of moral standards and values that you do, and I hate to say this. That's how you get screwed. You have to be skeptical, especially in matters of money. That's just the way it is. I wish it wasn't, but
Now, what I have to do is get my money and stay the hell out of it and go buy four-leaf clovers and try to go to this corner and sell them for a penny profit or something because it's not in this market. It's just, you know, or buy gold and hold it or anything, but it ain't in this.
even the gold dealer will screw you over given the opportunity. There are people who will
I see hands up there.
clad lead and
I don't know
gold.
who's first. Can
What's up?
anybody hear me?
Wait. What's going on right now? Somebody running my space when I'm not paying attention? Is that what's happening?
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
Go has her hand up.
Go.
Thank you. I wanted to just first off, I want to say what an awesome space. I guess I've missed a whole heck of a lot of it because I actually slept. Um, but I wanted to say thank you, Fishin, and thank you, Jarrell. Um, one of the things I did want to notice, as Jarrell has said, Ven did an awesome job of media outreach. It's right up there in the nest. We had 300 people here a few minutes ago, and I see there's like 30 likes or reposts, maybe 45 on some. Uh, Please go up and let your fingers do the walking and do some outreach. And I also noticed in going through the nest that Dennis Neal is going to do one of his podcasts today, and I'm so pleased that he's given equal time to the retail and the hedge funds.
Okay. Was that sarcasm?
Mark Basile is also on the podcast.
Ah, there we go.
It's
All right.
It's my best attempt at it. I'm not the best, but I'm working at it.
I see. All right. So, who's next? Hand watchers.
There was just that. That's it.
Oh, okay.
We do not have more hands.
I would suggest that we have high ceiling and low ceiling on the same podcast.
Huh?
There might be someone who wants us to get max values for our shares, and there might be someone who wants us to get minimum values for our shares. I guess I need breakfast.
Could just be me. I don't multitask well, and that just is what it is. Oh, let me go do my 3 o'clock Edgar check.
Oh, quick question. Maybe you guys have touched on this already. I'm not sure. Does anybody know what that Singapore brokerage was offering in terms of their quote unquote tender offer?
Nope.
For NextBridge?
Nope.
So they didn't attach a price to it.
Nope. If anyone knows that, it's not information that was included, what was put out there, but in the text that was offered, it was just saying NextBridge is offering this. And I think that the speculation, I mean, obviously NextBridge hasn't offered a tender offer, so what we have is text. But I think there was a speculation that that they were fishing to see what price it, like if people said, well, what is it, and to see what sort of prices would be suggested. I'm not too sure, but that was one suggestion as to what that was about. And Gray did bring up a price that he had seen in his documentation that he's got stored away that wasn't like he had seen a trading price, and he's going to be looking at his information to see whether or not it makes sense that that trading price would somehow be correlated to this. But I think he mentioned $1,200, and that seems like, to me, that seems like an odd number to be attaching to a tender offer that looks like it's fake tender offer during a time period when they wouldn't have been scrambling to look for a solution. So I'm not sure what any of it fully means, but that's some of the ideas that have been out there.
Well, that $1,200 price point actually does sound familiar. Wasn't that one of the
3 o'clock
wasn't that one of
p.m.
the major price points prior to the U3 halt where shorts could actually get a significant amount of shares to cover? Because I think it went from, I want to say it was like 11 or 1,200, and then it went up to like roughly like the low 2000s, like 20, like 2,300, something like that. And then the next level was like 3,200.
Are you talking about the sell limit orders and that video that Winston had showing the sell limit orders, or something else? Because I'm getting confused.
It was a screenshot, but I mean, this was back like maybe a month after the U3 halt, so it's been a while. So I don't remember 100%, and I'm not sure what to search to actually go find it. But I remember that screenshot floating around. Not sure how credible it is. It's just that $1,200 number for some reason sounds familiar to me, and I don't remember 100% why. But I think that's what it was.
It might be. It's possible that you're remembering what I'm remembering wasn't a screenshot, although it would have come up as one. Maybe there were screenshots of it, but Winston had done a I don't know if it was recording the screen or just a recording on its own, showing I think it was showing sell limit orders.
Yeah, I believe it was showing like the level 1, level 2, level 3 bid ask data. And if we're going off the assumption that there was, I don't even remember what the overage would have been at that point in time, but it's like if they needed to cover all these shares on that date prior to the U3 halt, it would have gone through those 3 price point levels.
Yeah.
Going from like 1,200 to like 23 to like 3,200.
I'm remembering that data getting sort of pulled together, and I have no idea how you'd search it or who to be searching, other than Winston might have an idea, because I would assume that it was based off of, like, if there was a single image, that it would have been based off what he had pulled together. I'm not sure. That's interesting that there was a 1,200 point.
Yeah, I don't remember either, because it's just that number does stand out in my mind just because of that. And it would make sense if that's where they picked the price point from, because that's the lowest point where it's like, okay, we got to close these positions no matter how we do it. Okay, let's go to an overseas brokerage, have them throw out, again, this fake tender offer and see what people say. Are you willing to sell for $1,200? Well, you know what? $1,200 is a lot better for us than $3,200 or $3,300. So you know what? Let's give them $1,200 and just call this thing a wash. I mean, honestly, if I was in the position, that's what I would do. Like, look, if I'm going to have to take a loss, my number one priority is going to be mitigating that loss. Like, so if what I'm looking at is 1,200 as opposed to 33, I will happily hand you $1,200 and tell you to kindly go away. I mean, that's just the way it works. When you're on the losing end of a trade, you suck up the loss. That's what you have to do. That's a lot better than going to court and having the proverbial rabbit hole exposed. What's worth more to you? Your ability to continue to trade in a market that's maybe fraudulent, maybe not, allegedly so, or let this thing continue to drag out. If it was me, I wouldn't want this thing to drag out any further than it already has. I would want to distance myself from this as quickly and rapidly as possible. And let's be blunt, a lot of the companies that are engaged in these types of practices, money is not an issue for them. They'll say it is, and I'm going to call bullshit. No, it isn't. You guys make that amount of money hand over fist. You can make all of that up in a month. And don't tell me you can't. There's a reason BlackRock, State Street, Citadel, and Vanguard are the size that they are. You guys can make money in multitudes of different ways. It doesn't require you to sit there and engage in this. At this point in time, if I was a hedge fund, annoying arbitrary fight over a company that most people have never heard of, and potentially drawing your entire company's and your entire company's practices into the realm of legality. Pay them $1,200, have them shut up and go away. Let this all just go away. Because otherwise, our company might be facing some more severe punishments and ramifications. At least that's what I would do.
Hey, you know why they would be able to swallow that and wash that down so gently and easily, right? It'd just be standard operating liquidity.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Damn it, bro.
Yeah. You have to admit that word was used in the best sentence you've ever heard in your life.
No, that was good. That was good, dude. Cheers. that was funny. Because that's exactly how they would use that word too.
Yeah, I swear.
Goodness gracious. Oh,
God.
fuck. Cheers, dude. That was a well-needed laugh. I appreciate you. Damn.
And this face isn't recorded. I swear.
Well, I'm sure somebody somewhere is recording it and clipping it for their own purposes. I'd be surprised if they weren't.
Gosh,
This is just, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is just standard operating liquidity. We gave them a certain amount of money, but they're under an NDA, so we can't tell you how much it was.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it happened overseas in an overseas market that's not overseen, so you don't even have jurisdiction anyways.
It's overseas liquidity. Oh my gosh.
Oh God, that's got to become a running joke. I'm gonna start using that. It's overseas liquidity. Every time FINRA makes a post, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna do hashtag overseas liquidity. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
There you go.
And it's probably gonna piss them off too, which is why it'll be funny.
You can call. Thank you. You can call now fines and short settlements as common liquidity. Deal with it. Oh God.
Your Honor, this is just standard common overseas liquidity practice. But my client is under NDA, so they can't expand further.
Oh my gosh.
Hey man, sometimes you just got to make light of city situations. It helps keep you going.
I'm telling you, golly dang. I wish somebody in here knew what the avenue for these state attorney generals. I keep asking the question over and over, and nobody can answer me. What is the reason why AGs are interested in getting involved in this issue? I have not heard the answer yet, and it just doesn't make sense yet. Somebody hasn't given me the answer. And soon as Soon as they do, then 50 states should get involved because it could be the biggest lawsuit ever. So,
I mean, maybe they are, and they just want to get their ducks in the row before they say anything.
well, maybe, but you can't defend yourself against an AG. I mean, because the judge isn't going to say, "Yeah, you're protected. You got immunity. You've killed somebody. You know, you're with the federal government." It doesn't work like that with the state AGs. It doesn't work like that at all.
Well, I mean,
You
yeah,
know,
we've seen that. I mean, my only conclusion would be either they are and they're just not saying anything because they don't want anybody else to be privy to the fact that they're looking into it, and they'll make their move when, like I said, when all the ducks are in the row. Or the other explanation would be they're just not aware of the situation. So I don't know. Maybe that's an avenue that we should explore further. I
well,
mean,
if you took, huh?
I was just saying we've been trying to get the attention of members of Congress and different committees to try to move on this thing, and they have to some degree. Maybe we should start looking at other avenues.
Well, if you take Texas or wherever, where is Trade Station based out of? Every state, every broker has a license in each state. If you live in Mississippi, if you live in Ohio, Nevada, and you can get online and purchase through your brokerage firm, they would have to have a license for the state that you're in order to facilitate that sale. Now, they wouldn't have to have a brick and mortar office, but they would have to have a license in the state for a resident to purchase through their company. And then their base company could be out of Delaware, Nevada, whatever. So, in the end result, if TradeStation can be sued for Mississippi taxes of $1 billion that they have screwed Mississippi over, oh my gosh, they're going to be well interested. Okay. So that's the only avenue. I mean, AGs don't get involved except issues like the border. When you have something like Texas where, the federal government is forcing literally forcing millions of people into their state at the expense of the state. So that becomes a money issue. So everything's connected to the dollar. If I go to my AG and I say, "Hey, I'd like for you to help me with this criminal activity," and they're going to say, "Well, okay, file a complaint." They're going to throw it in the trash. If there's not money involved, or it's not on a level in the state. In other words, if it doesn't involve somebody like your neighbor who's done something wrong to you inside the state, they're not going to be interested. I mean, I just know how it works. So to tell me that there's 6 states doing something means somebody has hit a dollar sign ideology of how they could be compensated. But and this is going to sound negative, but if I go to my AG and or even my state representative and I say, "Hey, I need you to call the representative James Comer and I need you to get him to do a favor for you by investigating this security and getting me my money." He's going to call, and now he's going to say, "Okay, John, let's call." So he gets on the phone, and now he's asking a favor. Well, Comey or whoever, Acme, Billy Bob, or Jane is going to say, "Well, can you take me off speakerphone?" And Senator Billy Bob, I'm going to get you to do me a bigger favor, and then I can help you with so and so. Tell John to take a freaking hike right out of your office. So there's always some kind of favor that's got to be pulled in order to do something in the government machine. And if my favor is smaller than the favor that he can give in return, guess what he's going to do? He wants the bigger favor to come his way. Does that make sense?
No, it does, because that's the way the game is played. Like, nobody's going to go out on a
That is
limb.
correct.
Yeah, nobody's going to go out on a limb and put themselves, like, put themselves out there on the table unless there's something in it for them. Like, and it's
Or the state, or just say the state, or anything that has to do with his position, or I'm a millionaire or a billionaire, and he knows that he's going to be close to losing, but I am the key to help keep him from losing. He might do a lot of extra arm twisting, but if the other guy says, hey, I still have a bigger favor, I can get RNC or I can get the DNC to contribute to your campaign and we'll get you reelected, I'm sorry. The bigger favor wins every time.
without a doubt, that's the nature of the game. And it's unfortunate that this position is, this should have been a simple matter of financial regulations and how the market should work. But it has unfortunately become political. And the game is a little bit different than just, well, did this regulatory body break a rule, or is this oversight committee not doing their thing? Like, no, this has now become overtly political, which unnecessarily complicates things. But as much as I hate to admit it, that's the position we found ourselves in.
I mean, this has become a reality check to recognize anything that somebody does is potentially on the above 50% side will send them to jail.
I'd
If
say
we're
sending them to
I
jail would be
mean,
one thing. It's potentially, as much as it's ruined people's lives being on the on our end of things, it's also the same type of risk for them. I mean, I kind of hate to make this a joke, but I am going to make a joke about this. The unlimited risk that you accepted by getting involved in this situation, if you're on the other side of the coin, isn't just monetary. You accepted unlimited risk for everything involving not just your bank account, but your career, your business, your family, potentially your friends. I mean, yeah, that's how far reaching this stuff potentially goes. And that's the reason I believe that this is so contentious. That's why I think they're fighting so hard, is because this is not about money. If I could pay you $1,000 to make this go away, knowing that the alternative would be I lose my license, my business goes belly up, my family no longer has a house, I can't pay for my kid's college, yeah, I'm going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that this does not come to light. And to be fair,
and I'm
not going to blame
blackballed
them.
from any other position. Yeah. And being blackballed to be able to move to a different situation, a government position using the same skills and license that they have.
And again, that's why I say this has become political far more than I think some people actually realize. Is the stakes in regards to this this situation are very high. Maybe not necessarily for us so much as for others, because I mean, my biggest concern, at least for me personally, is I can sit here and talk about talk on space calls, talk about this, talk about market corruption. I'm stuck in limbo. I'm not going anywhere. But for people on the other end, this is potentially going to ruin your life. So We have to think about things from both sides, because if you're one of these individuals who has potentially engaged in fraudulent activity and you're also a high up member in some financial institution, your career's done. You're screwed. If this comes to life and it's found that you have done wrong, your career is over.
Well, now let's take it to the next level, at which it really is, which hasn't been discussed. Those 10 people that are, let's say, guilty, okay, let's just, in our opinion, make them guilty. We don't know what the sentence is. The sentence is 1 second with a wristband or 1 second of whatever, but they're guilty. The problem is when they look at the situation and say, oh, here's somebody standing in front of me with the authority to arrest me. Hold on a second. There were 3 people above me that told me I was protected and I could do what I'm doing. So now you better talk to them first. And people don't realize this goes up higher. And eventually, if it goes high enough, the person standing in front of them is now looking up and getting the consequences of saying, now you will go back to your office and you will not pursue this investigation anymore. So there is a whole lot of axes that need to be ground, sharpened, and a lot of trees cut down in order to get it resolved, or they've got to come up with, let's resolve this because this goes way too high to solve this problem. And I think that's where we're at.
I'm not going to say that I know exactly what the proper resolution for this would be. The one thing I can say with at least some degree of confidence is that a resolution is in the best interest for all involved parties, because on the one hand, if this continues to drag on and go out any further than it already has, more and more information is going to come to light, and it's going to start to raise questions that people, myself included, aren't even considering or asking at this point in time. We're 18 months in. I guarantee you, when that U3 halt happened, what we're talking about today didn't even cross my mind. On the other hand, for people who might be involved on the other side of the coin, you want this to go away as quickly and quietly as possible. And to be honest, the best way you do that is you get a financial resolution. You say, hey, I'm going to give you this amount of money, close our position, sweep it under the rug, let's forget this ever happened, and cross my fingers, pray to God that nobody talks about this any more than they already have. And you don't really have a choice. That whole sweep it under the rug and hope retail investors don't pursue it and they just accept their fate. Yeah, that's gone. That option 12 months ago. You had your chance.
If this had happened 20 years ago when they didn't own every network news, it would have resolved much quicker, because now they've got everybody in their pocket. But, you know, it still takes money, and it still takes time. It still takes distraction and work to feed one side. Well, you've got to tell this narrative, you've got to tell this narrative, to bury this, to hide it, when all they'd have to do is say, look, we can solve this a lot cheaper by just ending it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump in. Dubfan's got his hand up. Hi, Dubfan.
Oh, thanks, Joel.
You know,
Look, I didn't have
but
much. The
a few.
conversation kind of moved on a bit really earlier on, but just in terms, I know John mentioned the attorney generals and possibly the Department of Justice and stuff, and I was just kind of thinking about that. Would that not take an awful lot longer, for us to get a resolution? I'm just thinking of, I know people were following the Madoff case, and in the end of the Madoff thing, the people who were involved in it, who got paid out first, or who were at the start of the kind of, it turned out it was a pyramid scheme, but they actually had to give their money back. Their money was taken off those people and distributed to the people who came in last. So they weren't exactly looked after. Basically, everybody did really, really badly out of that. I suppose where I'm going with this is, I would rather Nextbridge sorted this out directly, and if we have to be silent about it, or it doesn't all blow up, I'll take that deal. I don't need to or feel like I want to. How do I put this? I can be quiet. I'm just here to get paid, so I don't care about if the price of getting paid is it going away quietly. I'll take that.
Well, that's what I'm driving at. I'm being long-winded, but my point is, when you get the AGs involved, you just figuratively think of them as a news press organization that doesn't go out and smear TV lies about the situation. When you get the AG involved and they're against you, then you really have got to resolve it quicker so that the AGs don't end up seeing bigger money. Because if the state starts suing all these brokers, oh hell, they could give us $1 billion apiece before they could pay every state $1 million. I mean, that's the point I'm driving at. So if anything, that's why I said I want to know what the AGs are interested in and why, because they are the news agency we need to push this quicker, because them threatening them, the bad guys, makes them recognize this is going to bankrupt us. And we're not in the position of bankrupting anybody, but the AGs, oh my gosh. I was surprised that the tobacco companies weren't bankrupt from all of their multi-millions that was involved in all of that. AGs are paid attorneys. Unlike us, we don't have to pay. We would have to pay our attorneys. The AGs get paid by taxpayers. So the AGs can go at this a whole lot longer than the billionaires can out of their own pocket. So like I said, the expense of all of that is a lot higher and gets a lot riskier, and them losing multiple fronts. That's why I say that AGs need to be pursued, but I don't know what the money aspect, the angle in which they're going after.
But
That's what they've got to see.
But isn't that part of the problem of any kind of legal actions, in a way, in the sense of, if we go down the road of Nextbridge directly dealing with, and looking for a solution directly, if it goes out of our hands towards illegal, as far as Department of Justice or Georgia or whatever way it goes, at the same time we want the pressure of them asking questions. But if the investigation goes that way, where do we fit into that cog? We're going to be the littlest piece on the puzzle, and they could go, it could go a totally different direction. It could go into, wider market reform stuff, could go to multi-ticker. It could go in directions that we didn't anticipate, and I just think that there's a danger if it goes out of Nextbridge's hands, we will no longer be the priority. That would be a bit of a concern for me.
I'm going to give that at least a 1% chance, because I mean, in any situation, just like the tobacco industry, you can't get rid of the people smoking. You can't get rid of the people who bought the cigarettes. So every situation is always going to involve us. We are the people that are holding the cigarettes and who have smoked the cigarettes. So, where it turns, I don't know, but you can't get rid of us. So if that answered your question, I think it did. I'm not sure.
No, yeah, no, I get you. No, I get it. I suppose a little bit of concern would be that once, Department of Justice or any of these things involved, it gets a lot bigger, and the problems could get a lot more complicated. I just, my feeling is, at least if some kind of situation is reached, settlement or trade reaches between NextBridge and the parties involved, I just think that then we're sitting with a strong seat at the table. But once other parties, and you get very, very complicated, you don't really have that. You're now in the back seat, and you have to wait to see what they're going to do. I'd rather see what McCabe does. Kind of way. Maybe I'm saying this wrong.
No, you're not. And I'll tell you, another answer to the question would be the idea now that this Tiger, whatever financial group out of Asia, has contacted them. That's an immediate sign of, we need to handle this before it gets bigger. So that's another answer that I'm trying to show you. Since the AGs are getting involved, just 6 of them, and potentially much more stuff, and a lawsuit with RICO and racketeering and businesses going bankrupt and people going to jail, all of that is definitely a good sign for the situation to be resolved, to end the meteor. It's easier to deal with a rock falling off a mountain than it is to deal with the meteor falling from the sky, even if the rock's the same size.
I get you, but is there also not a bit of a trade-off then between, kind of a, us and them type of situation then, that it's out of our hands, and it can or could go in any different direction, and we'll no longer be, next week will no longer be in control of the resolution. It could go anywhere.
No, I think they are. No, I think that's the good thing about it. And in my perspective, we've always been out of control and not being able to resolve this because of arbitration. Arbitration is a wall designed to keep you out. And there's no way in hell you're going to get involved. And this is why Richard dropped the suit, because you're going to get screwed by the arbitration or the legal aspect you're getting when you buy a security. You're going to get screwed worse than you were before you sought resolution. I mean, that's what arbitration does. It is like, hell, you got a hailstorm and they were BBs, but as soon as you file arbitration, now you got to deal with meteorites. You should have stayed indoors. You should have got an umbrella and dealt with the little BBs, because you ain't seen nothing yet. So we've always been out of the picture, unless you're even a multi-billionaire. Like Richard said, he's a lawyer and has been trying to handle this himself. And Richard said, had someone hired him, he'd be up into the $500,000 range probably, with all the stuff he's done, research, filings, all of it. So thank goodness we have those people on our side. They got screwed more than we did, because they also were investors in MMAT. And I still say, just by either solving the NextBridge situation or MMAT going bankrupt or whatever, gets rid of 1/3 of the total bill that they all could be holding. All they have to do is bury one side and the other one will go away. But people don't realize that.
Normally, I would agree with you. The only area I'm going to disagree on is that would have been the case prior to NextBridge going private. Now,
Well,
now it can't go away.
if MMAT sells their position or goes bankrupt, you haven't lost your NextBridge situation. But all of those people that were in MMAT who had their stock driven down to zero, even I purchased MMAT and they did the 100-to-1 reverse split, which was astronomically destructive to my financial investment. And now if they do whatever destroys it more, all of those short players who I'm potentially saying never covered has been able to now take that equity away, that my security, my investment would have been much larger.
Oh, I agree with you. And again, I have both
Well, that's what I'm
MMTLP.
talking about.
I have both MMTLP and MMAT. So I'm sitting in both of the assets. My point is this though. MMTLP, now that it's gone, delisted, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, yeah, you can I guess be vengeful, I suppose, and try to erase some of the losses on your books by bankrupting MMAT, which essentially would be covering your ass from one aspect of the financial perspective. But it's still never going to make this whole MMTLP NextBridge hydrocarbon situation go away. So I mean, you're on the hook no matter what.
No, I'm telling you from the short perspective. When the spinoff happened, there was a 2 Torch and 1 MMAT dividend given. If they pushed all of the shorts from Torch into MMTLP, which I believe they did, that's why it was created. There's no reason to believe that they did not take the MMAT short and put it into a shell company and not cover them.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a valid point.
Okay. So if they were to get rid of their positions in MMAT that were pushed over, carried forward in the forever fail, screw you guys, which Greg McCabe, John Burden, all of them were heavily speaking out about.
Yeah, they could
which is
essentially
why they created the dividend.
Yeah, well, essentially what they could do is they could write those short positions off the book.
That's right. So guess what? That's 1/3 of the loss gone.
Yep, they're mitigating their losses by trying to bankrupt a company that potentially holds some of these naked short positions that go all the way back to the torchlight days, which I was not in MMAT prior to, or I was not in MMAT after any of this stuff happened. I was in MMAT because of the merger between TRCH and MMAT. That's how I got MMAT shares. But yeah, no, I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah, bankrupt MMAT, you can at least write off, as you said, roughly 1/3 of your position. So now you're only looking at a 66% loss instead of a 99.9% loss. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's correct. Yeah, that's absolutely what I said from day one. That situation turned into a hostile takeover because the equity involved in the shorts position is much greater than the equity involved in the longs position.
Well, that's the whole reason they started having MMTLP trade to begin with in the first place. I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. We're stuck in the middle of a proverbial game of hot potato, And that game is being played between large institutions, not necessarily retail shorts or retail longs. This is not a game that we're really in control of. We're just stuck in the middle of it. But we were supposed to shut up and go away and just let the game play out as intended. We are the proverbial wrench in the machine. And well, guess what? We're breaking the machine, and they're quite upset about it. Hence
Gentlemen,
why you have people hence why you have people like Charles Gasparino coming out and saying what they're saying about us, because no one in the mainstream financial media would be paying any attention to us if there wasn't something here. Johnny Tobacco wouldn't be talking about us if there wasn't something here. Charles Payne would not be talking about us if there wasn't something here. The question is going to ultimately become this: how does this get resolved, and how bad is the damage going to be? Because there's no way this gets swept under the rug. Not at this point in time.
Gentlemen.
Now, the only reason I was even bringing this up, which was my main focus as to being involved.
Sorry about that. The mute all got hit. So let's keep on talking, but you'll need to unmute to talk.
The space because apparently nobody could hear me saying gentlemen, and then I muted everybody and there was still talking, so I was having an issue. So I wanted to put a pause on that lengthy conversation and welcome a new speaker to the panel. On to Bear.
Hey, how you guys doing? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
So I'm reaching out to my state AG, and well, basically my question is, John, you said that like it ultimately leads to business closing down and companies going bankrupt and people go to jail. So like where in that do we get paid? Because if the person who owes us the money is in jail, I don't think we're gonna get paid that way. I was just wondering if you had
The
thought
person
about that.
the person that's going to jail doesn't take the money with them. So, and the person that's going to jail who's at FINRA doesn't have the money anyway. It's their employer that has the money that they were protecting.
It'll be asset seizure or liquidation, most likely.
So hey guys, how did this concept work out for the Madoff situation?
Bernie Madoff wasn't being screwed by FINRA. He was just screwing his own buddies.
Doesn't matter. It's the same principle where you have a corrupt situation, a lot of investigation. What is discovered is they discover that something was wrong. Madoff went to jail. People went to jail. There were penalties. Did anyone who lost their money from Madoff get their money back? Did they get any compensation?
Not to be, just to kind of clarify something, Madoff went to jail because he turned himself in, not because they literally, someone investigated it who was screwing him, and they went to the regulators or they went to the AGs or they went to the police, and then said, hey, you need to do this.
You're right. You're right. He turned himself in, but there was years of investigation leading up to it, and at the end of it was someone in jail.
And it was only Madoff.
Right. Did they get their money back?
It has nothing to do with what we're trying to resolve, though.
Hey, Dubfan's got his hand up.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. I was trying to take it down, but yeah, exactly what you said, Joel. As far as I know, that turned out to be a pyramid scheme, and the people who actually got paid at the start of the pyramid scheme, they were made give up the money that they got to pay the people who came in at the very end. So they all lost. Basically, everybody lost money out of it. You know, no one gained. There was no compensation, no nothing. And that investigation went on. And that's what the point I was trying to make earlier, is that once things go outside of your control, say towards some kind of criminal investigation, you take a back seat. You're not no longer in control. And when it's not in control, I'm talking about Nextbridge. You're just waiting in line and hoping that something will work out for you. But you have no control, and you're not a decision maker anymore. Decisions are going to be made for you, and you'll be presented with whatever it is they decide to give you. And that's my concern, is that this idea of it going criminal, that it'll be good for us, it doesn't always work out like that. I'd rather McCabe, as I said, had the control, not Department of Justice or any other entity, whether it's AGs or whatever way it goes. That's the point I was trying to make. Yeah.
And I agree with Dub fans. We want this to be resolved from a financial standpoint before criminal investigation ever begins. Because if this goes to criminal investigation without financial resolution, throw a dart at the dartboard blindfolded. Because you have no idea what's going to happen when that takes place. Those two aspects of the situation need to be separated, and one needs to come before the other. There needs to be some type of financial resolution first. If this goes to criminal investigation and criminal resolution happens prior to that, you're playing craps, dude. And I don't like to gamble in a casino when it comes to stuff like this. Okay, I want my situation to be resolved. I mean,
look, from my perspective, I'd love to see, these people in jumpsuits and all that, but sometimes that only happens in the movies, and sometimes it doesn't even happen in the movies. First and foremost, I think, judging by the suffering I heard today, and how people are feeling, and how beat up they are, we have to get it the quickest and most financially rewarding resolution for us all. And if that involves giving up that whole, justice, jumpsuits, all that kind of stuff, that might be the price I have to pay, and people will have to live with it. I think, if we get both, great, but there may be a case where we won't get both.
I mean, I tend to agree with you. If the situation comes down to, let's just use the $1,200 mark as just an arbitrary number. If it comes down to you either get $1,200 per share, or this goes to a criminal suit and you have no idea how much you're going to get. Maybe it's $1,200, maybe it's $10,000, maybe it's $1.
What's your take on that, Jarrell?
Well, I would much rather have the $1,200, and then whatever happens after that happens. Because at the end of the day, I'm an investor. I'm here to make money. So I'm not willing to give up $1,199 and only get $1 per share just so I can see somebody in a jumpsuit. I'm sorry, that's not a deal I'm going to take. Now, if I get my $1,200 and then criminal suits come after that, that's perfectly fine. I don't care what happens after that.
So for John, I wasn't saying like volunteering you to be defense for us contacting the AGs. It's just something that I think as a community we really need to think about hard, because the implications could be, us having wasted 18 months, or really seeing this thing through to the end. And for me, I don't really care if anyone goes to jail or not. I'm pretty hard up for money, so that's not my major concern. If it does happen after, that's great. And they change the market. I feel like us getting paid out will be the biggest impact on changing the market, and I don't really understand why other people don't see that. Because some people go to jail, whatever, but if you feel that in your pocket, you're like, now I have to change.
I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
Thanks, Sean. Hey, Dubpan.
Yeah, just to finish that point, for the people who want this to go down the legal route, particularly, a civil action kind of legal route, that's not going to end in anybody in jumpsuits, is it? No, it's going to end in a financial payout that they hope will happen, but it's not going to end in anybody in any jumpsuits. So, you have to get used to the idea that that might not happen, I think.
Even in that case, does the financial payout reach us? I don't think it does.
I don't think that it does, at least not in its totality. And I think that the financial payout won't. I think it'll be structured differently than we imagine it when we look at investigation after and money now. I think that there's a whole bunch of different variables that come into how that amount is determined. Especially since once the crimers are being investigated, the weight of that investigation provides some amount of metaphorical payment. There's no way to actually quantify this or set up the equation in a way like look for looking forward, but just like philosophically, I imagine that any sort of money payout before investigation, there's going to be some hope by the people who are paying the money that this could influence if that person specifically is part of the investigation, or how that person is looked at with the investigation. I don't think that it would make the courts more lenient for those who are most involved. I don't really know how it goes together, but it seems likely to me that there's essentially a higher amount of money for us prior. I don't know though. That's just me thinking through what sort of makes sense to me, and me trying to think of how the legal system might work, and how the crimers' brains might work. I now call them crimers. This is the world we're in. It's at 18 months. Hey, Pontiferin.
So this is just my interpretation of what I think Curtis's strategy is. His strategy, I believe, is that he's releasing these names, and if you're one of the names that's been released, you're gonna think that, man, this could get me, in trouble soon, and maybe I should approach these people and settle this now, before something bad happens. Whereas the other route is we're showing up with subpoenas and they're just gonna lock down, and it's gonna be, lengthy trials for years probably before we see any movement.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And at the speed that we're seeing the courts moving right now over the last 18 months, at the beginning of this, we were like, oh, it's going to be like 3 years or 5 years. I'm concerned that it would be like 20 years. I have no idea how long the court system could go, but I imagine that it will be dragged out as much as possible. I imagine that there's a lot of information, a lot of aspects of it. Okay, 20 years is probably an exaggeration. I have no idea. I just Mark Basile's petition in New York started in, I think he filed it in April or May. And that was just a petition for information. And granted, it was a very unique and specific kind, but it was just a petition for information. And I think that it got to like the finality in, I want to say it was December, but I'm not sure. And I try to look at that when I'm considering, like, it's fun to think about people being penalized, but the reality of how long that would take, and if our resolution comes after that, hey, and I don't imagine that there would be much negotiation room for a resolution once that kicked off, once it gets hugely started. At the beginning stages where it's kind of a pressure point, maybe. But I mean, one of the things that there were concerns about, I don't remember if they were talked about very openly or not, but one of the things that I had large concerns about as we were bringing information to Congress and bringing this to congressional eyes was whether or not at some point there'd be an office who looked at information or looked at the share count or looked at whatever and went, wow, this is bigger than my office. Gives it to DOJ, says we can't be involved anymore. And I don't know at what point the involvement of DOJ, and I mean, DOJ knows about us. I think I think we have been told that. I also think that that's a very safe assumption. But I did have concerns there. Like I have concerns about everything. I think about concerning things with every aspect of this. But yeah, when we talk about investigation, there's certain realities of it, and I understand people who are very interested in the penalty in the orange jumpsuits, so to speak. But realistically, we've been here for 18 months, and I think that some of the best justice that could happen would be that we are freed first, and the rest is taken care of. If you look at this and say there's what 65,000, 80,000, we sort of move those numbers around, not knowing exactly how many people bought in after everything, but the halt has halted us. The halt has halted our lives. The halt has made it so, like, whether you have 100 shares or 100,000 shares, you're stuck in this situation. And while we are the victims, and I don't know if that's a word I want to use, but while we are the victims of an ongoing situation, that is an injustice. And while, yes, the crimes that happened are immense and intense, and I want the people who are involved to be dealt with directly, I don't want to halt my life in the process. I don't want to keep halting my life in the process. I think that would be an injustice. Hey, Doku.
Hey, so a question was presented to me. So I want to toss it to you guys to see what you think. Hold on. Twitter, why are you such a pain in the ass?
Yes, I would like a glass of gin. Does that answer your question? I really hope it does.
Pour me one too while you're at it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Twitter, or X, formerly Twitter. Why are you doing this to me? Do we have absolute solid evidence about pre-market prices and what would have started out super high at the bell? Or that it would have started out super high at the bell, sorry. So I'm guessing what the question is, do we have evidence that if this thing was not U3 halted and it opened the next day, closed position only, would it have gone to the moon? Would it have skyrocketed? Do we have solid evidence that that would have been the case?
I think the best, I mean, there's no way to have evidence of something that didn't happen, right? But I think the best evidence that we would have of that would be, I haven't seen them, but apparently there are screenshots of shares that were sold and then that was undone, and that they were sold for very large numbers. And so not the canceled sell limit orders, which most of us dealt with, but it was sold for an amount, and then the brokerage said, "Oops, our machines screwed up." Um, and I feel like there is something else that's more solid evidence, and I'm totally blanking on what it would be. Because this is something that's become like a quote unquote fact that for us, right? That in the very opening bell moments, it would have started to skyrocket, and that wasn't something that could be controlled. But I am blanking on the bits and pieces of things that have made that fact for us. I don't think that it was just imagination that became fact. It's been a long couple of days.
Well, the only thing I can speak to in regards to that is I know that if you have a bid and ask order, that's indicative of what the price of a stock should be doing. Well, not even just stock, just the price of an asset in general should be doing in regards to how the price is going to move when the bell opens. If you're a broker dealer, a registered representative, and what have you, if you're an institutional investor, we'll just say use that blanket term. If you put in a high bid or a high ask, and then you cancel it right before the bell opens, that's considered market manipulation. That is against FINRA's rules. You cannot do that. That will get you in trouble. I would assume the inverse would be true. If there is a bid, or sorry, if there is an ask that is in prior to market open and you cancel it, that's also market manipulation. I can't put in a high bid and then cancel it. But if I put in a high bid and somebody cancels it on my behalf, or with not even on my behalf, sorry, that's the wrong terminology. If I put in a high bid and someone cancels it without my consent, you're also artificially manipulating the market. If I say it's $900 and I will not settle for anything more than $900, and you say, nah, we're going to cancel that order, you're manipulating the market. You're manipulating the bid and ask. You cannot do that. That is market manipulation, 100%. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That is within FINRA's rules. It's on the SIE exam. Like, this is Security Industries Essentials 101. You cannot manipulate the bid and ask price. End of story. There is no way to argue around it. If
Did he just cut off for anybody else, or is it me?
Yep, I
Yeah,
lost him.
he just got just on that thought, actually, I sent you a DM, Gerald, just to see what you thought of it. It's just a thought I had as well. It's sort of in line with that, but just on the QT.
Okay, check it out.
Yeah, I don't know why X keeps doing that to me. It's really frustrating. But just to finish my point, no, if you cancel a bid or ask prior to the market open, it's considered market manipulation. And that's FINRA's rules, not mine.
Thank you, Doku. Everybody tap, 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 tap. Well, impersonation of Marduk.
Yes, that is what I am doing. I am doing an impersonation of Marduk. We all miss him, and I'm offering that to you selflessly. You're welcome. And I'll mute. I'm sorry. Well, it's that thing when you leave the screen, it's helpful to keep the microphone open so that you can like say, I'm coming back, if you're coming back, but then you also are usually typing and pressing the screen if you leave the screen and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, I get it.
Okay. I'm muting now, but that means that when I need to come back, it'll take a minute.
Just as a FYI, there's a comment somewhere, I don't know where it's at, where it shows up in my notifications that the podcast is out, for those that are interested in seeing that. Okay. So this has been a good space. Thanks, everybody.
No, thank you, Fishin. You've both done a long hour shift there today. You started early. I think you started like 10 hours ago, maybe more, was it? Yeah, maybe more.
I don't know. It's been a minute. All I'm doing is sitting here passing out mics, basically. But yeah.
It started around 7 a.m. Central. So 12 minus 7 plus 3 is how long we've been here.
I know I started it at a time that I was like, crap, there's no space. At this time of day, there should be a space. Fuck. Fine. I'll do it. And here we are. A
And do
whole
you
lot of
remember the
hours later.
conversation? Do you remember the conversation we had this morning in fishing? When you started this space, there was 14 people in it. You were saying you hate people and stuff like that. And then I looked back at the thing and it was like 500 people in the chat. And I said, oh, fishing has got it. But you handled it really well. I mean, you're well able to do it and fair play to you. You know, I dare say you could make it as a professional radio DJ.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't go that far because I am not chatty, and I would not go that far. But I mean, like, in my defense, there could be 5,000 people in the room, and as long as I don't move my screen, I only see 16. You know what I mean? And usually the 16 that I see, are 16 people that I talk to fairly regularly because of the way the Twitter algorithm thing works. So I'm okay with that. The rest of the people, as far as I'm concerned, they're not even here. I mean, I'm
So,
sure they're.
there are 13,000 people listening. Well, what do you have to say to that?
Well, everybody, could you just real quick before they?
I'm messing with you.
I know. But see, that's why I couldn't be a radio DJ because sometimes I'm just not quick on my feet. And when you catch me in the middle of packing a bowl, I'm definitely not quick on my feet because that'll multitask well.
Nah, fishing, it's fine. It doesn't matter how many people are listening to you. The only thing that matters is they're willing to take the time to listen to you. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter how many.
Or if you want to take the other side of that coin, it's that they have no other choice because there's no other spaces, so they're stuck here. But I mean, they could leave if they didn't want to listen.
Oh well, those poor. I can't call them all sons of bitches because it's not politically correct anymore. Those poor they-thems, I guess. Sorry, you're stuck with us. Have fun. Wait, Fishing, why did you mute? Don't leave me sitting up here all alone.
No, I muted because I had to cough, and I didn't want to cough in everybody's ear or ears.
Maybe they like it. Maybe they like it, Fishing. Coffin fishing ASMR.
I'm still doing my every other minute Edgar stalking check, and it's nothing. It's getting kind of old, but nothing. Nothing, still nothing, no nothing.
I'm sorry, I think.
I mean, at this point, I could click on it, it probably would be there, and I'd be like, yeah, nothing, and just move on and be like, oh. I'm so used to not seeing anything.
Fish, I just saw, I don't know if you saw that in the chat. Dennis's podcast is out. Squatch just said, I don't know if you just were aware of that. Dennis's podcast is out from 6
I just
minutes
said
ago.
that like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, did you? Oh, jeez, fair play to you. See, you're on. I told you're a really good host.
Good to know you're paying attention, though, Dub. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, I know. So I was probably GMing actually in the background. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Oh, I was checking a DM. I'm sorry. What's going on? They were in the bathroom. They were petting their dog. They weren't checking no DM. I ain't falling for that. Come on to you, all of you. It's been 18 months. I know how you operate. I'm just kidding. Holy moly, why am I yawning? Oh, excuse me.
You're yawning because we've been here for 8 hours.
Is that why? 8 hours and 18 months? 18 months and 8 hours?
8 hours and 18 months.
I'm crazy.
Actually, a little bit more than 18 months.
Them crazy.
I've been trying to make a grocery list, and then I keep getting distracted. When it gets too long, and then I try to try to bring down the price, and then I look at the list and go, "Well, that doesn't make me feel happy about eating." And
Oh yeah, started and deleted 3 different DoorDash orders since we've been talking.
you know, that is something that I look forward to after reconciliation. I look forward to being able to make a few impulse purchases in my grocery order without being concerned that that means I won't be able to purchase something that is like absolutely necessary in my life, like medicine or toilet paper. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
This like the simple joy of a few impulse items, or the simple joy of purchasing both grapes and cherries.
Got any grapes?
No, but I do have some lemonade.
I'm kind of concerned that Joe is considering medicine and toilet paper impulse item buys. Maybe it's just me.
Well, aren't they? Aren't they really? I mean,
No.
medicine, your life's a little bit more troublesome, perhaps. Maybe your life is shorter, but like, is it necessary to like be living until tomorrow? No. Toilet paper, you know, you can find substitutes. You could take a shower. This is getting to be a really gross conversation.
I'm glad to see that you have embraced the nihilism. Welcome to the club.
Hey, it's been 18 months. There's certain things will be embraced.
Okay, so now it has turned into a dirty conversation. We're not going down that rabbit hole, no pun intended.
All right, well, I'm going to leave you guys in Jarrell's hands while I go take a quick shower, and I'll be back.
Wait, seriously?
No.
Oh, gotcha. Dirty. Oh.
You're just going to leave the space in JRL's non-toilet paper covered hands. Kinky.
Wait, do you cover your hands in toilet paper?
Don't judge me. Some people like to wrap tobacco in $100 bills. I like to wrap my hands in toilet paper. It's just how I know I'm middle class rich.
I was at a blackjack table one time, and one of the people at the table had gotten up to go to the bathroom, and when they came back, the dealer, of course, being a dealer, like, you washed your hands, right? And they were like, yep. And she didn't even miss a beat. She said, what color was the soap? And the guy, like, totally had no answer. And we were like, yeah, you didn't wash your hands. I thought that was such a great question. What color was the soap? Doku, what are you doing?
I don't know, and I would like X to answer that question too, because it's like every 5 minutes the damn fucking space crashes just kicks me out. Like,
No, the space is fine. We're just rolling right along. No issues here.
Wait. So here it looks like you dropped to listeners, but you're getting kicked out. That sucks.
it's just me apparently. Like every 5 minutes it just boots me and I come back and then it's fine, and then 5 minutes later I get kicked. This has happened like 7 or 8 times now. I've even gone in and cleared the cache, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no. I got nothing. I'm going full white girl on this one.
It's not me, man.
I know it's not you guys. It's something on my end. I don't know what it is. All I know is it's damn fucking annoying.
Yeah, it kind of freaks me out too because I'm like, I'm tra la la la, and then I get the one request. I'm like, oh, I got a request, and I go to approve the request, and it's somebody who I was just talking to. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? All right.
I don't know. Maybe I have like a dedicated troll or something who's just jumping in the space every like 5 to 10 minutes that has me blocked just to like screw with me. I have no fucking clue.
Oh well, aren't you fancy with your own dedicated troll? Good for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a few of them now at this point in time. I'm not sure how I earned that honor, but it's a thing, I guess.
I am blessed with the quote end quote curse of where'd my word go? Damn it, being uninteresting. Interesting.
Your
That's not
words
the
got
word I
you
was
three
looking.
halted.
That's not the word I was looking for, but that's the words I'm going to use to not sit here and look like a dumbass. Like I'm not interesting enough to troll. I'm not informative enough to fuck with. I'm just fishing. I'm just here, hug some trees and smoke some pot and talk about whatever. Just don't yell at each other. We're fine.
Your words are a threat to the stability of Merriam-Webster, and therefore we're going to have to U3 halt your ability to speak.
Oh, well, it's like someone's already done that to a degree. Some
Oh.
days, as I stumble and fumble across words that normally would just flow freely. It's the pressure of all the people. Holy crap, there still is a lot of people in here, isn't there? Oh, holy, see, why did I do that? I should not do that.
Or should you?
No.
I think you should. I
You
don't know
should.
what.
It's only 1,000.
I shan't. What?
It's only 1,000 people listening.
Oh,
Only 1,000.
These are dropping the bucket.
See, I say 1,000, and Fishin goes, "Oh my god, 1,000!" and then looks up at it and sees it's only 193. Then she feels better.
I
I don't
believe
think
that's
what
what we
happened,
refer to as bait.
And switch. What time is it? 4:15. 4:15. Edgar update. I'm not crazy about my new addiction. Like it brings me no pleasure. It does nothing for me whatsoever.
Well, you know what you could do?
I could make it a drinking game.
Oh God, please don't do that.
Check Edgar, take a drink. Check Edgar, take a drink. It'd be on the floor.
The reason I say that is there is a YouTube channel that I used to frequent talking about like nerd and pop culture stuff, and I inadvertently turned that channel into a drinking game.
Oh
and
my!
it was fun, but yeah, we had to put an end to that relatively quickly because we would all die from alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, Ven and I turned the phrase "orking in the background" into a smoking game. To the point that I thought my lungs were going to just melt or explode. I wasn't sure which, but that was not a smart idea. I mean, it was a smart idea, but it was not a smart idea because that gets said a lot.
Oh yeah, no, I would probably have an anxiety attack within the first 30 minutes because I used to smoke a lot, but I cannot smoke anymore like that because I don't know, I can't handle it. I smoked too much when I was younger. Can't do it.
Yeah, at one point it got to the point like I was like trying to be able to breathe from the first coughing attack, and somebody would say it again. I'm like, son of a bitch! All right, here we go.
Oh, son of a bitch! Curse word. Drink. One drink. See, this is how it starts. Oh, and for the record, if anybody is interested, I will be on that YouTube channel at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Mildred the Monk on YouTube. So if you want to come in and listen in, we're apparently reconstituting reconstituting. Crap! What the hell is the name of the comic? Give me a second. Mildred, where the hell are you? Here we go. I'll just share it in the nest. If anybody's interested, there you go.
There you go.
We're nerds. We talk about nerdy shit.
I feel like your voice is too high to be a nerd.
Wait, too high?
Wait, too low. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I feel conflicted. I feel conflicted now.
At least I know you're both paying attention. Oh yeah, too low.
I mean, I don't know, man. I like playing football. I like sports. I also like Lord of the Rings. I also like video games. I don't know.
Hey. We can be nerds, okay?
I'm just saying that
too.
I feel like you woke up
hey, look.
nerd.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, I was getting to the not sorry part, but I was trying to decide if that would make me an asshole or not. But
you pulled me out of obscurity to make fun of nerds. No.
Hey.
No.
You know you're a nerd too.
I know I'm a nerd.
You're damn right you know it.
No.
See, you know you're a nerd when you can make fun of nerds.
Wait, we didn't pull you out. You came flying out like, hey, did somebody call my name? I heard nerd.
But you insulted the majority of us, and come on.
I feel like there's a that's what Ginger said joke there, but I don't know. I can't remember it.
I feel like that's a trap. I feel like that is a setup and a trap, and I'm not falling for it.
But fine. Don't fall for my trap. But you at least have to roll 1d20.
Roll what?
Roll 1d20.
He wants you to roll a 20-sided dice.
Nerd.
Oh, I see.
I could roll one for you if you want.
You would have to, because I certainly don't own one of those.
I wouldn't recommend it, but you know what? Fine, fuck it. We'll just carry this on to its logical conclusion.
No, don't roll that dice.
No,
do not put this on.
I'm rolling the dice. I'm rolling the dice.
Oh God,
it's gonna happen.
Oh God, this is the darkest timeline.
Well,
darkest
it might have
timeline.
been. It might have been, except the roll was actually a 20 and not a 1. So congratulations.
Oh my God, it's the darkest timeline.
The 20 is supposed to be the good roll. Damn it.
Wait, did I win?
If she gets an automatic critical roll right out the gate, this is the darkest timeline, period.
Oh, yeah, it means you're probably screwed throughout the rest of the game.
Do what now?
I said, it means you're probably screwed throughout the rest of the game. It's the running dice gods joke. If you roll really well on like the first or second turn, the rest of the game, you're just going to get screwed. You're going to just end up rolling 1s and 2s, which is not good. You want to roll high. Unless the person running the game is a dick and decides to swap things out and be like, oh, 1s are now 20s and 20s are now 1s.
What kind of fucked up game are you playing?
Ed, take your pick. Any game that involves dice.
Is this like a dungeon? Is this like a Dungeons and Dragons thing?
It could be Dungeons and Dragons, Vampire the Masquerade,
yes,
Warhammer 40,000. Anything that involves rolling dice when you start out rolling good, it's not good because you're going to end the game crappy. If you start out rolling crappy, usually you can only roll better because
So
it's kind of hard to. Well, it's kind of hard to start out rolling bad and then roll worse.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Wow, we really did just turn this to a fucking nerd space. I take full responsibility for this, and I don't apologize.
Doku's a nerd.
We lost 20 people.
Rest in peace.
They rolled one.
Well, sorry, you don't like Revenge of the Nerds.
Hey, roll the dice for me. I want to see what number I get.
Oh, okay, fine. Give me a second.
All right, sorry, I'm back. I had to go get food from the food guy. I'll let you finish Darrell's turn, and then I have questions.
All right, hold on. Oh, wow, that was not good. Let me actually roll the dice. Oh, fuck you. You both got 20s. All right. Fuck
oh my
god!
That dice is loaded.
I wish it was, because I never roll good with that one either. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of pisses me off. I never roll 20s with that fucking die.
So in the future, when you're rolling it, say aloud, "This is not for me. I'm rolling for Jarrell," and you'll get 20s every time, apparently.
You know what? I guess I'll take it. Can't believe 2 20s in a fucking row. Damn it.
Toku's actually upset. This is awesome.
Yes, I'm slightly salty because I always roll 1 and 2s with that. It's mildly irritating.
Wait. So you were setting us up with like a faulty dice to begin with? That's karma, brother. That's all that is.
I guess.
He was setting us up.
I guess it's just I never roll good with that particular die, but I guess it is karma. Also, it's the only 1d20 I have, so. But still, the fuck. Actually, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna roll it one more time. I'm curious now.
17.
17? That's the number you're going with?
That's my guess.
Oh. Nope. It was the 1. There it is. That's what I'm used to.
You broke it.
I guess.
We need a 13.
Wait, am I rolling this again? This is what we're doing.
We're gonna roll it for dirty because we're gonna go for the 13.
When did Dirty get here? Hey, Dirty. Welcome.
You know, I think it's been decided that when we go to Vegas, Doku is the one that's rolling for us because he's always rolling high.
All right, Dirty. What'd you say? 13?
13.
Well, you got a 2.
Okay.
Fuck it.
That's about my age sometimes.
Fuck it, one more time. Oh, 14. Close.
The further you are away from Prime, the worse it gets.
Again, man, this is the thing. We call it the dice gods for a reason. No one knows why it does what it does, but there are odd patterns that start to appear the more and more you roll dice.
Hey, I will admit though, I nerded out with Bird Lady last night on Space. I hosted Space, and she took a mic, and we were Lord of the Ringsing and Harry Pottering and Star Wars.
So I'm so sad I missed this.
Yes, you missed it.
I fell asleep really early. I was exhausted.
I held the space for like I don't know. I was on for like 6 hours. I shared it with everybody at 11:20, so then I ended right about 6:10, a little over 6 hours.
Wait, you opened at 6? What time did I fall asleep?
No, I opened up at I opened up at like 10 after 11.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was asleep then.
See, all of that sounds like fun to me, except Harry Potter. I never got into Harry Potter.
Doku is dead to me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw you close this morning. I woke up for like I saw a minute of it, and I think you were open for a minute, and then it was good done.
There's a Harry Potter D&D.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's a Harry
There's-
Potter D&D.
Do you have to choose?
Okay, I'm not.
Do you have to choose your house?
I'm not gonna lie. That Harry Potter themed D&D actually sounds like fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you have to choose your house?
That I could probably get
Your
behind.
house
get
is
to choose your
chosen
house.
based on a dice roll.
No.
Depending on the numbers that you get, fall into the house that you are assigned.
You can't be assigned. No, that's not how. That is not.
It's all
Sorting
RNG.
hat.
It's all
Sorting hat.
up to chance. It's all up to chance. Sorry if you roll into the wrong house.
That's not how it works.
That's totally how it works.
Welcome to the realm of the dice gods. Have
Did you
fun.
ask how it works?
1 to 5 is Hufflepuff.
Jarrell,
What about Hufflepuff? Wait,
But-
Dirty, what about Hufflepuff?
Okay, so 1 to 5 is Hufflepuff. 6 to 10 is Gryffindor. 11 to 15 would be Slytherin, and I can't remember the fourth one.
Ravenclaw. They weighted it so that the
Ravenclaw.
highest numbers are the nerd ones. They weighted it
That is correct.
for their audience.
That is correct.
And of course Hufflepuff is the lowest, but they put Gryffindor next because those are the jocks.
All right, Joe. Let's see what house you're gonna be in.
Oh God damn it!
You ready? You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, what would a 3 be?
What? I'm not a Hufflepuff. Wait a minute. I think that you rolled that one for fishin by accident.
Bro, don't even.
Are you saying you want a mulligan? You want to reroll?
No, I think that
you
fishin
get one.
is a
You get one
Hufflepuff.
free mulligan.
I don't want a mulligan,
Okay,
but I do think that fishin is a Hufflepuff. I think Hufflepuff is a wonderful house. It's just not me.
Okay, then let's see what you are. What's a 12?
She's a Slytherin.
Slytherin.
That makes sense.
You're welcome to
There
my
you go.
house.
That one makes sense.
Sorry, Fishin, you're a Hufflepuff.
No, she is a Hufflepuff, and it's fine. She hugs trees as a hobby. That's Hufflepuff.
Kinky, I guess. I don't know.
Not that kind of hobby.
No.
No. See, I stopped paying attention to Harry Potter after shit. Which book do I have? Prisoner of Azkaban. That's the last one I read.
Well,
I didn't watch the movie.
I was going to say that you can't give up on it until you get through Prisoner of Azkaban, because the last 5 chapters are just amazing. But apparently you can, because you did.
Well, I don't know. After that, I was just like, I just kind of lost interest in it. Although, to be fair, I also, right after that, started reading War and Peace, and I don't think I read another book for 3 or 4 years.
That would do it.
What you guys got against Hufflepuff?
No, I how many times have I said it's a fine house?
Oh boy, we're gonna have to roll for Scoots now.
No, apparently Scoot's a Hufflepuff.
I sure am. Damn straight.
The sorting dice did not freaking get to work.
Oh my God, the sorting dice! This is amazing. Today is the best day. Doku, would you
All right,
roll
fine,
for
fuck it, Dirty. Let's. Okay, Scoot. Let's see what house you're in. What's a 5?
That would be Hufflepuff.
I was about to say, just put her in the big
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
All right, Vin, let's see what house you're in. What's an 18?
Oh, that would be the house of the
Would
rising
be
sun.
Ravenclaw, I think.
That's Ravenclaw.
All
Ravenclaw,
right.
wait.
All right, Dirty, you're last.
Slytherin, not Slytherin.
Oh, what's a 9?
Dirty Harry.
Gryffindor.
There we go.
Dirty
The sorting dice have spoken.
Interesting. You would be great in Slytherin.
These are all pretty good rolls. Wait, I'm the
I
only
wish it would
Slytherin.
roll like that when I'm actually playing a game.
The difference is this isn't a game. This is real life. It's very important. The stakes are high.
Apparently, according to the dice god.
If anybody else would like to have their house dice, their Harry Potter house be chosen by the dice, please come on up.
I do have a scar on my forehead. I did get hit by a
deer.
Really thick chain when I was a kid.
Ooh.
Oh wow! Oh shit! The dice gods really are a thing. Kind of saying it half jokingly. Now I'm kind of now I'm kind of curious, maybe slightly concerned.
As a kid, when we grew up in a different age, we used to play in construction sites and dirt piles. Now kids play on video games inside a house and are afraid of bugs.
Yeah, it was a different time back then.
And our parents didn't worry about us. We just took off and did whatever the hell we wanted to. Now parents are so overprotective because there's so many damn weirdos. That's just
Oh, dude, I just barely dodged the bullet. Like right when I was getting out of high school, I remember they had to get rid of dodgeball because it was too violent, and also you couldn't do sit-ups on the gym hardwood floor because it was hurting people's backs. It's like, are you fucking serious, bro?
You guys got a gym and a hardwood floor? We had a blacktop.
I had a gym
Honestly,
too.
I'd prefer the blacktop, to be honest. The hardwood, I'm not gonna lie, the hardwood floor did kind of suck.
Keep in mind, this is in the desert in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all. Actually, I retract my statement.
Hey, when we moved to Florida, my daughter was pissed because it was hot outside, and the gymnasium is literally just a canopy outside. There's
that also sounds like it sucks.
Yeah, and they go back to class, or they used to, it's not elementary anymore, middle school, but they went back to class, and it was just straight sweat. Probably smelled like a locker room.
That brings back memories.
Hey.
The worst smell in the fucking world is a fucking high school locker room.
Hey, Joe, I posted something in the nest. That's what's over my desk at work when I actually am at a desk.
Okay, I'll look in a second, but I think I'm muted.
No.
Oh, great.
No, you're not.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well,
welcome to hell, Joe.
The sorting dice definitely sorted you into the right house.
Wait, what was that?
The sorting dice has officially put Scoots in the right house. So it's definitely real life, and it works.
Well, yeah, I'm like Jack's opposite, so it's perfect. Where I'm like, he's definitely a Slytherin, so I gotta be his opposite.
No, I think Jack is a Gryffindor.
Really?
You can't argue with the dice gods.
Definitely.
What does the dice say?
Yeah, I think Jack.
Are we gonna roll for Jack?
Roll for Jack.
Roll for Jack.
All right. What is a 10?
It's a Gryffindor. He's on the very last tail end of the spectrum for a Gryffindor.
Almost
But he
Slytherin.
counts. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, if I rolled again, it would have been a 14.
And that would have been Andrew for Slytherin.
You can't argue with the dice gods.
I was just literally thinking Andrew Slytherin, and you rolled it, and that's what just happened.
Does anybody know off the top of their heads what time Edgar stops updating?
It only updates once a day, wasn't it?
According
That's
to
what I always
Gray,
thought.
there was one time like it was way past hours, and he was getting constant updates from other, I guess, companies that he trades that he's in that got an update, like way after hours. So
All right.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you, but I'm not sure.
Right on. I'll give it about another hour, so then I'll quit. I was sleepy before, then I ordered food and they ate, and now I'm really sleepy. If you're ever up this way, Dirty, and you get a chance to check out Best of Philly, I highly recommend it.
Wait, what was that?
If you're ever up this way, Hudson Way, and you get a chance to check out Best of Philly, I recommend it highly. They got amazing cheesesteaks.
I ordered that for.
What?
I had that for Father's Day.
Best of Philly? Nice. So you know then.
Yeah. That time I was thinking, I was like, God, I need to go back to Philly and get a fresh cheesesteak. But I guess the closest best thing is Best of Philly.
I didn't understand you. I'm sorry.
I said I'm gonna have to put on my headset, but Best of Philly is the next best thing closest to actually getting a Philly out of Philly.
Yeah, like I stumbled across it accidentally one hungover day, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is the best thing ever!" And yeah, I'm hooked ever since. And not that I'm hungover, but I love their fucking cheesesteaks.
Fishin rolled a 1 for life decisions.
That tracks.
Hey, I bet Frostgod is a Gryffindor too.
You know what? Let's test it. What's a 9?
That's what I got. Gryffindor. Maybe Dirty's just the sorter.
Apparently.
I've
You're
called the
Harry,
last 3.
okay? You're building your team. You have like priority.
Yeah, my team's stacked.
Wait, shit, what was... Wait, did I roll for myself? What was I on?
I think you're gonna be a Ravenclaw.
Well, I'm a damn snuffleupagus who makes bad life choices. So you definitely don't want me on your team. That's what it is.
The problem with Doku being a Ravenclaw is that he'd have to roll a high number for himself.
Oh. Oh. Rude. Funny, but rude. Did I even roll for myself? I don't think I did.
No, let's do it.
Fuck it. All right, fine. What's a 3?
Hufflepuff.
Well, all right. There you. Oh, that means people are gonna make fun of me now.
No, you're just gonna pour trees.
That was said with so
Damn
much realization and sadness. Oh.
I made the joke. I made the joke about Hufflepuffs prior.
Oh wait, are you are you a snuffleupagus too?
He is.
Karma.
Well, hi, fellow Pufflehuffs. Let's smoke weed, I guess.
All right.
And they're the hippie house, right?
They are. They are now. Y'all let me in. Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna argue against karma.
I mean, they're not all hippies. They have a certain mindset, but like Cedric. Oh, you don't know about Cedric. Cedric was a Hufflepuff. He was a champion.
Was the entertainer?
No. I mean, he was entertaining and apparently quite attractive.
Oh, definitely not the entertainer then.
No.
I don't know anything. Okay, fine. Who is Cedric in regards to Harry Potter? I'm just curious now.
He was one of the contestants in the Goblet of Fire tournament, which I don't think was called the Goblet of Fire tournament, but the Goblet of Fire was at the end. Dirty, what was the tournament called?
It was the Tournament of Champions.
Thank you. So there were supposed to be 3 contestants. There ended up being 4, and he was the one who, Cedric Diggory was the one who was representing Hogwarts in the Tournament of Champions in Book 4, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
Harry Potter for 500, Alex.
I'll play that game. Except I just forgot the name of the Tournament of Champions, and that's just embarrassing.
I know I read the book. I just don't remember anything about it. But
No,
I will.
You didn't read the book.
I will take your word for it.
It's book 4. You stopped after book 3.
Oh.
Hey, Jarrell, what's that week on Jeopardy called when they have all the past winners come together and they all play each other?
Fun? I don't remember. Oh, is it called the Tournament of Champions?
There you go.
The Triwizard Tournament.
Triwizard Tournament.
Fuck you, Dirty. Tournament of Champions. To be fair, someone DM'd that to me. I did not get it on my own, but it popped up on the screen. And
let me guess. It was happy and positive.
It was not happy and positive.
Damn it.
But she just did it.
I knew it. So at the end of this, I'm going to make a TikTok video for the MMTLP TikTok. And it's going to say, Master gave Dobby money. Dobby's free.
I fully support this idea 100%.
I will totally put on elf ears and frickin' do it. Hell, I'll probably walk around in a fucking life-size Chewbacca outfit.
It's funny you mentioned that because when I was playing football, what our defensive line would do right before the play would start is they'd all stand up and they'd all do the Wookiee roar. It's the funniest damn thing.
Oh God, we didn't do that. We took our helmets off and we headbutted freaking hard as hell. Well, we were.
And yeah, that's one thing. But you got to admit, dude, if you see the entire offensive line just stand up and look at the sky and just go, and then get right down and ready to tackle, like, bro, it didn't always work, but it was fucking hilarious.
Imagine lining up next or against a lineman that's already got freaking blood running down his face.
And see, that's when you really need to do the Wookiee roar.
That would be great. That would be great. But the Chewbacca costume is actually in the works. I am not kidding. That is not a bluff.
Are you going to a con or something?
No, I just have always wanted one, and I'm a really big fan of Star Wars, and Wookiees are kind of my thing. I think I'm gonna create a new sexuality.
Oh, you're a Wookiee sexual.
Yeah, I'd be a Wookiee sexual. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just gonna go with Florida man.
No, I'm not. Nope. Not going down that rabbit hole. Hard pause. No pun intended.
Oh God.
Scoot's gonna weigh in. I think
that's what she said.
Yes.
Scoot.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said.
Yeah.
Is that why you came up?
I want to re-roll my dice, please. Soft and furry, but I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Oh boy. You're a furry?
Oh God, no! I don't throw diapers at car windshields.
Okay. Just making sure.
What?
No, never mind.
Oh.
Never mind.
Uh-huh.
The MMTLP is still in the space title. We can get really weird with this.
Do not go onto YouTube and go onto Internet Historian's YouTube channel and look up furry con. Just don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
God, way to do that. Way to say that without actually saying it.
I'm just saying, don't do it. You're better off not knowing. But it is kind of funny.
Did you know that there's actually a baby con too?
Oh God.
Oh goodness gracious! You got to be fucking.
No, where adults actually put on diapers and they walk around. And
Jesus Christ.
Conference. Yes, it's really fucked up. It's your new adult crib. Yeah.
I mean, I know I said the internet is a mistake, but damn, dude, why? It just why?
But wait, there's more. It's the sticky butty. You buy one and you get two.
See, that's the thing about the internet. It didn't like introduce new things for people to do. People were already doing these fucked up things before. They just made it easier to find other people that did the exact same fucked up things that they do.
The voice of reason right there. It Scoots. It's true.
I'm not wrong. I have no rebuttal. It's true. She also is, now that I think about it, even more concerning.
God, why do I come in and ruin spaces?
I don't know, Dirty. Why do you?
Hey, it all started with the Wookiee sexual comment.
I'm just saying it was soft and never mind. We're not going.
Yeah, sometimes
nope,
she
I'm not
says
gonna
that
say
too.
So if there's a group of midgets at a Ewok convention, does that make them Ewok sexuals?
Oh no. Oh.
That's a good question, right?
Yeah, I'm not even sure how to answer that one actually. I guess. Or Are they savage and furry?
Yes, they are actually.
I guess the answer would be yes then.
All right then. There it is.
Not sure. Not sure how I feel about this all of a sudden.
So I'm gonna have to hire a midget mini me, and they're gonna have to dress up as Ewok when I get paid.
Ewoks are adorable. I love them.
Yeah, they are.
So,
Return of the Jedi is my favorite one because of the Ewoks.
There was also a movie. Oh, fuck. What was it called? It was about two kids trying to find their parents, and they're like stranded on their planet or something. I gotta look this up. It was from like the 80s.
Lost in Space?
Return to which island?
Mountain.
Oh, Return
Mountain.
Mountain. I don't think it was that. I just thought it would be fun to reference that. Parent Trap.
The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Hmm.
No, that was like the 2000s.
Oh no, it actually was a Star Wars movie. It was Ewok Adventures. Caravan of Courage, I guess.
Is it on Disney Plus?
I don't know. I feel like no. It's from 1984.
Well, they bought the whole slew of the Lucas
Well, now I have to
films.
look.
What was the title of it? I'm looking it up.
Oh shit. Okay. Caravan of Courage at Ewok Adventure.
Does anybody know where the 270 area code is?
Wait, 270. That sounds familiar.
DC.
I want to say it's either DC or New York.
Kentucky?
It is on Disney Plus.
Google says Kentucky.
Kentucky?
Kentucky.
I don't know.
I got a
Western
text
and
message.
South Central Kentucky.
I got a text message from a 270 area code that says, "Hey, I'll buy lamb chops and steaks today. Would you like to meet me at my house for dinner?" As a matter of fact, I would not. But thank you. I was just wondering.
Interesting way to propose, but okay.
No. Fucking, here we go. All right. Anyway, sorry. I mean to interrupt.
I don't think you're really interrupting anything, considering we're over here talking about Star Wars movies and Wookiees and Ewoks.
Yes.
And furries.
No, we're not talking about furries.
And worky sexuals.
That can all go back to Tumblr, okay?
Oh boy.
We're not going down that rabbit hole. No pun intended.
So I'm in an interesting situation. The only two beverages that are cold in my refrigerator right now are bottled water and beer.
Beer.
Drink the
Water, then beer.
Beer than water.
Then she won't drink the water at all. I see what you
No,
did
drink
there.
the water after the beer drink the water after the beer because the water helps you metabolize and digest the alcohol. So beer first, water second.
All right. I don't know if I should drink a beer though while I'm operating heavy machinery, which would be the short bus that we're all on right now.
Water, then beer.
I haven't had a beer in a minute. Let's have a beer. Let's do it.
So no one's gonna say anything about the fact that she just called us all retarded.
I think it's accurate.
I mean, I'm not. Yes, it's accurate, but just kind of dumb.
Yeah, nobody caught the short bus joke.
I'm at a loss for words. Thanks, Pasco.
Well, if the fucking short bus fits, ride it, brother.
Hey, speaking of the short bus, Candy raised his hand.
Thank God you glitched out at that part, Dirty, you rotten bastard. I just wanted to say that Doku is a aficionado when it comes to beer. I would take his advice.
Cheers, sir.
Mazel tov, my friend.
Thank
Salud.
you.
The time is 5:00 p.m.
I came up at that timing because I actually just opened a beer because it is past 4 p.m. my time, which means beer o'clock.
You lucky bastard.
Well, no, I'm not lucky. I live on the East Coast, which is an absolute hellhole, but that's why I drink beer. If I was going to be somewhere on the East Coast, yeah, that wouldn't end well.
Let me guess. I bet you're drinking Yingling.
You would correct.
Boom. That's
I
sad that we know everybody's drink of choice.
What am I drinking, Dirty?
Mickey Ultra. Boom.
Wait, did he get that right too?
Oh yeah.
All right. Credit where credit's due.
18 months.
I need to stop at the store and get some Buffalo Trace and have a couple of fingers.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a very sippable whiskey. So when you're at the store,
Ooh.
yeah, it's like $70. I think it's $70 for a handle. And for the price,
Oh, damn.
what was that?
Oh, no, I interrupted, man. Sorry, go ahead.
For the price, it is extremely sippable. I mean, it's not no whistle pig or any of that shit, but it's for the price. You can literally throw a whiskey cube in and sip it.
See, that reminds me, like, probably the best whiskey I ever had in my life was Crown Royal XR, but it was the red box, which they don't have anymore. But that thing, holy shit, dude. If you left it, you could leave that thing sitting out in a car on a summer day and pull it out and put fill an entire highball with it, and you could drink the whole thing, and it was smooth. It didn't have any bite. There was none of that like ethanol vapor that you kind of get with like less distilled liquors. It was one of the best whiskeys I've ever had, but you can't fucking get it anymore because the facility that they were making it in burned down. So it's gone unless you can find it on eBay.
That's why when I go
But
to Mexico, I buy direct from small family farms because they actually make it right, and
Gentlemen.
it's smooth tequila.
Gentlemen, I'd like to interrupt your alcohol talk for a moment, please, and Oro Grande has her hand up.
Sorry, go.
No problem. I just wondered if anyone had talked about Marcos's post where Gensler's going to be appearing on the Capital Markets Subcommittee June 27th. And do we all know that Dennis Neely, or Neil, however you say his name, is stuck on a train outside of Manhattan on Amtrak? So that was a little while ago that he posted that. They ran out of electricity. So that could hold up his podcast.
It's out.
It's already out.
Okay. And have you guys talked about the Marcos thing at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Can you put it in the nest for me?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you, go. You're a sweetheart.
Thanks so much. I'm going to creep back into Oregon Day Library and have breakfast.
Thanks, Bill. Oh, I'm gonna go to the store. Who's that? I don't know.
Hey, that is very interesting, the Marcos post. We should probably get some, have someone field some questions and see if we can get the DC crew or somebody to get them into the offices before that meeting. That's actually really important. That's next week, Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern. I think we should get a push on that. Thanks, Go, for pointing that out.
I think my Nest is not working because I do not see that. So I'm gonna reset. I'm back.
Hell, you know what? I'll field the questions. Go ahead. Send your questions to me. Send me a DM. I'll field the questions. I'll get them over to who can get them into the office. If you guys feel like sending questions in, go ahead. Just DM me and I'll get them over. I'll get it typed up and sent to where it needs to go.
Thanks, Dirty. My music no.
Who's on that subcommittee? Because that would be helpful, right?
Here it's Frank D. Lucas, Oklahoma, Pete Sessions, Texas, Bill Huizenga? I can't pronounce his last name. Huizenga. Okay, Michigan, French Hill, Arkansas, Tom Emmer, Minnesota, Alexander X. Mooney, West Virginia, Brian Steele, Wisconsin, Dan Mauser, Pennsylvania, Andrew Gabarino, New York. He's the vice chairman. Mark Lauer, New York, Zach Nunn, Iowa, Eric Hochin, Indiana, Brad Sherman, California, ranking member, Gregory W. Meeks, New York, David Scott, Georgia, Juan Vargas, California, Josh Gothenheimer, New Jersey, Vicente Gonzalez, Texas, Sean Caston, Illinois, Willie Nickel, North Carolina, Stephen F. Lynch, Massachusetts, Emmanuel Cleaver II, Missouri. If I butchered anybody's names, my apologies. There you go. Oh, and Ann Wagner, Missouri, is the chairman. That's the 118th Congress Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
You just butchered Massachusetts.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. And I'm not going to apologize
No
for
apologies.
But there you go. That's from what I can see in the screenshot, that's the subcommittee for capital markets and everybody on it. And just for the record, it's up in your space fishing.
You say that, but no, it's not.
Sometimes it takes a minute to update. Give it like 30 seconds. It should show up. It's from Marcos.
Oh, if it doesn't show up, you're getting kicked out. Oh, never mind. There it is. Okay.
Okay, so we're good?
Yeah, we're fine. Sorry.
There you go.
I think I'm.
No, you're fine, man.
Sometimes I think I'm funny.
You are funny.
I see. Sometimes I think I'm funny and I'm not, but at least you were, and that makes me feel sad.
Oh, not doing a very good job of being funny if I got people feeling sad now, am I? So
Oh, that means people are going to make fun of me.
Oh,
They're all gonna
I
laugh
am
at you.
sad. Laugh at me harder, damn it. Anyways, jokes aside, yeah, share this around. I wish I could go to this, but it's on a day where, literally at the time where I have to work and I'm not going to be close to DC.
Well, that sounds like 2 acceptable reasons.
And they're holding it in the Rayburn building. I know exactly where that is.
Is Dirty gonna have to get a
'Cause
three-piece suit and go to DC?
Yes.
Oh, I've already been to the Rayburn building once before. For MMTLP.
All right, so we got a new avatar, a new name, a new speaker.
Hello
Completely
guys,
new
question. I
name.
posted something in the nest. Wondering why nobody is streaming the FINRA webinar going on right now. It's a monthly cat update, June 20th.
I don't usually stream things into my space, to
Crap,
be
I
honest.
think my phone froze.
Oh, we hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Guess not. Yeah, it's not often you'll come into here and hear something being streamed from another space. If you want to, it's just not a common occurrence. Hey, Steph, welcome. I want to say some hellos. Holy crap, there's a lot of people in here. Kimberly, hi. Sway, hello. Juan, Insane. Gray, welcome back. Laker J, go. Happy. G-Sing, Lily, hello. I hope you're feeling well. Lowell, I see you down there. Lazy Daisy Dog, Dr. E. Oh, the gang's all here. Hi, everybody. Holy crap. I should not have done that. All right, let's go back up here. Now there's only 8 people. That's better.
So do we have any clues of who the Crush and Curtis account is ran by? Because I want to shake that person's hand.
I actually thought it was you, Steph.
That was Jared.
Oh, Jared, sorry, buddy. I thought I saw Steph. My bad.
He's in here, but he currently doesn't have a microphone, but I did toss one his way. Hopefully he sees it and either grabs it or ducks and doesn't get whacked in the side of the head with it. But at any rate, I took a shot.
Whack him in the head.
I mean, it was an underhand lob, so it's not like I whipped it at him.
There he is.
There he goes. Hey, Steph.
My nose! My fucking nose is broken!
Sorry.
Nah, I'm just playing. Thank you. How's y'all doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Not bad. You know, got some personal stuff going on. Haven't been very active, but when I can be, I try. I don't know. I get on a space and I'm just like, oh, I can't wait to get him. I can't wait to get him. I'm sorry, not financial advice.
Us too, though, bro. Us too.
How's work going?
Alarmingly slow. That is a very honest answer right there. Alarmingly slow. Like, I'm really hoping for an email from my boss, like, tomorrow, because it's clearly not going to come today, saying, hey, we have this to go do.
Oh, fish, I'm going to lose service again.
Oh. Well, I'm glad I got to
Hey,
talk to you for a minute.
Can anyone hear me?
I think that takes Steph out of the running for the Crush and
Hello?
Curtis account.
I would agree with that.
Oh,
Did you hear that stuff?
I got to drop.
Oh. So much fucking hair. Can we please get resolved soon?
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. I lost service and I'm going to lose it again. I couldn't hear you all. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're wondering if you're the genius behind the Crushing Curtis account.
Oh my gosh, I wish I was. I do not have that kind of time or skill, man, because that person, woo! I am not, and I wish I was.
All right. He seems pretty adamant about that, y'all.
I swear it's not me. Damn you, you handsome bastard! If you're listening. Oh my gosh, Fishin', thanks for the mic. I'm gonna lose service in like a minute. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you had a minute to stop by. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stop by again. Dang it. I think I'm gone.
No, you're
No,
still
you're
here.
still here.
Oh, still here? Oh my god, I'm hanging out by thread.
We still got you.
All right. Well, before I lose you, thank you for the mic. Thanks for
Thanks
the
for coming
space.
in. Come back when you can.
You got it.
Oh. Well, is it time for a field trip, y'all?
Where are we fielding?
I have to go to
You're
the
going on a
store.
Mountain Dew run?
No, I have Mountain Dews. I don't have cigarettes.
Well, the Mountain Dews are not cold.
Well, they're chilling. Like, I put it in the refrigerator, and there's one up in the freezer. But since they came out of my car, it's going to take them a minute. So I'm drinking a obnoxiously big beer. Just one. How many ounces is this fucking thing? Like a 16-ouncer.
Oh, I heard beer.
Cheers. Sociable. Is she in here? See her much during the week
What?
anymore. Huh?
What happened?
Oh, excuse me. T-Fly has is it T-Fly, right? Or is it
Yeah, it's
Quadret?
T-Fly.
They have a thing they do where they say sociables, and then I think it's they tap the glass or bottle or can or whatever on the table, and then take a drink, and then they tap it again or something. I don't know. It's just basically it's the Canadian way of saying drink. She's Canadian, right?
I'll do that with
Hey,
shots only.
is
Wait.
anybody up for a Saturday night social drinking party?
Absolutely.
I
I'm
just
in.
thought about that. I'm like, you know, we got the music space on Friday, and let's just shoot the shit, get drunk on space. Fuck it. We'll take MMTLP out of the title. Well, to start off with, we'll put it in there because MMTLP is invited. Everybody that wants to partake, and then we'll take it out and we'll just talk about a bunch of bullshit and just have a good time.
I love this. Are you offering to start it off this week or in general?
Uh,
Are you offering to host not necessarily every time, but sometimes?
yes, I will host it sometimes.
Cool.
I think maybe this Saturday might be a good Saturday. I'll make sure I got beer.
Can,
Uh,
can we scramble the letters of MMTLP around as if written by somebody in a drunken state so that we're able to make it MMPLT party?
I'd love that.
okay.
You know, like take me drunk, I'm home again type of thing. Dyslexic.
I would love to play TLMLP.
Yeah, that sounds good. That would be
Why are
fun.
you laughing at me? But no, you should do it. I come from a bias, but I used to do this when I was on YouTube channels before. We played a drinking game. It's fun. Hey, just hang out, don't give a shit, drink, talk to each other. It's good.
Or I got an even better idea. What if we didn't do it on space and we just put a Zoom link out and then we all could have a bash, just get wasted on screen.
COVID style.
Oh, honestly, I don't care how you do it. all I'm saying is it's good for people to.
You can totally cut out right after you said it's good for people. Twitter does not want us to know what is good for people.
I think that's fun, and I would totally participate. For Zoom, in order for me to be like on the screen, I have to hold my phone and do stuff, so I won't be doing that the whole time. So, and I don't know how that affects other people, but I think that sounds like a lot of fun. Although we are used to spaces where we can like mute people and see the thing talking, and I don't know. I'm not the one running it. I'll go where people do things. It sounds fun.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna.
Or Discord. I mean, or Discord.
We could do Discord.
I mean, that way we don't have to hear any bullshit out of people going, "This is inappropriate. You guys are tied to MMTLP with your names. You guys are prominent members posting about MMTLP." Oh my god.
Oh my effing god with that shit. I'm sorry.
And
I hate that shit.
there's a Discord chat space created for all sorts of levels of people, not levels, all sorts of different aspects of people being in there. So we could do one that's opened up to hear, like make it very all inclusive.
How many people can we have on a Discord chat?
Mm.
I mean, I'm sure we're not going to get a shit ton of people.
Speaking, I believe it's 12.
I think it's more than 12, but
They might have upped it. It's been a while. I know StreamYard used to be 8, but I know they upped that as well. But StreamYard's for like streaming to like YouTube and shit. Discord, I don't know. I have to go back and look. I haven't used Discord in a while.
Discord gets difficult when you get to more than like 8 or 12 people. Well, I don't know if it's gone more than 12. I think it does. It gets difficult when there's people talk all over each other, and the way that like the noise is compressed or something, makes it like here when two people talk over each other, you can still sort of hear both of them. In Discord, it just gets weird. So I
Hey,
forgot about that part of it.
I know it's different with Discord when you're doing like a voice chat that's not being streamed to like another platform, but if you're using like a voice chat to stream to like YouTube or Twitch or something, then the number changes. I don't stream, so okay, I'm gonna be quiet because Fishin has her hand up even though she's the host, and that concerns me. You're the host, Fishin. You shouldn't have to raise your hand.
I just muted myself to talk. I'm working. I'm not even halfway through a beer. Fuck me. I had to. So okay. So you know how there's the new you can go live. This is completely unrelated to anything you're talking about. Let me start with that. You know how there's the new feature where we can go live on Twitter now, right? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes,
So
I do.
what if we decided like on a specific day at a specific time with a very specific message to everybody in the community, just fucking go live. So when you go to Twitter, there's like 95 live. What's going on? Everybody's live. What are they doing? Why is everybody live? You know what I'm saying? No, maybe.
Oh.
That would get, hey, you're onto something. That could get MMTLP trending if everybody just went live and like blacked out their screen.
I mean, at a bare
Sam,
minimum, it could boost you in the algorithm, if nothing
Sam
else.
AM wouldn't know what screen to record.
Hey, and that's another reason why I recommended an ulterior another platform, because that's all we need is Sam I am going ahead and doing the screen record thing, wasting their goddamn time, and I mean maybe it's useful for her, to each his own, but going and doing AI clips of people talking. Yeah, maybe that's probably not the best idea to do it on Spaces.
Well, like if we had like to a degree, would be our version of a Twitter flash mob, right? Where at a certain state at a certain time, everybody goes live and like somebody would come up with a script that everybody would agree upon. I mean, like a short little synopsis of who we are and what our situation is and why we're live and what our goal is, and just like I don't know, maybe grab some unexpected attention.
Yeah, could you imagine having like 500 MMTLP spaces open at once? And it's just playing like a recorded message?
I don't even think you would have to play a recorded message. Just go live and talk for 5 minutes and then just end it with like, this was just here to, or I just did this to make a point.
Warning, this is not a test.
I mean, again, what would you do? Like, okay, I can sit here and talk like, okay, maybe it's 2 minutes. I can sit here and talk for 2 minutes about anything I want. Talk about why flats are better than drums in regards to chicken wings. Talk about why Ford is better than Chevrolet. Talk about what couch you want to put in this weekend, but then just end with, and I was just here to make a point, and then end the space. The only thing you'd have to do is put MMTLP in the title. Have it pop up, boom, 500 MMTLP spaces, all at the same time, floods the algorithm. There you go. Yeah, I
don't think going live is even the same thing as opening a space. It's like a whole other animal, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not that heavily invested in social media to know the answer to that question.
I'm not either really, but from what I can gather, it's two separate buttons, so I assume it's two separate functions. I don't know.
I think
I mean,
it
either
shows
way,
up
if it
in your.
gets it in the algorithm, that's really all that matters.
It's an interesting thought. If I may pat myself on the back for a minute, but
No, it's an excellent thought because we could literally rule the algorithm when it comes to opening up spaces for MMTLP. And every one of them has like a catchy title. FINRA, we know what you did last year, or some shit like that. Have all the major FINRA people tagged in the space.
hell, everybody either open at one time and or go live at one time, and just simply read off the list of 10 names and just fucking straight up call them out. Instead of one person opening a space with 500 people in it, 500 people go live, read that list of names and be like, we're coming for you. Or we know what you did. You know?
Yeah, we know what you did sounds better than we're coming for you.
Yeah.
That sounds like a veiled threat, literally, after someone just said that they were going to expose their addresses, some shit, which is actually bullshit, not what we're trying to accomplish.
It certainly is not.
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to like send a trained carrier pigeon to poop on your car or anything. I'm just,
Ooh, poop on cars. That was a joke.
But I think if I had carrier pigeons, I would probably teach them that though. Like, every day on your way by, poop on that car. Just that one. So how long are we going to let this space go on?
It's just,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's a shame that you can't attach images to spaces the same way you could do like a movie poster. Because I would love to see like a Mars Attacks version, except it's the Martians chasing Gary Gensler.
Oh God.
That. I'm coming for you, Gary.
So
How's that beer coming along, Fishin?
Well enough that she wants to close the space.
No, we're about halfway there, Joe. I just want to go get cigarettes because when I drink, I want to smoke. So now I've started drinking and I got like a cigarette. Well, that's not going to work out very well in the long run, is it? So now I'm doing the whole thing like, well, do I just bring the whole space with me and then reset because of this internet and that internet? Or do I just see if anybody else wants to take on the space? Or do I sit here and see how long I can go without like, okay, damn it, I need a cigarette. And I'm also smoking other things while I drink my beer, which is,
That's not great for driving.
No, but okay, so
you just me.
I did because here's a 15/16-year-old fishing story. So I go to take my street test for driving, and I'm in my friend Lisa's Pinto at the time, nice little car, and we go to take this first part of the driving test, parallel parking. I never made it out of the parking lot because I could not parallel park this little bitty Pinto. Couldn't do it. So, of course, we had to go home and come back next week. Blah, blah, blah. So, next time it's time to go take the test, she's like, all right, look, you're passing your test this time because I'm tired of being the only one who's driving when we go out because it's fair. And I was like, oh, man, I'll get you. It's cool. So she said, let's go. So we go to her house where she. And honestly, Jarrell, my skin still to this day crawls a little bit every time I hear you say the word Jen. but she fixed me some kind of gin and something, I don't know what drink. And then we smoked a joint, and she's like, "Are you feeling better?" I'm like, "I'm pretty fucking good." She's like, "All right, let's go." So we went to the driver's ed range. Do you guys even know what that is? Do you still have that? Where they teach you how to drive at school? Anyway, so we went there, and she's like, "Now go do some donuts or some figure eights or something to get that out of your system." And I was like, "Just do it, okay." So then she gets out of the car, and she's like, "Now I'm going to be your cone, and you're going to parallel park around me. And if you hit me, I'm going to kick your ass. But you're going to pass this." And we did this like 3 or 4 times. She'd just stand up where the front bumper would be until I get to that. She'd be like, "Stop." And then she'd run around to the back and stand in the back. She'd go, "All right, park." And that's literally like, I took my first ever driving test, like, less than sober. I don't want to say I'm proud of it, but I
Honestly,
mean,
that's not really that crazy, though, if you ask me. When you're nervous about things, you have to find a way to calm yourself
well, I
down.
mean, that
And sometimes that's the way to
like
do
my
it.
picture was of me having, I had already, I mean, I smoked weed, so I had like I smoked weed eyes. So if I get into it, that's just how I look, man. See, look, here's my ID. It's just the way my eyes are. I'm all right.
God, that reminds me of the last time I had to go to the DMV to get my fucking picture taken for an ID because they were like, "No, you can't smile." And I couldn't stop smiling because they were getting so mad. They're like, "You can't smile." It's like, keep getting angry at me laughing, and I'm gonna keep laughing at you. Like, I'm not gonna be able to control myself. It took me like 30 minutes to get a fucking picture taken.
Right? It's kind of like church giggles. I don't know.
Well, it's like, dude, what do you expect me to do? Like, you go to the DMV and it's like, okay, I'm gonna smile for the picture. No, you can't smile. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna grin a little bit. Don't you dare smile. Uh, like, the fuck is the big deal, bro? Why is this a thing? And they just got more and more mad. I couldn't help but smile, like, because it's just so fucking stupid.
I mean, I feel like at that point, I would have, like, being the secret passive aggressive asshole that I can be, I would have, like, okay, fine. So let's think about how I'm going to look if I get pulled over and have to deal with this whole, let me see your driver's license. And so I would, like, made the, just like the, what? Face, you know what I mean?
I mean, maybe, but like, more of my point is the fact that like the person behind the camera was just getting upset. It's like, yo, that's not helping because my only reaction is when people get butthurt about something so stupid like smiling. I'm not gonna get angry. I'm just gonna laugh. Like, if you want me to stop smiling, just stare at me blankly. Like, don't get mad. Like, don't get salty about it. Just look at me and be like, "Sir, you need to stop smiling." I'm like, "Oh, okay." But like, when you get mad about it, like, I'm just gonna laugh.
Right. I mean, at that point, it's kind of, it's laughable. Like, you're mad because I'm smiling. Like, you hear that. You hear it? I hear it. You hear it? You're mad at me because I'm smiling. Did your
Yeah,
mom
because
not
it's
love you enough?
ridiculous. Because it's one of those things where it's like, bro, are you fucking serious? Like, you're yelling at me in the middle of the fucking DMV. Like, there's people staring at me because you're mad that I have a fucking grin. Like, bro, like, what do you expect me to do? Of course I'm gonna laugh at you. It's so fucking absurd and ridiculous.
You kids get off my yard.
See, that though I can appreciate because that means the dude also has a shotgun and I'm not trying to get shot. I say as I'm smiling. Ah, fuck me.
What the fuck is that?
I cannot help you. I am not sure.
Yeah, like, maybe it's just the way it was sitting. There's the the weirdest fuck.
The way what was sitting.
Me. There's the weirdest, like, the only word I can come up with for it is divot in the top of like my fourth toe. It looks like there's a chunk missing out of it, but there's not. It's either a very bizarre optical. I don't understand what's happening right now with it. It's bothering me though. Now that I've noticed it, like I can't stop looking at it.
I believe that's called booze.
Boobs? No, foot, toe. What are you talking about? I didn't say nothing about boobs. Oh,
No,
boobs.
booze. B-O-O-Z-E.
No, I'm still working my way through the first one. Psh.
As much as I want to encourage you, I'm not going to because I know you still have to go to the gas station to get cigarettes.
I do.
And I don't want to be a negative influence for once. I mean, maybe I kind of do, but I'm not.
When are they going to invent? What is that going to be? The DoorDash-esque thing that brings you tobacco? Like they deliver weed to your house, they deliver liquor to your house, they deliver food to your house, they deliver groceries to your dog food, things from the pharmacy, things from the hardware. You can get everything in the world delivered to your house, but if you smoke, out into the road you must go. That's what.
You know, it does kind of make you wonder if you can deliver beer or wine to my house, why can't you deliver me a pack of cigarettes?
That I don't.
No, that's a valid question. I've never even considered it before. I've never thought about it. But it's like, yeah, if like,
yeah,
honestly, if a kid could take their parents' credit card and be like, deliver, like, bro, if we had DoorDash when I was a fucking kid, when I was like 17,
but no,
15,
because when you
I would be ordering
But
beer
when
every
you
day.
order beer or liquor or whatever through DoorDash, you have to show them your ID before they give you your beer. They card you in your driveway or doorstep or wherever you may be. Like you have to give them your ID before they give you your alcohol. You're still getting carded.
Oh yeah, hey bro. Yeah, hey bro, here's my mom's driver's license. She wanted me to order beer. I'm sorry, she's out right now. And here's the receipt. It's her credit card. Names match up. Boom, done. Theoretically.
Could do that with the pizza guy or the any other. I get, but like, it's just I don't understand why they won't deliver. I mean, literally, they will deliver weed to your house, but they won't deliver fucking tobacco. Make that make sense, please.
That's a decent question. I don't have a valid answer for it, but it does kind of make you wonder. Weed, fine. Tobacco, no. Okay. I guess.
Let's point out that weed is legal. I'm sorry, tobacco is legal everywhere. Weed only in certain states under certain circumstances in some states. In other states, it's just recreationally legal, but in others, it's only medically legal. In some states, it's not legal at all. And in the states where it's not legal at all, they go with the it's not legal for the whole United States, so it's not legal here. And so, meanwhile, tobacco is legal everywhere. So that wouldn't come into play. Like, where's that app? We need to come up with that app, Doku. The We Will Bring You Cigarettes app.
I mean, I'm sure it has something to do with if my knowledge is even remotely correct, and it's 2 decades old at this point, but I would imagine it has something to do with taxation. That's the only thing I can think of that would make home delivery of tobacco illegal, whereas home delivery of weed is legal.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you it's well, I don't guarantee you, but I would bet my money it's probably a tax thing.
Alcohol is taxed. Alcohol is taxed heavily.
Oh yeah, it is. My point is, like you said, weed weed is legal on a state-by-state basis, or not legal on a state-by-state basis. Tobacco is legal across the country. I bet you the reason that people don't want to deliver tobacco, but they'll deliver weed to you, is because of some sort of tax liability thing. And it's probably on page 25 at the bottom as a footnote.
Yeah, but then I mean, I'm not trying to debate, but I gotta go back to alcohol is a taxation issue too, right? There's tax on alcohol.
Yeah, but the issue becomes how it's taxed. Like, I live in Virginia, and we have the ABC store, alcohol beverage control, and that is done by the state. So booze outside of beer and wine, which can be sold at the gas station. But if you want to buy whiskey, you got to go to an ABC store, and that is controlled by the state government. Now, if you go to Maryland, you can go through a drive-through and buy a bottle of Hennessy, and it's no different than buying a fucking cheeseburger from McDonald's.
Well, I mean, if
Very
you
different.
go to California, you can buy a bottle of Jack Daniels on the shelf at your local CVS. It's all in the law. I get that, but I'm still disgruntled about the fact that nobody will bring me cigarettes. I have to go get them, and they will bring me anything and everything else that I want, just about. I'll hop in.
The internet tells me that there are areas where cigarettes are available for delivery through like Uber Eats and DoorDash. So it would be local regulations.
Wow.
Yep.
Let's go County Tips Lands.
I know in West Virginia, when I was going to WVU, there was a sandwich place that would deliver you Dutch Masters, like the cigars, which, let's be honest, the only reason you got one of those is because you're going to use it to try to make a blunt and smoke weed. Yeah, we get it. But the fact of the matter is they're still selling you tobacco, and they will deliver it straight to your dorm along with food and a lighter and a t-shirt if you wanted one. So it's not that you do it, it's just that it's more of a state by state, or like it's a regional thing. So again, it's kind of the same way with the difference between Virginia and Maryland when it comes to alcohol. If you want a bottle of Hennessy at 11 p.m. in Maryland, you can get one through a drive-through. In Virginia, you're shit out of luck because they close at 10 p.m. And that's the way it is. It's a state by state regulatory issue.
Okay. I'm still gonna pout about it.
I'm going to assume it applies to tobacco as well. Because if it applies to booze, why wouldn't it apply to tobacco? Because if that's not the case, then that's ridiculous. And I don't have an answer for you at that point in time.
I mean, in general, everybody hates smokers. They're the scum of the earth. Oh my God, you smoke, banish you to 9,000 million feet from the building. Okay. So, yeah, but anyway. People just don't like smokers.
I mean, if that's the way people feel, that's fine. I don't care. I still smoke cigars. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, but I still smoke cigars and Black and Milds. And if you don't like that, well, that's cute. I don't care.
You don't inhale those, right?
Which ones?
Cigars.
Well, cigars. Oh, definitely do not inhale cigars. That will make you very sick very quickly. The only thing that's worse than inhaling a cigar is if you have like chewing tobacco and you swallow it, and yeah, that's not fun. even if you don't throw up, it is going to make your stomach hurt like a son of a bitch. Like, don't do that. And I speak from experience on that one. It's kind of like there's sort of a running joke, like if you do chewing tobacco, oh, yeah, you don't swallow it, oh, you're not a man, pussy, oh, and then you swallow the chewing tobacco, and then everybody laughs at you because you're a fucking idiot for swallowing the chewing tobacco.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head that sounds like a setup.
It is. Also, I gave the joke away. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, you really do not want to swallow chewing tobacco. It's not good.
Yeah, I feel like
Cigars, on the other hand. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Gonna be all hypocritical and judgy and be like, it's just not good in general.
Well, yeah, tobacco in general is not good. There's nobody that can argue that. And I'm a smoker. I've done chewing tobacco before. I've smoked cigars. Like, yeah, I know it's not good. That's fine. I get it. Here's the issue. There are certain types of tobacco that are not as bad as others. They're all bad. We all get that. But swallowing tobacco leaf is not the same thing as taking a puff off a cigar and not actually inhaling it. The two are not the same. And anybody who's had that experience knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I guess, is there? Wait, let's go look at Edgar again real quick, just for fun.
Fishin, take us along. You've been good doing this space for like 10 hours. Woo!
Yeah, and as far as I know, I don't got to work tomorrow. I got nowhere to be, so fuck it. Let's just ride this pony until it dies, which means we're taking a field trip in a minute. First I gotta go.
Fishin's gonna kill a pony.
First I gotta go to the little girl's room, so you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back, and then we'll go to the store.
No, take us with you.
No.
Take us with you everywhere.
No.
Okay. It's probably a good idea.
Fishin is ashamed of us.
Fishin doesn't love us. We were about to find out eventually.
What was that crunching noise?
You could hear that?
Yes, very clearly.
Oh man. That was the noise of me putting some lettuce back into the bag that it came out of. And this is the noise of me taking mint out of a bag, and I'm going to start snipping it into a salad. It smells so good.
So you're making a lettuce and mint salad.
Lettuce, mint, chicken, watermelon, maybe some blackberries.
And some scissor shavings.
No, but I am using scissors.
Oh.
Why the chicken, out of curiosity?
Protein and deliciousness.
But chicken with mint and watermelon?
Yeah, it's really good.
All right. So
take your word for it, I suppose. That sounds like a rather strange flavor combination, if you ask me.
It's really good.
Mint and watermelon, I can see. It's just the chicken that's throwing me off.
It's really good.
Hey, do you know what? How do you prepare the chicken?
It's just like I put it in the air fryer, just plain.
Okay.
So it's basically like baked, just plain. It's just plain chicken. Had some salt sprinkled on it. So and I cut it up in little pieces, the same way that you put like chicken in most salads.
Do you like spicy food?
I don't dislike it, but I'm not eating a lot of spicy food right now. Why?
What you should do is if you're just air frying the chicken, are you getting it to the point where it can be like just pulled apart?
No, I'm doing like it's just the equivalent of like baking it in the oven is what I'm doing.
Okay, the
So I'm
next
using
time.
the air fryer like a little toaster oven.
So what you should do is instead of doing like a chicken breast, oh well, first off, I should ask this question: are you doing a chicken breast or are you doing ground chicken?
Breast.
Next time, do ground chicken. Toss it with Korean chili flakes, a
Okay.
little bit of palm sugar, tiny bit of fish sauce, fish sauce. Wow, why was that so hard for me to say?
Like Massachusetts.
Apparently. Red chili flakes, palm sugar, fish sauce, and then a tiny bit of rice vinegar. Let the ground chicken marinate in that for about 30 minutes and then put it in the air fryer and then toss it.
You want me to put that in a watermelon salad?
Yes.
That's interesting. I will keep it in mind.
The key is going to be you have to only use a tiny, tiny bit of fish sauce because otherwise it's going to be extremely overpowering.
Okay.
The recipe is the have you ever had larb gai?
No, I have no idea what that is.
Larb gai is a ground chicken salad that's from Thailand. And it's insanely good.
So you do the ground chicken and toss that in the salad, so it's like little teeny tiny pieces of chicken.
Pretty much, yes.
That sounds interesting.
And
like
I know the two key ingredients that you need is you need palm sugar because it's almost like using brown sugar, but they're not the same. You have to use palm sugar, otherwise the flavor profile gets thrown off. And also, you want to use lime juice, not lemon juice.
Okay.
So, like, as soon as you toss the chicken with the red chili flakes, the palm sugar, tiny bit of fish sauce, and then whatever greens or vegetables you want to use. Traditionally, it's done with red or purple onions, lettuce, and then carrots. They're usually julienne. But if you toss it with watermelon, I could see that going well because you have the umami flavor, you have the salt, and you also have that sweetness coming from the watermelon and the palm sugar. It would work well.
That sounds interesting.
The only thing you'd have to do is make sure you cook the chicken first and then toss it in the salad. Because I've seen people on even professional cooking shows where they're like, I'm going to marinate the chicken in lime juice and it'll be fine. No, cook your fucking chicken. Chicken is not ceviche, son of a bitch. Dude, chicken is not a whitefish. It's not ceviche. Cook your fucking chicken. Also, cook it with the chili flakes and then pull it out and then toss it with all the other ingredients. Then put that in the salad.
So you should you toss the chicken with like lettuce and then put it in the oven? No, that should come late.
Oh yeah, no, just chicken, chili flakes, honestly, just chicken and chili flakes and just let that cook. It should only take about like 10 minutes at 375, 400, depending on your oven. But you want it to be ground like very fine so that you can toss it sort of like breadcrumbs.
It's that just like that part of it is really interesting to me, and I think that could be really interesting because of how it flavors and on your fork and all of that. I never considered that, and it sounds really cool.
Oh, it's great. Like again, it's if you ever go to a Thai restaurant and they have larb guy on the menu, get it. It's fucking fantastic.
Larb guy. Okay.
It's spelled LARB.
The time is 6:00 p.m.
Larb guy.
Also,
I'm never going to remember any of this, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll look at it and then you go, that looks familiar. Why does that look familiar? Doku.
A really good way to get a ground meat to a breadcrumby consistency, as Doku just described it. If you use an old-timey potato smasher and while it's cooking and use that to smash it, you'll get it to that super fine ground consistency.
Is it potato smasher the one that has the, like, if you heat it up, it could brand you with little zigzags?
Oh, the Wiggle Waggles?
Yeah. Is that a potato smasher?
That's one, yeah. Or the round one, the round thing with the square holes all through it. Also, that's older.
Oh, so the round thing with the square holes is a ricer.
No, it's not. It's a potato smasher.
Fight!
No, the pressing one is a ricer. The Wiggle Waggle spatula looking thing that's a smasher.
Well,
Fishin is not comfortable with this
Yes,
conversation.
I have spent an
She cleared
excessive
her
amount of
throat.
time watching YouTube cooking channels.
No, I'm just trying really hard to keep myself from saying, well, Mama said, because.
I mean, to be fair though, if Mama says, you do not question Mom.
See, that's kind of what the round thing with the square holes is that's grabby that potato smasher out of that drawer. What's that? The round thing with the square holes. Okay, no question. That's the end of the conversation. That's the damn potato smasher. But
If Mom says that's the smasher, that's the smasher.
All right, so then maybe I should reword my original comment to, if you want to get that super breadcrumb kind of consistency like Doku was talking about, use what was he called it, the ricer?
Yeah, the ricer would be like a press. So
No,
like
it's not a press though. That's the thing. Like, it's the thing I'm talking about. It's a handle, and then it has like two pieces of metal that go down, and then they are welded to a circle of metal, and that circle of metal has square holes cut out, and you put that into your pot with your cooked potatoes and your butter and your sour cream and your milk and your yum, and you smush and you get smushed potatoes.
Oh yeah, that's a smasher.
What are we? I'm going to the store. I'll be right back.
Are you bringing us with you?
No.
Why not?
Because I can't mute you.
Why not?
I don't know.
Wait, what? You can't mute me? I'll mute me.
No, just fine.
I mean, you could do what I do with you guys and just leave you in the car.
That's what I was gonna do, but now I feel like I'm abandoning a puppy or something. So hold on. But I'm gonna mute you.
Oh, rude.
Well, I guess technically I'm not muting you. I'm muting me. But hello. All right, now I'm gonna mute me. Be back.
I want to hear you buy the cigarettes.
I'm extremely tempted to say hello,
That's just
convenience
weird.
store person.
Yeah, we're not muted. Oh, Eloise.
Oh, we're not.
Eloise isn't muted at all. Eloise hadn't been muted all day.
Down as far as I could.
I heard a cat. Joe.
What's up?
Why are you muted, Joe?
Because my cat's being really loud and I'm eating, so I was going to mute and unmute, but I'm also learning. I don't think I like the blackberries in this salad. I think it's better without the blackberries. Maybe I'll try blueberries.
Why do you need berries in the salad? You already have watermelon.
Because I thought it'd be nice to have more. I don't know. I like berries. The flavors sound like they would be really good together, but I didn't taste the blackberries before I put them in the salad, and I can't tell if this is a batch where they're sort of like watery and tart, or if the watermelon is so sweet and juicy that it's making the blackberries taste sort of blah.
How much effort do you want to put into it?
None, because I'm eating it right now.
Fair enough. Was that your cat?
Uh-huh. You told me not to mute. She's in the heat.
Yeah, I was gonna say your cat seems very offended about something.
She generally is, but usually she just displays being offended by like turning her back on me. And right now she's well, if she were a dog, she'd be humping my leg. But being a cat, she's just sort of sidled up next to me and groaning.
It was just more of that like, it's like, so, I don't know what offended you, cat, but apparently something did.
Currently, she's offended that there's no boy cats here.
Well, cat mannerisms aside, what you should get is a blueberry vinaigrette.
Everything with you is so complicated. Oh, but
Why are
that
you
would taste
laughing?
really good on this. You're right. However, I don't have any salad dressing on it. So.
And the easiest way to do it, not that you could now, but is just get like a white wine vinegar and blueberries and just let them sit overnight in the refrigerator. And then strain it. Yeah, and then strain it. It's close enough. I mean, it's not going to be like as good as an actual blueberry vinaigrette, but it's close enough. Or if you want to take the extra effort, take blueberries, vinegar, and water, like a 1-to-1 ratio of vinegar to water, and then just reduce the blueberries down and then mush them up and then put them through a strainer, and you'd basically have the same thing. Or if you want to be really crazy, don't use water. Don't use water. Use some kind of stock. Use like a vegetable stock, a chicken stock, or you could use like brandy, red wine. Like you could do a lot of stuff with it. But
wait,
easy way to do it.
Chicken stock for salad dressing?
If you want to do a blueberry vinaigrette, it actually surprisingly works relatively well. But you have to boil the blueberries. You have to boil the blueberries in the chicken stock first, then drain them, and then mush them up. And then that's when you put in the vinegar, and then you strain it again. That's how you get your vinaigrette.
Hey, speaking of mushing things up, hey,
Mushroom.
Hey, good evening. Okay, full disclosure, it's 12 o'clock at night. I'm cycling home, but I didn't want to take a mic, but then I heard Doku talking about food. And Doku, sorry, my bike has been oiled up, but it's still squeaking, so I think I earned $50 somewhere, but I don't know about that.
That's just how you know your bike loves you, Mushroom.
Yeah, he said, love you, love you, love you, love you, all the way down the road. But what I want to say to Doku is sometimes you talk a lot and I don't always pay attention, but when you talk about food, which is not that often, it's really enjoyable to listen to. So that's what I want to say. Compliments to you, Doku. Doku.
Thank you, Mushroom. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult.
It was a compliment. Yeah, well, both. Both, really. It was both.
Thank you, Mushroom.
I can only be honest with you. It was both. I like it when you talk about food because you know so much about it in the way that you talk about it, and it's really enjoyable to listen to. And
I'm going
but
to
I
take
wanna
the compliment.
I wanna say something to Joel. The sun is out tomorrow, tomorrow. The sun is out tomorrow. Let it shine. I don't know the lyrics, but it sounded like something I wanted to say.
When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick up my chin and grin and say,
The sun is out tomorrow. Let the sun shine tomorrow. A brand new day. I'm just winging it.
tomorrow, tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
I
I
love
love
you.
you. Tomorrow,
Tomorrow, you're only a day away.
away. Is that from the musical with Annie?
It is from Annie, yes. And in that musical, she sings that song to cheer up the president.
Joe Biden?
No, a different president.
Oh, okay. Obama?
A little further back. I think it's FDR, but I'm not positive.
We will never know. It's unclear. I'm almost home. But I think that we should, Doku should, or Baron Duck, should share more recipes. Boil blueberries with chicken stock to vinaigrette.
I'm not sharing
Or
all of my secrets.
or
Wait.
or you invite us
Or
for dinner and you make it. I don't want to make the effort. Why don't you make it for me?
You know, when everything is resolved, meet us in Vegas.
Blah 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 blah. I didn't hear it. You were underwater. But I think that you said when this is resolved, I'm gonna do everything you want me to. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I said meet us in Vegas, dang it.
Okay. That means yes.
Wait.
Tomorrow.
You know what? Fine. When everything is resolved, I will cook you, Mushroom Jorel. I will cook you both a spectacular dinner, and I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Something vegetarian in any case.
Oh wait, yeah. You know what? Fine. I'll do
Now, I
vegetarian.
can only assume that you left out the hosting space and for last because all I need is some nice fucking cold beers and we'll be fine. I don't need no fancy dinner. I'm just going to assume that's what happened there and I didn't just get completely snubbed in my own space, but you know.
And you know that Fishin brings her own grill. So, and her own meat.
Hey,
A list
easy.
of 10 individuals and
Steak.
organizations that may have had input and influence.
Wow.
Fishin,
How
how do
can
you
you
like your steak? How do you like your steak cooked, Fishin?
Medium rare to medium. If we go past that, we might have a problem.
If you said well done, I was gonna have words.
No,
No,
but
I
No,
said
medium rare.
no. I said I
I'm a
wanted the steak,
vegetarian
not a
and I would
fucking
never
piece of
even
tuna.
say that. Well done.
You know, medium rare, medium. Yep, that could be done easily. Reverse sear. All I need is a broiler. Yes, I am a cooking nerd. I watch a lot of YouTube videos about cooking. Reverse sear is the best way to go if you want to get medium rare.
Okay. I just do a
Also,
little slow.
if you don't dry brine your steak at least 30 minutes before cooking, you're a monster.
If you don't what?
If you don't dry brine your steak 30 minutes before cooking, you're a monster.
Is that rubbing salt on it and letting it sit?
Yes, but you have to do it on a wire rack so that air can get around it all the way. You can't have it sitting on a flat surface. There has to be air circulation. It makes a difference.
Why?
Because what you're doing when you're putting salt on the outside of the meat is you're pulling moisture, but then you're also letting it reabsorb at least 30 minutes. But if you have it on a flat surface and not on like a wire rack so that there's air circulation covering all ends, you're gonna have like one part of the steak that has been dry brined, but then the bottom is gonna just be a salty, nasty mess, and it's not gonna be pleasant. Because it's gonna get really tough. Especially when you put it in a hot pan to sear it and get the Maillard reaction, it's bad. And if it's not bad, burnt. And burnt is worse than bad. Don't do that. Wire rack, always.
That makes sense. And that's like an easy thing to do. Rub
And it
salt
makes
on
such
it
a
and put
huge,
it in a...
well, it makes such a huge difference. Again, you don't want to necessarily have like spices or anything like that on the steak when you dry brine it, because it's going to be stuck to the surface. So when you put it, like if you did like sage or basil, if you're trying to do like an herb rub on a steak, if you have it on the steak when you go to dry brine it, it's going to burn when you put it in the pan. The only thing you want to do is salt. Even with pepper, pepper's still going to burn on the steak and it's going to permeate it. It's going to overpower the flavors. The only thing you want to do is salt. The only time you season it is right before you put it in the pan, and you need to have the pan ripping hot. Like oil in the pan starts to smoke, then you put it in. Sear it on each side, and then put it in the oven and let it cook through. If you're not going to do it that way, put it in the oven and let it cook through, and then take it out and then sear it after the fact. But the last thing you want to do is have herbs on it when you're putting it into the hot pan, because that pan is going to burn the herbs. It's going to burn garlic. It's going to burn everything that you would want to impart aromatic flavors. That's not good. Like, it's going to make it taste bitter. It's going to be nasty. You're going to kill the steak. Don't do that. All the aromatic flavors come last. And it has to be quick. If you do it any other way, you're going to fuck it up.
What if you do it by taking the steak without dry brining it and you just put it in the microwave for like 10 minutes?
I would want to throw you off a bridge.
Duly noted.
And I don't cook steaks indoors. I'm an outdoors on the grill kind of cooker. When it comes to
Can you dry brine it prior to outdoor on the grill grilling?
Yeah, I choose not to. I don't know.
I'm asking you.
I mean,
you
imagine
could. You could. It would just cook a lot faster. So your cooking time would be different. So if you dry brined like a really thin cut and then threw it on an outdoor grill, whether it's wood, charcoal, not gas, doesn't really matter. It's usually gonna be at a higher heat. So you could you run the risk of overcooking it because you're dealing with a higher heat. But you would also get a really nice crust on the outside. So if you know what you're doing, yeah, definitely 100% yes. Because you'd get like a nice crispy smoky char on the outside, but you'd have an excellent medium rare on the inside. Yeah, if that's what you're going for, 100%.
I'm going for rare on the inside.
Yep, throw it. Get a grate. Get a grate. Sorry, X just gave me. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. X just gave me a weird thing where it's saying it's like X is not responding. I do not want to close the app. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
This is fucking weird. X isn't responding. Close app or wait. I'll hit wait. Fuck you, X. No, throw it on like a charcoal grill with a grate on top and just give it like 30, 45 seconds on each side and flip it a couple of times. Total cook time, maybe a minute and a half. You'll get a perfect medium rare with a good char on the outside, especially if you dry brine it. At least that's how I would do it. If you want medium well, I don't know, man. Throw your steak literally in the fire. And see how that works for you.
No, it tastes the same. Just throw it in the fire.
Yeah.
Throw it in the garbage and let all the garbage juice soak into it until it's sort of cooked and black and gross and basically the same.
I mean, you could just light the steak on fire, just douse it in gasoline, then put a lighter to it. It'll be fine. Probably taste the same. Will taste like char and burnt dreams and things that could have been but weren't.
Burnt dreams and never-ending halts.
Oh, well, they'll just call that the U3 special.
Well done steak, the U3 special. It's fitting. It works. I like it.
Hey, if you want it burnt and sad, and just not a steak anymore, fine. Your choice, not mine, I guess. Oh, so we can't call them registered representatives anymore. We're gonna have to call them chefs. Thank you, chefs, for burning my steak.
I was just at the store and I was looking at steaks, but I decided, hey, I got a bunch of leftovers I'm going to eat up. Now I'm pissed. Thanks.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to apologize.
No apologies.
Apologies aren't allowed. Not on the grill.
Well, some apologies are allowed
Well,
if it's well done. You don't apologize. You just take it and like throw it across the lawn. Won't go far because it'll just go like a rock. I don't know what I'm saying. That salad was really good. I think I want to try adding slivered almonds to it.
was your salad well done?
It was well eaten.
Hmm.
Technically, it was raw. Well, the chicken wasn't raw. The whole thing wasn't raw.
I was just about to ask a question like, you mentioned something that shouldn't be raw.
Didn't I hear somewhere that they're now trying to make like medium well pork a thing and say it's fine?
Yep. Yeah, I have family with a restaurant, and they keep trying to get me to eat pork that is not cooked all the way through, and I can't do it. I can't do it. It's like no, it tastes so good. I'm like no, I can't do it. And I'm not like I'm not squeamish about raw. I like sushi. I like really raw steak. Like that's all fine. But
Carpaccio?
the texture change with a pork chop, I can't do it.
I mean, you shouldn't eat raw pork or raw chicken. Like carpaccio is one thing, sushi is another thing, but raw chicken, raw pork, like nah, dude, you shouldn't eat raw pork or raw chicken for very specific reasons. Kind of the raw pork and raw chicken might actually kill you kind of reasons.
Yeah, like I think if I ever go to dinner and order a pork and they go, "How would you like that cooked?" I'll just be like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go." Thank you. I'm just gonna go. If you have to ask me that question, I don't trust you any farther with my food. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta
Joku, have
go.
you ever had a cannibal sandwich? It's a Wisconsin delicacy.
I know the name of it. I just don't remember what it is.
Wait. Is this a gross food thing? Like, can we talk to Jonna real quick first, or?
Well, you're not going to like my answer then.
All right. Well, y'all figure it
All
out
right.
then.
But a non-shoe leather pork chop is actually very good. It has to be cooked medium to medium well. It's not like shoe leather, but it's actually very good, and you will not get sick from it.
Nope, not eating pork at Jonna's house. Go ahead, Jarrell.
Well, I don't eat shoes at yours.
Cannibal sandwich. I've not actually had one, but it is like a Wisconsin delicacy. Piece of it's
Do they
open.
have those in Haiti?
I probably not. And let's see. It's open face. So slice of rye bread, raw ground beef, sprinkle with salt and pepper, maybe a slice of onion on top. Sandwich.
No. 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 No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God! No, I'm
Have you
thinking.
had
Oh,
one,
I
Jarrell?
feel like
No,
I
I
feel like I'm
haven't.
getting worms just thinking about it.
Okay. I was wondering if
Jarrell,
Jarrell had one because she was promoting it. And nobody got the Haiti joke because of obviously the cannibalism tribes that they've been talking about recently. But anyway, that's where my reference was. But no, I have not eaten a raw meat sandwich, and I'm going to keep it that way.
I put a cannibal sandwich up in the nest if anyone's interested in getting really hungry.
No.
like that's like at least steak tartare is steak tartare, not ground beef. Like that's the.
Well, this is a fancy picture, but I don't know.
But realize ground beef is the one that you can actually get the sickest from because they're actually merging multiple cows for the ground beef in the processing. So more people get like food poisoning or salmonella or sick from ground beef not being cooked more done than rare steak. Like you should never eat a hamburger cooked less than medium because it's the marrying of multiple cows or multiple food products together. It's the processing product thing.
Buy
If
your
that makes
ground
sense.
beef at a butcher shop, not Walmart.
And no one eats meat from Walmart. I'm sorry, I just refused.
I'm glad I ate before this conversation. I learned my lesson about trying to eat during space, but I got lucky today. Only by about an hour though.
You know how
you want to eat that raw beef sandwich.
when you open up a package of ground beef that's like air bubble wrapped, it stinks like ass because it's carbon monoxide that it's packed in. And that beef, in all reality, should be gray, but it's bright red.
You get that like raw, sour, almost citrusy smell from it. Brilliant. That's what you definitely want to spread on top of your crackers.
Okay, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, John. Part of me wishes I could leave right now.
I would if they could continue. No one would fault you.
I'll give him a minute. It'll even out. We just hit a weird spot. It'll get better.
It's kind of like the weather in Florida. 5 minutes later, it'll be different.
Yeah, just go to your front yard. It'll be better there.
In my picture on my profile, I'm mowing on a tomahawk ribeye in downtown Cabo San Lucas. It was one of the better steaks I've had. Our dinner came to, for the two of us, we just went nuts. All top shelf tequila and, you know, the big cave shrimp. They're like a foot long. And our meal came to $600, and I only had $400 in cash on me. So I used a card, but it wasn't, they put a lock on it for international purchases. And we had 4 managers surrounding the table because the card got declined.
You were going to be doing some dishes.
So I tried it in the ATM down some alley. The manager brought me down there and it worked. But yeah, it was eerie. They thought we were gonna just eat and run, you know. It's like, why did they spend $600? They're gonna bolt. Then we had the mariachi bands, were, you know, everything. But you know, we did it up that night, and it felt like we were gonna go to jail when the bill came anyway. But we got through it.
That is an extravagant dinner for 2 people. You go.
Well, there's a time and a place, and that was one of those deals.
I get you.
Wait, did you have those big ass Langenstein, like the giant shrimp?
Yeah, the big cave shrimp.
Yeah, they're basically like the size of a wine bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lagastinos.
Yeah, I've only had the chance to have one once, but damn are they good. But they're also like, well, at the time when I had them, they were like $40 a pop. Now with inflation, they're probably more like, yeah, 90, 110, something like that.
Well, this was in Mexico, so you know, you see the menu and it says whatever pesos, and you always see is zeros, and it's like, what is this? I don't know. Let's just get it. You know, what is that? 4 million pesos? What does that mean? $30? I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah, okay, fair point. All I know is the type of Langenstein that you're talking about is like, dude, those things are amazing. They're almost sweet like lobster, but they don't kind of have like that same sort of flavor profile that lobster has, where it's kind of like lobster is a little more pungent, whereas this is like really mild. It's fantastic. It's really good, but it's also very, very controlled as far as like the fishing goes, and they're only in season for like a month or two. I think it's only like 1 month unless
Well,
they've changed it.
they're freshwater cave shrimp, I believe.
Well, so the one I had was they called it a South African giant prawn, but they only got them from essentially underneath rocks that are on the Cape of Good Hope, and they're in a very specific area, and they're only allowed to be fished for like a month. So I'm not sure if this is true or not. I'm gonna assume this is just more embellishment. But what they were saying is that there was only like 10 restaurants on the East Coast that got any of these, and no restaurant got more than 5. They got 3. And I got the last one. And it was like $45 for a prawn that was, I shit you not, the size of like, if you held up a Magnum champagne bottle, it was like 2, maybe 3, 2/3, maybe 3/4 the size of that bottle, it was literally the size of a wine bottle. It was a massive, giant langoustine, like a giant prawn. And it was better than any lobster I've ever had. It was absolutely fantastic. And the only thing they did is they just stuck it in the broiler. They didn't even season the damn thing. One of the best things I've ever eaten in my life.
Yeah, we got 4 of them, and we had all top shelf tequila and, the Caesar salad, tableside service, and guacamole, and Mexican fire coffee, and just, yeah, it was definitely worth every penny.
Oh, that sounds good. And to be honest, despite all like, oh, it's this ingredient is so rare or this protein is so rare, not the best thing in the world. Fish something out of the lake or the ocean and cook it right there on the shore as soon as you get it. Nothing's ever going to be better.
That's, yeah. I mean, I lived up in northern Minnesota for 20 years, and that's what you do. You don't keep fish to bring home. You stay the night and you go out before dinner and catch them. Walleyes, anyway.
And I love that you brought up walleye. There was the best food I've ever had in my entire life was at a lodge up in northern Canada, Delaney Lake. And what we would have to do is in the morning, you grab the boat, you drag it over this mud hump essentially. And then you go out onto the English River, and if you want to eat, you got to catch fish. Our meal was just straight. You caught 4 or 5 walleye that morning. You keep the biggest ones, and then you butcher them. You fry them up on in a cast iron skillet right there on the shore. That's your lunch. We'd batter them in cornflakes, throw them in a cast iron skillet that's full of lard, fry it up right there. I've never had anything better. You could sit me down at a table in a 5-star restaurant, and I would guarantee you, no matter what they put in front of me, it wouldn't be better than a fish that is freshly caught 30 minutes before it's been fried up in cornflakes. And I stand by that statement.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, that's been pretty much my whole life. So you find all different ways to do it, and the simplest always comes back to you.
Well, and it's because you can't replicate something like that. Not only is it fresh, but you can't replicate just having a freshly caught and butchered fish fried up in a cast iron skillet over a wood fire. No kitchen on earth can replicate that. I mean, you can try. You might be able to get close, but it's never going to be the same. Especially considering the fact that what you just fried up and what you're eating is something that you just caught an hour ago on the lake. It's not even about how good it tastes. It's about the fact that you put in the effort to catch a fish so that you can eat. It's not an experience you can replicate. That's my rant for the evening.
Oh, I don't know about all that, but okay. Hey, Paladin.
Hey, fishing on credit. Urel, could you explain for me what you have put in the nest?
It's a cannibal sandwich.
Sorry?
It's called a cannibal sandwich, but it's a thing that like Wisconsin people eat because their grandparents ate it, so they saw it as a kid and had some. I don't really understand it, but sometimes they talk about it. So it's raw ground beef with salt and pepper, some pieces of onion on a piece of white bread.
Right. That is something you get if you're working on a cruiser. Then every Wednesday, or it doesn't need to be a cruiser. Every ship you're working on, that they serve every Wednesday, fresh grounded meat, and then you take fresh egg, and you take only this yellow and put it in that grinded meat, and then you have salt and pepper, and then you are supposed to eat it. And not a lot of people do it, but that is something that serves because I was working on a cruising ship, and that was some kind of that they did every Wednesday, and they do it obvious on almost every ship around the world. It is some kind of tradition, but
That
I mentioned
explains
you like 300-400 kilos of this, and they just threw it away because none of us was eating it.
that explains why people get sick on cruises.
Yeah, but you as a guest do not need to eat it. It is only served for the crew, and it is horrible. You as a guest, you can choose much better food, but as a crew member, you have no choice, and that's why you always should be a good friend with the chef, so you can sneak in and they can give you something else. But thank you for the explanation, and that gives me some backflash, and that's why I was asking you. Thank you, Urel.
Thanks, Paladin.
Oh yeah, do we have any 10K or S1 out yet?
No. Although I have not checked Edgar in the last like 5 minutes, so possibly, but no, no.
All right, thank you. Fishing on credit, aren't you tired yet?
Kind of, but it doesn't take a whole lot of energy. It's just having to pay attention can be challenging.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Take care and thank you for the space. I will go back to my work.
Thanks, Paladin.
When you catch a fish and cook it up, the term for that is shore lunch. It's a staple in the northern Wisconsin, Minnesota.
But what about Wisconsin, Minnesota? I missed the first part of what you said.
When, shore lunch. Fish in the morning, then you have shore lunch.
Yep.
You're saying lunch, right? LUNCH, lunch? Or are you saying launch? Hello?
Yeah, shore lunch, like the meal. It's a staple in Minnesota and Wisconsin for, you go up north. Go out in the morning, catch your walleyes, pull up the shore, make a fire, have a beer, cook your catch, have lunch. Shore lunch.
Right on.
opposed to bringing it home or saving them up. You know, you catch it and eat it.
I don't eat fish. I like to go fishing. I catch and release. Ooh. All right, where's the night shift at? Am I frozen? Is that what's wrong?
No, you're not frozen.
You know, talk about patience pays and what our situation is. I bought a stock last week, really low float, and I was getting anxious, and I sold it on Tuesday, got out of it, took a small loss, had a pretty big position. Well, this afternoon it was up 100 and almost 50%. It just goes
Damn.
it goes to show you that, you know, things happen if you just have faith and wait.
Yeah. So I saw Annette take a microphone, but now I don't see Annette. Jerome, can you confirm that that happened, or did I imagine it?
I currently do not see Annette.
Did you see the request in the mic?
No, but I was on a different screen, so ta 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 ta.
All right. Well, maybe wait. Now what? Who's this?
That's Annette.
So not hallucinating. Okay, that's good. Hi, Annette.
Hey, sorry, I jumped in and then kind of jumped back out real quick. I I just wanted to say thanks, man, for you guys keeping the space. I've been listening in all day, and I was I had my grandson, and then I did just check out for a bit and went in the swimming pool with him and my daughter and my son-in-law, and I come back in and you guys are still here. And so just thank you. And I'm sorry if that changes the flow. I really just jumped in kind of hot, just amazed at your guys' ability to go on. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for coming in, Annette, and thank you for grabbing a mic, coming up and saying hello. I'm glad you got to spend the day with your grandkids. That's awesome and important, and makes my heart happy for you. So good, good, good. Yeah, it's been a long space. It's been a talkative space. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster at times, but for the most part, pretty even keel. Um, yeah, no earth shattering, no breaking news, no, bomb drops, but that's okay.
Yeah, we've had plenty of those, or we've had a good amount of those, and a lot for us to go on and work with. And so um, keep the momentum going.
Absolutely.
Hey, James.
So I have a question that I don't know if it's cool to talk about or not, or what's going on. I just didn't really look into it, but what the hell happened to Richie? Don Fizz. Was this a mental health issue? Was it, hey, I'm sick of this? Was it hey, you better shut up or else, or what? I know nothing
I'm
about
not.
it.
Yeah, I'm not real comfortable speaking on the specifics, but I'm gonna see if we can suffice it to say that for personal reasons he needed to address, he needed to step away.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just also not trying to put his shit out there for all the world. I mean, I'm sure that a lot of people know what's up, but it's not my place to say.
Oh yeah.
It's not my place to speculate, and I just, for myself, want to err on the side of caution. With he had some personal things that he needed to take care of for himself.
So basically, all of the above. Who knows?
And that'd be a great question for anybody other than me. Although I think you might get similar answers.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to answer the question, and I like your answer, so that's what I'm going to pick.
All right. Well, thanks, Drew.
I think it has been said by people, though, that he wasn't, like, run out. Our people didn't say, you go away, or we're going to make you go away. So I believe that it was a choice. And so if there's concerns about that, that's not some. I don't think that's something that's happened.
Hey, Liquid 88.
Liquid 88. Trying. Okay. All right. I think I'm on. Hey, one thing I will say, and I'm not going to speak for Richie or for anyone else, but I'll speak for myself. I definitely have always been a drinker my whole life, probably since I was like 13. And I was a rager when I was a kid, and I moved out to California and had to eventually get my act together and kind of start laying off the partying and stuff like that. But if there was ever an issue that was going to drive me literally to drink, it's what FINRA has done to all of us. And you guys have gotten me through some dark nights, some nights where my wife, will come in on me sitting with a bottle of whiskey and my calculator and, with my headphones on. And I don't know, man. One thing for sure is we all deal with this in different ways. And, medicating with drugs or alcohol clearly is, not a long-term solution and not an answer. But everybody needs to deal with this hardship in whatever way they choose. And, man, if there was ever something that was going to drive me over the edge, with drinking, it would be what FINRA and now with what these upper echelon government officials, it looks like, have done to us and how they've stolen and robbed from us. And, I can't even imagine the news or the bombshells that got dropped on Richie and Jen and Kim and whoever else, stood up and stood tall in Washington, and how they probably got pushed aside or had doors shut in their face, or just the levels of frustration that these people who have represented us have tried to do. So, obviously we want to give Richie his space and his peace and his privacy. But I'll just speak for myself, man. I've been hitting it hard, and I'm trying to run my business and have my marriage and have my life and my friends and my family. But this is tough. This is tough. I've lost more money in this than money apparently I even had. And I'm working hard to get back to zero, I guess. But I think we've really been through something here, and you guys and whatever. Sometimes just medicating myself has gotten me through it. So anyway, I'm just speaking for myself, and I just hope everybody's doing okay. I just wanted to share that with you. Bye.
Right on. Well, thank you for coming up, and thank you for being open and honest and vulnerable. That's what's kept us together for as long as we've been together. That's why we have 24/7 spaces. It's kind of like a 12-step program, but it's like 12 bajillion steps, and we're all just here together trying to make it through one more day, and if not one more day, one more hour. And if that seems like that's too fucking far away, then let's just get through this minute. And if we can't do that, well, let's just take a deep breath, and it'll start again in 10 seconds. But we're here, and we're here together, and we're one way or another, come hell or high water, we're going to get to the end of this together.
So I should have worded that different. I really meant to say, is there anything that Richie disclosed about anything? As far as I know, the guy got paid off and he's sitting pretty. Who knows? I have no idea. I was just wondering if he said anything. Did he come out and say, "Hey guys, I'm gonna take a break here"? I mean, this is just
James,
He had
James, I think he got bad news when he was there.
no
That's what I thought.
guys.
I thought he got. Go ahead.
I don't feel comfortable saying. I haven't heard anything from him specifically. I've heard things from people who have talked to him. He needed to step away. It wasn't hearing bad things in DC. It wasn't like that he couldn't handle being in spaces. He just had like a lot of his life going on. I'm assuming that substances had something to do with it and needed to step away. And that's what I understand it to be, with a combination of like that's what I think that he is telling people. And that's what that's what I'm aware of there. And I understand the speculating, but and I don't want to say let's not talk about it, but I also think that speculating like this on spaces can get a little bit touchy, since there are a lot of people who listen and might not understand that these are conversations that are happening out of curiosity, but also out of like love and concern. And I think a lot of that could get lost in context. Um, so I'm not saying don't talk about it, but also like let's be mindful of how we're talking, since lots of people listen to these spaces, including Twitter people who want to clip us and speak about us unkindly, and as well as congressional offices who've met with them.
And we lost Juan. We had Juan with a hand up, and we lost Juan. Juan, come back. Come back when you get a minute, or you get freed up for your phone call or wherever you went. Please come back.
to me, Richie
Yeah, like
is a superhero. I mean, the guy did so much. He grinding and grinding and grinding. And man, I love that guy, and I thank him for everything that he's done, and I hope that we see him again.
Amen, man. I hope so too. I hope he's doing okay. My prayers go out to him. Whatever happened, I hope he's okay. But Joe, one thing I will say, can you imagine going to DC and finding out members of Congress are, actively engaged in thwarting our efforts? I mean, I don't even know what I would do if I found that shit out. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. I know I'm
It
speculating.
reminds me of the Simpsons episode. I think it's from season 2. It might be season 1, but it's super early. And the title of the episode is Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington. And Lisa goes to DC, I think, for. Oh, that's right. It's not spelling bee. She goes because she won an essay contest, and I think it's an essay contest about America, and she's writing very patriotic, wonderful things. And she goes there and she stumbles upon somehow listens to, I think, people judging the essays, and like it's it's horribly corrupt, and they're mimicking sort of political corruption. So it's over the top and it's The Simpsons, but she hears it and she's just brokenhearted and upset and goes and sits before, I think she goes to the Lincoln Memorial, but it's really busy, so she then goes to the Jefferson Memorial, and that's kind of funny. But she talks to, like, Mr. Jefferson, and or it might be the other way around, and she talks to the statue and gets some advice. But I think she writes a
The
really
time is
negative
7
essay at some
o'clock
point about a
p.m.
swamp. I'm realizing I don't remember the episode very well, but I imagine it's something like that, where it's a even if you understand that there is corruption there, that there is going, and even corruption aside, there's going to be people who have different points of view. We see we see the facts as they are, and people are going to see the facts, but also see the ripple effects and have different opinions about what the best course of action is. Um, but yeah, I imagine that it's heartbreaking. I imagine it's enraging, and I imagine it could make it difficult to push. My understanding from the small amount I've heard from people who say they've spoken with him is that that's not what's going on. He needed to step away for, I would assume, a combination of um, mental health, physical health, and reducing stress that was affecting both of those things. And obviously, the substances are involved with all of that. Um, and it's also entirely possible that he saw how far he had been able to push it along, and for his involvement with meetings in DC, he might have determined that it was okay for him to step away. He's been putting tons of time and effort into it, and perhaps it was time for others to take up the fight, and for the types of meetings, for example, that Matt goes to, that those were carrying it along enough. And I'm not too sure, but what what I've heard from people who've talked to him is that he didn't step is that he stepped away because he needed to, not because of things from DC that disheartened him. And who knows? And who knows? I mean, perhaps that has something to do with it, but that's the little bit I know, and I really don't know much. Other than hearing a sentence or two from people who have said, "Oh no, I've talked to Richie, or I've talked to a family member," and say this or that. And I want to say that some of those things have been said on microphones, but I'm not positive. Hey, Juan.
Hey, my friend, how you doing? I just heard Liquid share his struggles of what these 18 months have caused him to maybe struggle, and I think it takes strength to be open and vulnerable to share, hey, that his coping mechanisms are becoming a little bit much more difficult to deal with, and that goes to any of us. Some of us may isolate, may be very irritable, may be aggressive towards others, may be reclusive. I think it's important to really assess, how we go by day, because we don't know how long this is going to last. And our goal is to preserve everybody, and just really seeking the help that you need to make it one additional day. And I've heard other members be vulnerable enough to kind of share, that their struggles with alcoholism or substance abuse is it's a real thing. So I just want to share, my support to you, Liquid, because I know that battle is very hard to deal with on a personal level. And that goes to anybody here in the community. Don't feel ashamed of what you're having to struggle with, because we're all just trying to make it one day at a time. But we need you all to get the help that you can function around your family members and your jobs and your overall health. That's why mental health, taking care of yourself, or sometimes it could be an hour for an hour, a day for a day. Sometimes these spaces can make us feel very together, and it also sometimes can make us very divided. So, it's up to us to take care of ourselves because no one's going to rescue us. I just want to just express my gratitude and support for you just being honest with that, and hopefully you can find some support groups. And just for today, just continue to fight to make it through today. We need you.
Thanks, brother. I'm okay. I'm all right. But I appreciate that a lot, more than you know. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Juan. I mean, I feel like it's probably a safe bet to say that at some point over the past 18 months, everybody in here, in one way, shape, or form, has had some demon that they thought they had locked away and under control pop its little head up. I know I have. I was able to whack a munch's ass back in the box where he belongs, quickly enough, but I mean, it happens, but it's just part of being human. It's But you're not. None of us are alone. It may feel like we're alone, but we're not. Just come on in, pull up a chair or microphone, and we got you. What's up, Juan?
Now, there's no shame to having thoughts of suicide. There's no shame to feeling depressed and alone. There's no shame to feeling angry and bitter. The only problem that it becomes is if you stay numb and you stay focused on that and you don't see anything else worth living for. We don't need another family. We don't need another family member in this community to be doing this by themselves. Go out and seek immediate help. We're trying to preserve lives. We're trying to encourage people. We're trying to do so much um, because we didn't do any of this to ourselves. And for many people, depression has been something in our lives that we've struggled with. And when you're under an extreme amount of stress and pain, it only expedites those symptoms to become much more severe, especially if you have chronic pain, if you have problems with, the lack of support. It's a bit massive bonfire. Um, I can I can admit so many lonely times, but it's because of this community that I've built individual relationships where I've gotten on the phone and talked to Jarrell, where fishing, Doug Van, Jay, Hinsey. I mean, everybody, the people that I trust and I care for. And that just goes to any other individual in the community that may feel maybe abandoned or vulnerable and alone. You don't have to be ashamed of what you're dealing with because at some point we well felt with it. We well felt with our feelings the same way. But let's continue to just uplift one another. Um, Sometimes my character may not be the best with certain people, but it's because I'm protective of the people that I see hurting.
Thanks, Juan. And he like the Juan mo is like, let me grab a mic and come up and talk and say what I feel like he's hitting the leave button or the drop down button as he's saying like the very last word. Like he's a say what you gotta say and get the hell out kind of guy. I fucking love me some Juan. Hey James, welcome back.
Yeah, so I've been seeing a lot of not necessarily attacks on senators, but what's the thought on these senators? People are saying, hey, they're just working both sides so they can save face. What do we think on that? Or what give me some opinions, please.
Can I
gonna,
hop in?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
My personal opinion is that to be saying anything negative to or about any elected politician in connection with MMTLP at this time, I think that that is dumb. I think it's not strategic. I think it's not helpful. I wish people wouldn't do it. And I think that it is potentially harmful, and that the writing of that kind of tweet satisfies an immediate emotional need. And I think that the tweets that we put out, especially directed at politicians, should be things that are based in logic, strategy, and long-term goals. That's what I think. I think that you can have criticisms or concerns of politicians, but I also think that there's been a lot of conversation about what may or may not be going on with different offices and how it can be handled in very tactful and strategic ways versus bashing. And I thought that I felt comfortable expressing a firm opinion on that, and I thought that might give carte blanche to people who might have opinions that are probably kinder than mine. And I haven't seen what the tweets are. I know they're going on. I don't know who I might be connecting my thoughts to there. But if you think it's cool, we can talk about that. But if you think it's negative, if you think it's not okay, I want to just sort of get the extreme version of saying it out of the way so that other things might not sound as extreme. If you want, I said that weird. Go ahead, Fishin.
For me, this is, remember, I'm different, y'all. I keep telling y'all I'm different. For me, it would seem almost more effective to simply attach like the two names and okay, so now you're aware of, like, it's never a good idea to go guns a-blazing after a member of the Congress or the Senate. It's just not. But I mean, we've got a lot of really, really awesome passive aggressive bullets we can fire across the bow at this point. You know what I mean? Like, the evidence is there. You just put it in a t-shirt cannon and pepper their desk with confetti of evidence with a smile. I'm not encouraging any type of shooting, any type of projectiles at anybody at any point in any place and at any time. Please disregard the last 3 minutes of babbling of what now I'm realizing that as I'm saying it, like, it's just getting worse. Somebody help. I need a life ring.
You know, we're going to have to wait until it's said and done and then call the people out that deserve to be called out is, I think, the what you're trying to say.
Well, I mean, yes, I think. But at the same time, like, we have a list of 10 names that I feel like drop a name. Oh, that's the guy you had lunch with and played golf with yesterday. Oh, you didn't know I knew that. The reason you won't help us again is what exactly? It's an election year, by the way. And, you know, like, there's other ways to be a dick without being a dick. That makes sense? It's been a long day, y'all. I've been on this space for a long time. So
I think what you're saying makes sense, and I just like I think there's a difference between like calling someone out in an angry way and doing something that's tactful and strategic, and I don't think that everyone understands the difference. I think some people will hear Curtis talking about elected politicians that may be stymieing our progress and then think that that means it's okay to go out and like say insulting things and do or in all caps and lots of exclamation points and like use. I think language matters, and I think the tone of things matter, and I think that highly inflammatory tweets are really great things to screenshot to make us look like we're radical crazy animals. And I think that would be unfortunate.
oh, you're calling it
But you
animal.
know, there is a point to attacking those that are working against us. That's just not figured out yet. It's all speculation and it's all hearsay so far.
Yep. But I'm also trying to remain. There was a time when people were saying negative things about Congress, and it would really fire me up and get me really upset and concerned. And I think that we are at a point with Congress. I don't know, but I think we're at a point with Congress where it might not matter if some of those tweets slip through. And so I'm trying to just not go out guns a-blazing, calling people out for doing those sorts of things, or not get as upset myself.
Pew pew pew.
Well, I mean, people are going to tweet what they're going to tweet, but I do hope it doesn't become a larger trend. I do hope it doesn't take over regular conversation. One of the things that can happen with congressional offices is that you call out one guy and somebody who is friendly with him sees you calling him out and also feels attacked because they don't see that you're calling out this one politician for doing this one thing in this one way. They see that you're calling out a politician. It might be, I mean, if someone writes an article, a shitty article about the Twitter community of a different ticker, we're going to read that and to some extent be like, what in the hell, man? Why are you insulting retail? It's not our ticker. It's not our community. We don't even know what it was they said. It could have been entirely justified, but we're going to see that publication as being not on generally retail side. And I see a similar sort of thing with Congress. But I do think that there's ways, and I think Fishin, this is some of what you were alluding to, that if you are, rather than doing largely insulting things, you instead are like saying what happened. And the insulting thing is pointing it out. I think that is different than just coming out and saying, like, you're all doo-doo heads. And I don't know why I said it that way. I thought it'd be funny in my head. I don't know. And I also think that some of the leverage that we have with concerns about gatekeepers is stuff that would be happening. I mean,
Drill, you're roboting. Are you getting a phone call?
no, I'm not. But I just, it keeps muting me. I'm gonna drop and come back. And Annette just came up.
All right. Want me to go to Annette while you're gone, or you want me to wait for you to come back? Oh, I guess I get to make that decision on my own. Fuck it. Hey, Annette.
Hey, Fishin. Actually, I would like to wait if it's all the same to you.
Oh my God, with the hands up, but I'm not ready yet. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
I wanted to comment to what Jarrell was saying.
I got you. I'm just being difficult. It's been a long day.
You are not being difficult at all. Thank you again.
Well, she dropped all the way out, didn't she? Maybe she went to pee or something. Not that we don't do that on here, but you know. Welcome back, Steph. I see you there. I spy with my little eye. Terminator guy. Looking all fly. You got some GTII? People that would appreciate that are here to appreciate it, but I appreciated it. Did she get lost? Well,
You want me to just start and then at the risk of having to
no,
repeat?
no, wait. No. How did you get him? How did you get him?
Wow!
People are just like coming in my spaces with microphones today, and I don't understand. I'm not complaining. It's just freaking me out. But anyway, welcome back, Jarrell.
Welcome me.
Annette would like for you to finish your thought so she can have a discussion with you about your thought, your full thought. And I'm going to throw you a co-host again. And I already did. So, okay, shut up, Fishin. Okay.
It's okay. I don't remember what I was saying. It's just sort of babbling. Wait, the co-host invitation went away.
No, I didn't take it away,
But
though.
it said it canceled
Hang
and
on.
then it went
Wait,
away. I don't have one.
Here you go. Coming back at you.
Accept co-host invite, and then I have to do it. Oh, no, there I am. Okay, I gotta move over to left one more. Zoop. Zoop.
Hey, Annette, what was Drill talking about?
Probably like Congress and being nice or something.
Yes, and about certain attacks and how that can how to address it in different levels. How you do it, not not attacking them, just sort of challenging the position, or this is my interpretation, that you can ask, you can inquire about it without saying you aren't doing, and I think that that's tactful, and I personally then also wonder about how that we could leverage that with those that haven't been supporting us, and that how that might be able to pave a way for them to come in, um, behind the ball, essentially, I guess is what I want to say. They missed the initial boat. Now they're seeing what's playing out. And these are just thoughts. I don't know if this is accurate. It's just kind of, I'm just throwing it out there. Could that be a way that we could leverage um, more Congress members to get involved in true support of us? Or is it just lip service that they would be going against those that they are against?
Well,
I don't know if I made that clear.
I kind of like the direction you're going there. Like, my thought on it would be sort of to the effect of, so here's this information that we have, and it exposes the fact that for 18 months we've been saying MMTLP, 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 but not now we're going to say collusion and corruption, and here's proof, and here's this committee of people. Oh, and you need the names. Here's the names. Feel free to check out. We have receipts. You sure you don't want to be on the right side of this? Because it's not just 65,000 MMTLP shareholders anymore who are not going to be happy about this. It's going to be probably the majority of the public when they find out about it, and it's just a matter of time, who are not going to be happy about this. And with that, like, optically, where do you want to be seen? Over there or over here? Just a question, something you might want to think about, Mr. Politician man. But I'm different. You know.
You're right. I like that. And maybe they would come at it just because of spite of going against, those that they don't like. But could they would they be doing that just more lip service, or would they be doing that to really create a difference? And that burden would be something we would have to place on them should they choose to join the fight. But I don't know, maybe it adds to the fight.
Yeah, and the only burden I would like to see alleviated from everybody's shoulders at this point, honestly, just pay us. We'll work out all of the other problems after you pay us, and then we can all think straight, and we can devote our thoughts. And clearly, we think pretty well when we put our heads together, because look what we just did in 18 months. And then we can help you figure this situation out. But for now, like, just fucking pay us. Not everybody got it. Not everybody, like, for example, myself, woohoo, accidental investor. I got a stimulus check. What do I do? Casino, stock market. Let's go with the stock market. Woo. Here I am. Like, I don't know shit about the stock market. I have no business being here. How the hell I'm hosting spaces is beyond me, but it's working, so let's just do it. But like, I lost my train of thought when I started talking shit about myself. So, James, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, as far as pussyfooting around these congressional members, if you're against the cat, you are absolutely against us. Plain and simple. Had to say it.
Thank you. But see, that's another one of those bigger picture things that, yep, it needs to be addressed, and yes, it needs to be fixed, and yes, it needs to be taken care of, and yes, it's a problem. And honestly, until my bank account reflects way more money, decimal points in front of the zero than it does, I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Pay me. Pay me to care at this point. Like, as far as the overall market reform of things go, fix us, and we'll help you fix everybody else.
You know, it's like, all right, so you can have a transparency here. Let's vote against that. Why? There's obviously a reason. It's because you're getting money from people.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, I can't disagree with you. Liquid 88 might agree or disagree. I don't know. He's waving at me now. Hey, Liquid 88.
No, I'm 1,000% on James' side here, but in the interest of doing the right thing and not pissing off people that can affect change, I'm willing to listen. I always defer to Jarrell and Annette. I'm kind of trying to speak to you here. I feel like this is the same thing as telling Ukraine they're not allowed to attack Russia in Russian, on Russian lands. Like I, I don't know. You know, I, I don't know what to say, because if this is true, and if members of Congress are actively engaging in not only apparently, installing people to implement the U3 Hall, and we can connect the dots to those people, and then to find out that they're double agents on top of everything, like I don't know. How am I supposed to not say anything? How am I supposed to not call them out by name? So I'm listening here. I don't want to do the right thing, but I light people up on Twitter when I get a chance. So if you guys are telling me to hold back, I will. But I'm with James 1,000%. I mean, if Russia is bombing the shit out of Kiev, and then the rest of the world is saying to Ukraine, well, you can't shoot a missile back at Moscow. I don't know. I I don't agree with that, but I want to understand. I feel like we've been so patient, and now to find out we're getting backstabbed by the people that we've been writing to and contacting and depending on and voting for. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to be muzzled here. You know, I'd appreciate the advice. So I'm fucking furious. I cannot believe what I found out last night. I can't believe it, but I totally believe it. So I don't know, you guys.
Maybe don't think of it as muzzled. That has a very sensory, like feel to it, sound to it. Um, let's use the word filtered. You can get a message across in multiple different ways, right? You can scream it, you can whisper it, you can write it, you can just speak it in normal speak. Um, you don't always have to be guns blazing. Um, but for me, that word just it makes me uncomfortable. Um, but we got some hands, and I want to go co-host privilege first to Jarrell and then to Michael, and I think they both will probably have way better words of wisdom for you than I. So I'm going to defer. Joe.
I'm not sure what was talked about last night that was found out or shed light on last night. So keep that in mind with my response. And I'm going to hold back the rest of what I was sort of thinking through saying, because I'm very curious what Michael's going to share.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Liquid 88. Have you ever been in a situation at work uh, where you might not like the person or you think that the person's out for your job, but rather than, torpedo the whole thing and put your job in jeopardy by doing that, you kind of have to save face, put your head down, do your job, and hope that the truth will come out and your boss will see what's going on in the long run. I mean, I don't think it's a big ask to say, hey, you might not trust something, but in the long run, what do you gain by calling it out? What could you gain by going along to see if there's a better outcome at the end? That's all.
I think it's a really great example, Michael. And I was going to say something that's sort of similar. I have a person in my life who I hopefully will be able to stop dealing with, and the person will stop being able to be influencing my life. I'll say it that way. After the halt, and that's one of the things I'm looking forward to. The halt being able to after reconciliation, something that's going to be helpful for my life is how I'll be able to change some things so that a certain person I can interact with them differently. But currently, there's a lot of things about there's a lot of things that they're doing that aren't good for me, that logically don't make sense, that are harmful to me, and because of who they are and how they do things, there's nothing that I can do to call it out because it will just make the situation worse. And I've learned that I have to be like setting boundaries, but also like if I yell or call them out in a conversation, it just makes it worse. There's different I've learned that there's different that things that I should be able to do and that I should have the right to do and that feel beneficial to me in the moment aren't they aren't helpful to the situation and don't get me to the end goal. And I know that there has been conversation, and I think Curtis has been talking about this a lot about actions with specific congressmen and or elected politicians that we might be moving to a point of calling out behavior, of pointing out things that have happened. The ways that I've heard him talking about it have not been going out into Twitter and being yelling and being angry and making accusations. He's described a much more specific and direct approach that rather than going full guns blazing, it's using more of the precision of a scalpel and being very strategic and possibly diplomatic with what is being said and the approaches being taken. And it sucks. I'm so sorry you guys can hear Eloise meowing. I'll try to try to wrap this up. It sucks not going out and saying things boldly and saying things that you want to say. And I'd say the difference between your example with Ukraine and this is that if you say that about Ukraine, that's not like you saying that is you expressing your view on it, but you're not also in an activist manner trying to affect what's going on with relationships that you and people you're associated with have formed with the actual people making the decisions. And so I think that makes a difference. And I think it sucks having to choose your words carefully, except everything about our situation sucks. But choosing your words carefully does help to move towards to progress towards goals better, whether you're saying things more politely, or there may be a time where it makes sense to be saying things and for all of us to go out and be tweeting very boldly, in which case people who don't tend to that way for talking might have to be going outside of what their comfort zone is as well, if that's the course of action that we think is best. Um, so like I don't und- I don't want to be telling people what to do with this. I just don't think that you can go wrong by being civil. Whereas I do think that um, there can be ways that you negatively influence that a person negatively influences the situation by not being civil. And with everything going on, I tend to err on the side of caution. Or I try to. I go out there and say dumb things too sometimes. I can recall one time I said something not so nice to a media person, and that's not going to happen again. But like those things slip out, and we have our moments. I'm not sure. That's just sort of my general thoughts.
I hear you, Joe. And believe me, I try to type and think about what I write before I hit that post button. But I mean, it's been 18 fucking months. It's been 18 months. And I know civility will get us farther. I hear you, Michael. I hear you, Joe. I hear you, Annette. But I mean, after what Curtis revealed to me last night, I mean, it's just hard. It's just hard to not call a spade a fucking spade. And it's just very difficult for me. But I'm trying my best. I really am. I'm trying not to put members of Congress on blast or make accusations that, I don't think are substantiated. But this is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Every week it seems to get deeper and worse. And it's literally turning into Watergate. This is insane what we're up against. So I don't know, you guys. If I write anything that you guys think is way too overboard, anybody here, all of you guys, I care about all you guys. So feel free to immediately DM me, ask me to remove my post. I more often I'm probably wrong than I am right, but I'm proud to stand up and speak for this community if I have a chance. But if I say shit that's out of line, you guys DM me, write in the comment, whatever. Tell me to shut the fuck up or delete my post, and I will immediately. But I cannot believe the levels of government now, aside from FINRA, that are openly opposing us and stabbing us in the back daily. I can't believe, I cannot believe it. And it's frustrating, and it's beyond frustrating. And it's frustrating for my family and for my father and for people that I got into this mess. So I'm doing my best, but it's just fucking infuriating. But anyway, you guys go ahead. I'm babbling. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Holy crap! I didn't look down for that long.
No,
I have no idea whose hand was first. Jarrell?
I got it. I'm gonna put me in order because I've talked a lot on this already. And the order is Mason, Michael, Steph, James. Hey, Mason.
Hey, I kind of hear all the different sides. And when Curtis says the gloves are off, it kind of made me feel like I was empowered to just go bonkers. But your point, Joe, is taken, and after thinking about it and not reacting immediately and emotionally, the tact is the right way to go. But the other thing after thinking about it that I came up with was to reach out through X to that representative's opposition in the upcoming election and let them know about it and what we're going through. And they can go gloves off, and we can kind of have a passive aggressive approach to let them be the aggressors, and we're removed from it as long as they're well educated and not about what we're going through. Let them be the voice that draws the ire and the attention, and that's something that I'm kind of for pursuing. I'll say it like that, pursuing. I don't know that anything's come of it yet, but and maybe nothing does, but it's a more valuable approach, I think, than putting the representative on blast or going after him directly and being ugly and dragging the community's name down in the process. If we have somebody else speaking for us. So anyway, that was just my thought. I'll step down.
And thank you. Joe, where are we going next? I got a pen. Go ahead, and I'll write them down this time, and then I'll be here.
Michael, Steph, James, Joe. Hey, Michael.
Yeah, hi. I'll keep this brief. Just a couple of points. First is the point about the 18 months being a long time. Individually, yes, I can say that the 18 months is terrible, and I know that other people are feeling the same way, if not worse, for situations that they're going through. It feels tedious and it's going by really slow. However, at the same time, if we're going to call this the biggest financial crime in history, bigger than Madoff, if it's $1 trillion issue, then the 18 months in that lens isn't that long. So we have to think about what exactly are we dealing with here. If it is in fact a $1 trillion issue, which I believe it is, I believe it could have been easily 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, then it would also be foolish to think, and I didn't say this or anything, but it'd be foolish to think that it didn't go beyond FINRA. It didn't go beyond the SEC. Like, there's other people that would be involved. An issue that big would have a lot of tentacles involved. Madoff was nowhere near that, but so it didn't involve as many people. You might say the SEC, turned a blind eye for Madoff's situation, but this is much bigger. The other point is when you start talking about losing your temper or saying something or putting Congress on blast, you have to weigh, what do you think if you played it out and you just imagine that tweet going out, imagine you trying to get likes and retweets, what do you think the impact is in a positive way? Do you think that it moves a needle in a positive direction in any way whatsoever, or is it just a therapy thing? And if it's a therapy thing, do you think that it could move the needle in a negative direction more than not doing it at all? And is that worth the therapy? And those are my 2 points.
Thanks, Michael. Hi, Steph. How are you doing?
Hey, Joe. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, nice. I only have a few minutes, but I got to switch it up. I got to say something. It's not. It kind of derails, but so these past couple weeks have been unrelated to MMTLP and unrelated to our efforts. These past couple weeks have been, for me, really challenging to the point where I either felt like I was on the edge of doing something really unintelligent, like not a good life choice, or an emotional mental place where I'm like, I want to just cash in all my chips lay underneath a blanket and never get up. Like it was a really tough couple weeks. But need to make this point because as I'm going through these things the past few nights, I'm on the road a lot because of this personal situation that I'm dealing with. I have had the opportunity to speak with and somehow interact with so many different people in the community. People who have opened up and told me things that I never thought, like we don't know each other and yet they're confiding in me in certain things. People who have told us in spaces, but also directly to me about some of their hardships, like, you know, living out of their car, or people who have um, I mean, we all know the stories. We hear them a lot. We've all been cheated. We've all been robbed, and we've lost a lot of time. But my point is, and I'm sorry if I'm just kind of rambling. If it wasn't for this community, I don't think that I would be in such a good place today, right now, with what I've been going through the past couple weeks. Because when I think about the people who have expressed or shared in any way, shape, or form the challenges that they're going through and how they are putting one foot in front of the other in any which way that they can or they're able to, and they're like, no matter how hard this gets, I'm still going to push. Like, all those people have been so inspirational for me, have been such an awesome role model, have been just a fuel to help me get through the past couple weeks. And I mean, if I could tell you in a way that's very succinct, I mean, it was just like one bad thing after another for literally almost 2 weeks. Um, and so I wanted to express that openly to whoever's listening in this community, that if it wasn't for you all in just injecting inspiration by being so strong that you are, despite all of the crap that we have been through the past 18 months as a result of that halt, and the perseverance that you all have, like, I honestly have no idea. I'd be in such a mess right now. Um, and so I wanted to thank everybody for that. Whatever role you played, big or small, it doesn't matter. I just thank you, because this is the group I would go to war with. Well, what am I saying? This is the group we're going to war with, but this is the group surrounded by these people. I feel so much more confident and stronger because of you all, not because of me, but because of who surrounds us. I just needed to express that. That's it.
Thank you, Seth. And don't apologize for rambling. We all ramble at some point or another. I myself am queen of the ramblers. But you're the second person that I've heard today say that, like, this has got them just to that point of just complete, like, I give up. But if it weren't for the, don't, please don't. There's
No,
always
you know what? You know
something.
what it is, Fish man. You know what it is. It's not that, like, this is already hard enough to deal with as it is, and clearly we don't deserve this. We really don't. We did nothing wrong. It's just that for me, the past couple weeks, unrelated to MMTLP, literally every day there was something else where I'm like, I literally called up a family member and I go, listen, I said, no joke. Am I fucking cursed? Like, what did I do in my past life? Because this is what's happening. And they're like, oh my God, like, we don't even know what to say to you. It's just, this compounds everything. Don't get me wrong. But if it wasn't for the community, if it wasn't for the people that I'm surrounded by here, I don't know what I would, I don't know. I'd lose it. Absolutely lose it.
Oh, we love you, Steph. I believe me, I share that sentiment more days than anybody could possibly imagine. But I appreciate you for who you are, and oh yeah, you're awesome human. So thank you for being you. I love you for being you, and I don't say that to a lot of people. So do with that what you will. Um,
Love you, Fishin. I appreciate you. I really do.
shit, I wrote a list and then I lost. Okay, we're always here, Steph. Always, and it will get better. Tomorrow is just a couple hours away. Jarrell, you keep waving your hand at me, James.
Yeah.
James.
So these Congress members that are giving us, oh, hey, I'm going to help you out or whatever they're doing. And then they vote against something else, or they say they're going to do something else. It's just word speak to get you to be the sugar tit that you are. It's really what it is. We need to call out at least somebody that is not going to do the things they say that they do. It's like, you can talk to someone all day long, but the vote is what matters. Your check mark is what matters. That's what they do. It's a check mark. Let's get these people off our back. Maybe they've gotten more information or been infiltrated by whoever. It's the check mark that matters. I think some of these guys that are actually voting or are putting their check mark on something that contemplates what they've said in the past, these guys need to be called out on it. It's just a reality. I mean, take a step back, look at it.
I don't know if you quit talking or if you hit a weird glitch area, but you cut off. I want to go to Jarrell. Let her jump in here.
I need a minute. I just put a cherry in my mouth. Hang on.
Oh, your timing is marvelous. And also, since we've got a minute, I want to say hello, Matt. Damn it. Never mind. All right.
He knew what you were gonna say. He's like, I'm out of here.
All right.
I mostly had some quick responses that I wanted to say. I really appreciate that Liquid 88 like brought up the idea of, hey, if I tweeted something and it's not cool, just let me know. And it just really put a whole lot into perspective for me and how I interact with people and how I take in tweets that I see. And I think I need to be slower in assessing judgment. And I'm going to be doing that, and I'm going to be considering how I communicate about things like that. So thank you for that, because it just I'm not sure what it was that you said or if it was how you said it, but it just really helped to put a lot into perspective for me, and I'm really grateful for that. So thank you. I think Mason brought up a really great point that, and it's sort of talking what we were talking. I said something about tactical things or strategy, that there are really effective ways that I imagine could also be emotionally fulfilling and emotionally gratifying to be addressing some of the politicians that we are unhappy with. Um, and I love and it's something we talked about before. Oh, Jesus, Eloise, you were quiet. You were so quiet. I start talking. It's meow meow meow. Um, we've talked about communicating with with those who are running against elected officials in the past, and from what I understand of some of the situations with the two people we're talking about, it seems to me, and I'm not going to say, and I think that it would be great to be getting the opinions of those who have worked with those offices and know more. But it seems to me that communicating with their, political opponents could be a really great idea, especially if we have any sort of documentation, concrete evidence, or like written out explanations of what it is rather than just, hey, this guy had done our community wrong. And I don't really know what that stuff would look like. And I guess that it's probably stuff that would be communicated off of spaces in the planning parts of it. And it would be most effective with constituents of that district. But I think that I liked that he brought up a tactic and a strategy that that could be really effective and could also hit some of those emotional places and the burning need to like call out the wrong, that there's ways to be doing that beyond words. And that was really cool. And Steph, I put a quote of yours up in the nest because it moved me a lot and I really appreciated everything that you said. Thank you. And thank you, because you're pretty great.
Hey, James.
I want everyone to, take a step back and think about it. These Congress members, it's not about what's right or wrong. Some may be champions, yes, but it's about the individual's best interest in all reality. So think about it. What is their best interest? And it's going to be defending themselves. What do you do? I mean, somebody writes me a check for $3 million. Yeah, I'm going to take it. But that's my best interest at that point. Doesn't matter if, they're like saying, hey, I want you to vote on this and that or keep it a secret or whatever it is. It all comes down to best interest for these individuals. They're not our friends. They're not our buddies. It's to them, we are sugar tits. It's just the way it is. Figure it out. Take a step back and think about it. They are not our friends. They are not the best interest for us. It's just the way it is. So if you go about and think about it as, all right, so what is this Congress member's best interest? That's where their decisions are spawned from. It's not about doing right and wrong, especially these career ones. It's reality. So I think at that point we need to attack it from there.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, I just wanted to respond to Jarrell. She said something, and I don't entirely agree with it, but I just wanted to bring up a point with it. The idea of going after a politician's I'm going blank. I'm sorry, but their election opposition, and just going and trying to present the information. We would have to have ironclad ethics violations, things that are easy to explain on a campaign trail, and that's the first thing. We don't have that, but that's the first thing. The second thing is you also want to check to see how the political opponent is polling, because if there's a huge gap, then no matter what you do, they're not going to win. But what you have done is you've alienated MMTLP from the candidate that's going to end up being the incumbent. So that's the politics involved in this. It's just a little bit more strategic than, if they're not listening to us, just go to their opponent, because that could be a net negative for everybody. That's how I see that.
That's a really good point.
I think you caught it with a mouthful, Michael.
I spoke? Did you hear me, or could you hear that I was finishing chewing a cherry? These cherries are
Oh,
freaking
yeah.
delicious.
So you definitely had a mouthful of something you were not
That's
gonna.
what she said.
Mm, damn it! All right, that was.
Sorry, hey Fishin, can I say something and we can maybe have some further conversation with Michael? Because I brought up the point about going after the opposition to the incumbents, and who I'm referring to specifically is Pete Sessions, and realistically, he's going to get reelected. Sessions, he's in Texas. I don't see his district turning blue anytime
The time
soon.
is 8
But
o'clock
just from a
p.m.
mentality of going to his opponent to as long as his opponent is well read into what we're going through, I don't think it's a bad thing if he brings that up on the election trail. On the going into the election, or if they have a debate or whatever, as long as he's not bringing up misinformation. And I haven't seen Curtis's interview with Dennis Neal today that he did today, but the graphics for it paint a picture. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't looked at it yet, but my point is, he can say the things that we can't to Sessions tactfully, and he can say it. If he says it in a less than tactful way, then that's not going to necessarily have a harm on us because he's saying it. And that was my mentality with it. I get your point, and I accept your point, but at the same time, if we haven't moved Sessions, if Sessions specifically is playing both sides of the coin already, which is the inference from what Curtis has been saying, where's the wrong step in getting his opposition involved in speaking for us? I'll
Yeah,
put that one to you.
yeah. So let me respond to that. So have you ever listened to a campaign speech from a congressman in a district far away from you, or that's nowhere near you? And maybe I don't know if you have or not, because I've never done that. I have no
I
idea
haven't. I have. I have
if
not.
somebody's running against Joe Schmo in Idaho and they don't like the incumbent, they have a good reason that they want to come out against them. All the points that they make are going to stay within that district. So as far as that being a net positive, having that being out there, it's not national. It's not a national event. Having media, that's that could make a difference. But so say you go against someone like Sessions, he stays in, but the opponent puts on blast some information that plays well in, for the Democrats in his district. Great. Sessions now is completely turned off to MMTLP because it's on record that we've gone against him, tried to get him out of his job, doesn't like us. Okay, he doesn't like us now, or he's not helping us now, is the accusation. But now he's still in Congress. Now he still has friends in Congress. He still talks to people in Congress. He still has sway. I don't want to give somebody any more reason to work against us. And I think that that would. I don't think strategically that's a good move. And those are my reasons for it.
I hear you. I guess we can agree to disagree because I look at the net positive on it, and the other thing is with in trying to unseat a Republican, he would have to say something pretty incendiary to get the tables to turn where people who vote red consistently might vote blue, and something like that might get broadcast on national news. So you could say that, and then the other mentality you can take is Sessions might want to act. Well, we've already pissed off Sessions as a group because we said who wrote a letter or something like that. Joe remembers, I'm confident, exactly the date that that happened. but 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 it might light a fire under him to keep it off of the campaign trail, to get it resolved, and now it's a positive that he can say on the campaign trail in retort to the other guy putting it on blast, you know. So I guess we can agree to disagree, and I just and maybe it stays local, and to that end, no harm done, whatever. I don't see it as a net negative. I see it as a net positive either way it lands. That's just my opinion.
So let me just make this final point. Then I have to stop. So here's a strategy that, so say you keep your friends close, your enemies closer strategy with Sessions, right? You don't go after Sessions, but you continue to find information out, and maybe you do find damning information in a couple of months. And it goes, and I'm talking about, going into past the election. Now you've got some maybe substantiated evidence against him. However, the the roles change after the election. Say Trump is elected, the balance of power changes. Now the Democrats are going to probably want something to go after the financial regulators, or and or the committee, the Financial Regulatory Committee in Congress. That's when that kind of information helps politically, because now you just hand it over to the Democrats. Now they have something that they can talk about in Congress that has meat that gets national coverage, but that only plays out when the switch happens in the political parties for who's in charge of the regulatory system right now. So right now, I don't think it's a good idea. Right now, I'm thinking that there'll be a resolution before the election, but I think this information could help with some kind of derivative action after that.
Points taken.
Hey, all right. Well, we had Dr. E, and then we lost Dr. E.
We lost Dr. E.
But I do see a glimmer of hope for a night shift space hook, depending on how awake or not awake he is right now. We'll give him a minute to think about that, knowing that he knows damn well I'm talking about him. Hi, Jack. That's a personal thing for me. Otherwise, I was gonna go, hey, Dr. E, but he's gone. So now I'm just here.
I can't stop eating the cherries.
Oh,
they're so good. They taste so good. I'm gonna eat some and my stomach's gonna explode. They're so good.
Save some for tomorrow.
I mean, that was the idea, but they're so good.
Come on, you can do it.
I was actually intending to cut them in half and take the pits out and put them in a salad, and I thought that would be delicious, and it would be delicious, but I don't know if they're gonna make it that far. I might. It's like a 2-pound bag, and I think I might. No, not eating the whole thing. This is why I don't buy cherries. I can't stop eating them.
You choose not to stop eating them.
No, I can't.
Nope, that word only exists in your head.
Nope.
Nope.
For everything except for this, yes.
Nope. Nope.
Can't stop. Can't stop.
Choose not to stop.
Mm-mm.
Don't want to stop. Opt to continue, but can't stop. I can assure you, it's all in your head.
I'm taking them out of the bag and putting them in my mouth without even realizing I'm doing it. So good. Yeah.
say one thing. I'm jumping off after this, but like cherries are actually really freaking good for you. So keep
Yeah.
eating them. You know what? It beats fucking ice cream and donuts any day. Like, that's what I end up doing at night. I'm like, I got a fucking thing of fucking friendlies and shit, the ice cream, and I'm eating donuts. I don't even know what happens. Like, but I mean, it's not that late, but like at 2 in the morning, that's what happens to me. I'm good all day. I'm like, hey, I'll eat a fucking cherry and like, eat a strawberry and just fucking, apricot. Like that stuff's good, man. It's good for your blood. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna pop off because, yeah, I'm